Dylan was there, Joe Rogan, and we were all in the room. And it was a funeral. It was so heavy. And it was so shocking. This was a man who what he did was take his ideas and pit them against all comers. He debated in good faith. All Charlie Kirk was guilty of was expressing his point of view, his philosophy that he earned through careful reading, through careful discussion, through taking his ideas, pitting them against opposing ideas. And that is all he ever did. And when you have somebody, and I'm gonna tell you what I really object to. When you have somebody on the news like that, I think his name is Stroud, that piece of shit from I think CNN, saying that he's practiced hate speech. When you hear people talk about hate speech, guys, remember that the next thing coming out of their mouth is laws. Because when you talk about hate speech, what they really want to do is pass laws like they did in Canada and other places in this world where you can't speak or you go to jail or you get literally arrested like they do in the UK, 12,000 arrests. So I just want to say that, people want to find who to blame. Obviously, this kid, there was something wrong with him. Obviously, this kid's evil, whatever you want to call him. He came from, his dad was a cop, I believe. This kid came from a conservative, good family. He went to college, something happened, maybe he lost his mind, whatever it is. But it is significant to me that it said, catch this fascist. And there's something called stochastic terrorism. Do you know what that is? Stochastic terrorism is the idea that you keep catastrophizing the other side as truly evil. So when Joe Biden says that Donald Trump threatens the very foundations of our republic, when everyone who you know from Kamala Harris to Tim Walz, these pieces of shit, keep calling Trump a fascist, keep calling all the people that Hitler a fascist, a Nazi, when they keep doing this, they know what they're doing. What they're trying to do is get Donald Trump and other people killed. That is what Tim Walz is doing. That is what Kamala Harris is doing. That is what Joe Biden was doing. I really believe that now. And I'm done compromising. Now, having said all that, guys, what's really important is we who oppose this, who believe in free speech, who believe in people being allowed to express their ideas, we have to hold ourselves to the highest standard. And I want to just say this. We haven't always. When Trayvon Martin was killed by Zimmerman, that piece of shit, that rent-a-cop, remember, bring up Trayvon Martin. I want to just show you something. This is important because we have to call our side, whatever you want to call it. This is a 17-year-old kid he did nothing wrong. And that fucking guy right there, Zimmerman, okay? That dude who thought he was a cop shot him, okay? And what happened after that, guys, is that his gun went for $250,000, and he went to gun shows and he was signing autographs. So if you were black or you were that kid's family, how would you feel? So we have to hold ourselves to a very high standard, and we have to treat all people who die unjustly, if they're black, whoever they are, with the same, with the same standard and the same revulsion and the same condemnation. You understand? That's really important. Otherwise, we lose the moral high ground. You have to stay on the moral high ground, man. And you got to stay by George Zimmerman. Signing autographs at a gun show. Look at that shit. Killed an innocent 17-year-old. Fuck him and fuck all you guys trying to get an autograph. That is not who should represent the side that was on Charlie Kirk, the side that is on the side of truth and all that. You can understand how black people, how his parents feel when they see that. Okay? They go, hold on, there's some hypocrisy here. We don't want to be hypocritical. It's so important. So, the way you win this is you take far left people. And you know what else I want to fucking talk about? The professors in these universities that are celebrating this shit and poisoning these kids. How about those people? And the way you deal with them, man, is as people who believe in America and tradition, you basically segregate them out of society. That's what I would do. You don't get a job anywhere, motherfucker. You're celebrating the death of a father in front of his children. You don't get a job. And you're teaching these kids, fuck you too.
These lunatics that think by taking out Charlie Kirk, that's going to stop the movement.
Oh,
my
what?
God.
Hey, bro, I'm going to church now. How about that?
10,000 more Charlie Kirks. It just makes it worse, you fucking moron.
You've taken a guy like me. I'm pretty moderate, dude. My jokes, if I went to a protest, my sign would say, it's complicated. I'm not the guy, you know me, I'm Switzerland.
Yep.
Always trying to see both sides. I'm no longer interested in talking to these fucking people with septums pierced in their purple hair.
I think after this has gone from left and right, good versus evil.
I would agree. I really agree. It's good versus evil, but we have to hold ourselves in to the highest.
Sure, but it's good versus evil, and I think the whole notion of mental illness and he just needs more resources. Fuck off. Yeah. It's good and evil. Yeah, that's what it is now. Yeah.
But also, we have to hold the people that the elite power structure that has been practicing stochastic terrorism. Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the academics who are categorizing this as Donald Trump as a fascist, as a Nazi. Those are the people that knew what they were doing, in my opinion. That's their inadvertent way of ordering a hit.
How do you hold their feet to the fire? There's nothing.
You don't vote for them. You segregate them. You turn your back on them. You don't give them jobs.
The right's already done that.
I think you're going to see. I hope you see people come over. Now the left they're lost though. They're lost. They're also bankrupt shitheads. You ever see most of these people? Oh, yeah. You see what they look like physically even? So, sorry man. That's all I'm going to say about it. But
yeah, it's sad.
It broke my heart.
Yeah. You had fucking kids and...
There's no Max. I guess I'll have the Max free. Huh?
That's right there. Max is right there.
Oh, there you go. I was going to do it free. All right. Come on.
I'll tell you what's interesting, too, is you'll see... So now, the Charlie Kirk movement, there's been petitions now where... what he did on campus, having those open debates, which is what we need as they figure things out. Now they have over 75,000 offers to expand that and keep doing it. You're not going to
have 75,000 offers for what?
To go on college campuses and keep doing the breaking points, the turning points. You're not going to replace Charlie Kirk. No. You're just not. That's the bummer.
Yeah.
You're not going to be
prodigy.
Yeah, the wicked smart, guys like Ben Shapiro, I'll take over. It's Ben's smart, but he's not Charlie Kirk.
He's not
and that's what you're going to lose.
He's not charismatic.
That's what you're going to lose.
Charlie Kirk was 6'5", just different charisma. But let me ask you this, to me, as I watch him, he burns so bright, and at 31, in many ways, he said everything that you need to know. He laid it down.
Well, that's the advantage of being in 2025 is
it lives on.
It lives on. It's not like when Malcolm X got shot. There was footage of him and stuff like that, or Martin Luther King. There's footage, right? And I'm saying he's
you don't have all the speeches at your fingertips.
But you don't have all the access. I was a Charlie Kirk member. I listened to all the shit. There's thousands and thousands of hours to educate you on what he believed and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. And he's become, I think that in a way, if Charlie Kirk, I wish to God he was still alive, of course, and especially for his children and his wife, but I think if he had become, at the age of 40, he would have definitely run for president or something. But I think a great deal of what this is he did so much. And part of what drives his legacy is being killed so tragically at 31.
Unfortunately. But also, the reason why they took him out is you got to realize he was the most influential person on the right with the young people.
Oh, of course.
You're not even remotely close.
And why?
So that's what they took out, because they know the young audience is the future.
Because he got into the belly of the beast. He took this shit.
He was also younger and could relate to him. He's getting social media. So they took a fucking shining star.
Did you see how many now young people identify as to the right? Whatever they thought they were going to do, they poked that big bear.
And it's like obviously you're missing the captain, the team, the captain of the ship.
Yeah.
But his wife and all that, she's a beast too. So that's going to carry on.
Boy, she's a beast, by the way. She's no joke. So what is this?
It choked me out when did you watch her?
Yes, dude. It was awful.
Shit that Donna asked was daddy.
Yeah, it was so awful. I can't take it. But we have children, man. We have children. Unless you have kids.
But that loser, that dates the trans, just a fucking piece of shit. It's like, buddy, do you know the ripple effect of this? So those kids are going to grow up without that.
He'll live with that. He'll live with that. He'll come to that realization while he's rotting away. But I want to know the people that poisoned his brain, too. I want to know who did that, too. What is this here?
This is Cash Patel, who's kind of...
There's a Discord chat.
Yeah, Cash Patel's been a little sloppy. Because did you first see it be?
No.
When they said they apprehended the shooter, and they showed like this old bald guy.
Yes. Well, that was the authority. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. Like what? Scroll back though, so people know what we're watching. It says new FBI director Cash Patel reveals Charlie Kirk's assassin, piece of shit, refused to say his name. Discord group include more than 20 members. He confirms authorities are aggressively investigating, and many of these co-conspirators will be questioned. Question? What do you mean? Fucking arrest them?
Well, there's only arrest if they actually talk about killing, right? If they're actively planning on
But that's probably
an assassination, that's very
probably what it is. Yeah, it's probably what it is in that group.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. So going back to the group chat real quick, there's more than 20 individuals. We, the FBI, are running an investigation.
Oh, by the way, all those people on Discord, I know you guys think that you're tough. I know you guys think it. Wait till those FBI dudes show up at your door. Wait till you see what happens.
No, see, I don't think none of these guys think they're tough. Like, you've never seen anybody do a mass shooting or that tries to assassinate somebody. They're never tough. They're never in shape. They're never tan. They're never worried about their health.
You're not going very well.
They're losers by every metric that a human being.
That also goes to
they're losers.
That also goes for all the people celebrating his death. If you look at them, like the guy got fired at Microsoft, who was head of the DEF. You see that guy? Like, they're just they can't even control their own biology. They can't even control their own bodies, much less the world. Like, worry about yourself, bro. You are not doing it.
I've never seen a person on the left.
Charlie Kirk would say that to these people would come up to him and they'd have like they just look like a mess physically, and he'd go, you look like you're having a hard time. He said it with love. He said, you look like you're having a hard time.
What's this, Jim?
All right.
Going back to the group chats real quick, there's more than 20 individuals.
Eyes are
But
fucked
this
up.
is a great point.
Look it
How
up.
this works. People think you just get in these group chats and immediately find out who's in them. And our investigation, our interviews continue, but we've learned some shocking things when we spoke to his family and friends as well.
Cash Patel's eyes are a little wonky. But I like that because they're chip on his shoulder. I don't want him too handsome.
Yeah, the key.
You want to chip on his shoulder and get to the bottom of this investigation.
The key.
Even if you're seeing double.
There is something going on there. Now the
It's not like
key.
process, more like it's kind of looking. They're just a little off.
Just watch Brian. Might be tired.
No, you know what? It's not that they're like.
Could be camera.
It's not like this. Not like this or this. No, it's like this.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on.
It's like, you know what he is? He's zeroing in on something. The motherfucker has his eyesight set on the suspect. That's what it is. His eyes are funky, and that's all good. I like it. I don't want to you don't want him to look like fucking George Clooney. You want a chip on his shoulder, and he's hunting down these criminals.
Handsome guy, strong jaw, you know.
Yeah, his eyes are fucking bizarre.
Yeah. Bring up another picture of Cash Patel. I want to see if that's we're just looking at. I think he might be looking up.
No, he's always had funky.
Let me see.
You know me, I'm an eye guy. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Zoom in. It's not fine. They're still a little.
Those are good eyes.
The right one's a little in. You can kind of tell here.
Those are good eyes.
Those eyes are funky, dude. It's all good. You want that as an FBI.
This is fake news. Let me bring up. There you go. Let me see that.
Do that one.
Let me see that.
That's fine. The right, no, they're not fine. The right is too in.
You're this.
He has one sniper eye, but it's in because he has his
Let me
eyes.
see that one. No. Bring that up.
Those are normal.
I think those are pretty
Like
normal.
an eagle.
What did you say?
Like a bald eagle. You know what I'm talking about? That's exactly what it is. You ever seen an eagle straight on? Kill an eagle. So, like if you're aiming right now, right? It's this side's fine, and this one's a little. Hey, look at it. It's a little like this.
One might be a little bit like, you know. There it is. Okay, so
the eagle's the eagle's more. I'm telling you,
it's going to be very interesting to see.
You want that?
It's going to be very interesting to see, like, what in the world happened. What this kid who, well, like, he had some kind of a hero complex. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, we were off the subject. His eyes are fucking wonky, but I'm telling you, I want that chip on your shoulder, man. You don't want to be too perfect. But get after it, dog.
Get after it. True Work. Let's take a little break. I want to talk to you about True Work. TRUEWERK. Now, I have some of their clothing. You want to talk about clothing that's built to last? Clothing that can endure outdoor conditions?
You have 2 pairs of their pants. They're fantastic.
If you work outdoors, This was founded by a trained professional.
Dude, outdoors in Cali, or I'm sorry, you're outdoors in the freaking Texas.
That heavy gear weighs you down.
Hot, cold, wet, windy. Sometimes it's all in one shift.
It keeps you comfortable, capable, ready for whatever the day throws at you. It doesn't weigh you down. Designed with advanced performance fabrics for lasting comfort, all-day mobility, year-round job site protection. Okay, you got to see it to believe it.
Every piece is tested on job sites with trade pros, and some, when the conditions change, are still freaking ready. Over 50,000 five-star reviews.
50,000 five-star reviews. How about that?
I use the work pants, the khaki work pants.
I got a jacket.
You don't have to go to work. All you need is a goddamn
built like it matters.
Just fly a drone and check out the rooftops. I have a friend
That's
that was doing an outdoor thing, a big thing, and I said, I texted him, I go, do me a favor, please, and just get somebody with a drone to look on those roofs. That's not too much to ask. It's
all politicians are scared right now. Anybody in the line that should be scared that's talking about politics. For a guy to get on the roof and have that easy access, a guy like Charlie Kirk, Charlie makes so much money. He did wear
gonna stop because
under his thing.
there's a lot of pros in social media, but there's also a lot of cons. And in the cons is they find a community that will support these insane ideas, and they can rally them, and they can make them so upset. This is the result. Do you notice what will not be the last of it? It's going to continue on.
Do you notice what hasn't happened, even though, like, this pro woman from Ukraine was stabbed outdoors? Has there been any rise? Has there been any violence from this? You know what we do? We go to work. You guys are family.
That's not too much to ask. It's appalling that Trump was speaking and nobody had a drone up there with a camera looking at the roofs. It's appalling. What are we fucking doing?
So
what are we doing?
This isn't gonna stop because there's a lot of pros to social media, but there's also a lot of cons. And one of the cons is these losers. They can find a community that will support these insane ideas, and they can rally them, and they can make them so upset that this is the result.
Do you notice
this will not be the last of it? It's going to continue on.
Do you notice what hasn't happened, even though, like, this poor woman from Ukraine was stabbed?
Talking about riots?
But has there been any riots? Has there been any violence from
There's been none. You know what we do?
Because we go to work and we raise our family.
We go to work.
Because we're going to work, we're at work, and we're raising our family.
There's none of that. We go to work. Yeah. Again, it's good versus evil.
I agree with you on that.
Don't give me this, he had mental health issues. Fuck off.
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck off.
Well, you can see it with the celebrations. It's just shocking to me. You know,
I stay on social media right now.
and I don't think it's that rare. I do think there are a lot of people that are celebrating. I just think it's fucked up. Yeah.
His fucking eyes. He's gonna zero in on that suspect and fucking get to work. He's gonna arrest 2 of them on accident, but still. That's his eyes right there. All right. So somebody around like, run, get him. Fucking get him.
There you go.
Spot on.
There you have it. Okay.
I am the competition.
That's it.
Yeah, it's just hard. It's just heartbreaking things. It's
a heartbreaker.
I don't get what you do either. I don't know. I do know if I'm a public person.
Yeah.
If I'm a celebrity, I'm a person who talks politics. Buddy, I'm gonna put a little more money in my security. Because as much as the death of Charlie Kirk will incentivize and get more people to go to church and look into things and be a good person and family man and stuff like that, this guy having success shooting something like Charlie Kirk also encourages more.
Well, the main thing that you have to make sure is it's not a chilling effect. It doesn't stop you from speaking your mind. It doesn't stop us from talking. It doesn't stop us from telling the truth.
She gives this
And
It should make you more aware.
fighting for what's right versus what's wrong.
Yeah, it should make you more aware.
Yeah.
she's transferred to
Next current event, Jen.
prison, not suitable for a sex offender like herself.
This is Angel Reese visiting
Who made that decision? And
trash conference
the Bureau of
in
Prisons.
the locker room.
The Bureau of Decisions made it in prisons.
Yeah, none of the accusers are being not attractive. They
I
accuse
got
them
in
of
consultation
basketball.
with
or just like lean towards that other girl.
What is the deal with Angela? Because she's so pretty as well.
Completely unrelated to this
She talks about shit and she was mean to Kate.
She said,
How is she mean to
move
Kate?
her to a prison that's suitable
Mean
for
girl.
a sex offender. You want the
God,
American people to believe
but I mean,
that?
she's pretty
She's
They're
something else.
stupid?
No, I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm
Just
not
towers
in the needs
over.
of the everyday people.
Wow.
So it makes what I am doing is protecting this country from running historic affairs in combating the weaponization of intelligence by the likes of you, and we have countlessly proven you to be a liar in Washington. In January 9th, we have an ability now to ever serve the United States Senate,
Teddy's not
and a
afraid of
disgrace
that.
to the
Teddy's
city's
not afraid of that.
and an utter
That
crime.
guy right there. 6'3".
6'3", that's not
I'm
too
not
bad.
surprised. Also, continue to lie,
She's
run her flesh, and put on a show
Her face is
to
beautiful.
raise money.
That's why she's so big, dude.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
At best.
She's a warlock. And she is something
Take
else. I
it to
have
the
no
bank
idea.
that the FBI is protecting this country and the state citizens of California.
Yeah, she got her man.
But all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration.
Yeah.
The Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department did squat. And what did President Trump do? Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done? Just transferred FBI Director history 33,000 pages of information to you. I challenge you to say anything credible to the truth. Go ahead and run to the camera where you want to go.
Yeah. Yeah, all right.
Makes sense. 6'8" for her.
Cool. By the way, beautiful. Beautiful. Look at her. That's crazy, brother. Damn. Yeah, she's cheeked up. Yeah, the whole situation. And then there's Bud. Bud's just making the rounds. Obviously, everybody wants to say hi.
Well, they're making the rounds.
So she feels is probably 6'5",
You guys are so hot.
6'6",
What's a small guy?
and he's 5'9".
Let's mouth it.
So they say.
What are you doing?
Can I see that again?
You can't
I'd like
just.
to do a little
It freaks me out.
forensics analysis here.
No
That
thanks.
is, he's coming up to her chin. She can eat peanuts off his head.
Everyone calm down. Just like
That's gonna be hard for her to be so
That's really
tall.
weird. I don't like that.
Yeah.
He's a short kid.
Yeah. Who's the girl next to?
They blocked it for some reason.
Girl,
Listen, man, he's short, she's tall. Yeah,
What?
she's very good. See her in the cold days.
She also got
That
the
seems
heels.
a little threatening.
Even without heels, she's fucking tall.
I'm gonna call that.
Just go
This
sit.
is something else. What's this?
So this has been going on for a little bit now. Tommy Fury is getting
Have you ever seen what it looks like when you get Frank
like
put down?
he's doing competitive running for triathlon stuff, and then other competitors are saying
You're
he's
getting
cheating.
strangled.
And he did
Oh
not.
my
He
gosh.
actually did get caught for not finishing the race. So
We gotta try and skate. Yeah.
the reason why this is funny is because there's one video where he actually pushes someone's neck
Miss Aquarius.
with his elbow for no reason. He runs, fucking. He had to run.
Miss Aquarius. Hey, did your headache go away?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's good.
Don't it up.
That's good.
Yeah, I look at Brandon. No, that's a friend. Is that our friend?
Is he my friend?
Is that our friend? That's our friend right there,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Our Brandon.
He's so funny. So sometimes people will just come in here for a second, and when they do, because it happens often, I have this joke that I do where I'm just like, "Get out of here! We didn't want to talk with you anyway." And he does this dance when I do it, and it's really funny. It's hilarious. He's a really nice person, and
I'm gonna see it one day.
oh yeah, definitely, it happens a lot. So, all right, so work's over with, and you're just chilling.
Now I'm eating and chilling. I'm looking at it's my show Gilmore Girls.
You're watching Gilmore Girls. How is it?
Good.
Excellent. Again, I've said it. Oh, so far so good. I'll say it before. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Those two people didn't look old enough to be mother and daughter. They look like sisters.
Yeah.
Like the people who did the casting for that show, they just messed up. I don't know. Both women are really pretty, but they're like 6 years apart or something.
No, I'm trying to figure out why in the world she's sitting here in the dorm, and these two sisters is fighting, and they got her in. She not saying she just listening to them fighting. I don't know what they fighting about. They just fighting. My auntie always put it on for me when I come home because she now likes this show.
Do you watch them in order or do you watch them just randomly?
Yeah, it just come on around. It's on Hallmark channel.
Oh,
When I
okay.
say it come on at it's 5, it comes on at 4 and 5. So it's the last one, and then the movie comes on at 6.
I've got you.
Oh Lord, I might need to find it because I don't think I've seen them all.
Did I send you that website that has all the TV shows?
Okay.
Did
Did you watch it? Did you watch the show?
I watch my show?
Your show?
The Paper?
Yeah.
I've only seen one episode. I've been busy, so I haven't had a chance to
I know.
really get into it.
Okay.
But I plan on maybe doing it this week and just
Okay.
chilling out to it.
And then her friend, and what's her name? Mom's friend is a caterer.
Okay.
And there's food.
Right.
She does food. Oh yeah, I've seen this one. I should tell about the food, and the food don't taste good. Oh yeah. Please don't eat nothing green. All right, Rabbi, I just came to stop by. I'll be back later to play with you, okay?
Excellent. I'm glad your headache went away.
Thank you. Why are you so sad?
I'm not sad at all.
Stay?
No. I mean, you do what you want to do. I'm not sad at all, though. You go take on your evening, and I'll see you later tonight.
Okay, you're sad. Just say you're sad.
But I'm not. If I was Miss Aquarius, if I were sad, I would say, Miss Aquarius, I'm sad. I'm not.
I know. I want you to just tell me, okay? If you are, okay?
Okie doke, but I'm not.
Okay. I love you, Rabbi.
I love you too, Miss Aquarius.
Okay, listen, but what is Brandon watching? He watching something.
Not sure.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okie doke.
Bye. All right, I'll be back.
All right, bye bye.
This report is sponsored by LifeSource Water System. Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your water with a LifeSource Whole House Water System during September's Double Dip promo.
Hey, it's Matt Jones. I'm too further. This is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see Nicole's press? That was my little takeaway from it. What was that? Oh my! We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. Twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero on Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now.
What is dedication? The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Ariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge, and there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, he's a good person. I want him to get to sit back and we work together. We do a good job. That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Clio is decrying wealth inequality, pointing to the massive wages of CEOs like Elon Musk.
Catholic news site Proxy worries for the low-income earners. What's that possibly assuming on the world's first trillionaire? What's that? And what is that? As value, we're in front of this comments public cycle expressed concern that people were forgetting the value of life, family, and society.
The dream of home ownership feels like it's slipping away across the country, and many Texans who are faced with mounting costs and never to pay. Texans for Fiscal Responsibility says property tax reform has been slow. He thinks they're suspending profits at the local level. Reports keep coming in over people who are facing punishment for their online postings about the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Yes, sorry about that. That Office Depot employee in Michigan after she refused to posters for a vigil. material. What I meant to say, our guns are legal. It's a tragedy. Unfortunately, the wife and 2 kids, which is how you know is she didn't do it. All right, moving on. Let me just say this. If you're gonna go listen, I didn't agree with an eye on everything. Can you at least be a little more specific? If I like pudding pops, I'm not gonna be like, well, I didn't condone everything Cosby did. Okay, let's see this one. Obviously, I think the really looked your worst versus come. And God, this is so love you. Did you see pictures of him? I mean, his face was a half leave them wrong and free. It's the worst of them. And they're the ones suffering the most. They need the help the most. And she will not give it to them unless they agree. Well, by definition, because they're so severely whacked out on drugs, or so severely mentally ill, they do not have the capability to be free. It's impossible for them. Their brains are fried. Maybe permanently. And Karen Bass will not help them and will not help the taxpayers who are begging her. I know for a fact they're getting them 24 hours a day to have this deal. And she will. But the Olympics in 3 years, oh yeah, of course. And I am just banging my head with this band in their head. And they go, what do we do? What do you do? What do you do? You got an investment in a house. You got your career here. You have children. You're going to school. Your friends. And you walk out the front door in your own neighborhood, in a residential neighborhood, and there's somebody, some screaming mental patient drug addict, who is capable of doing to you what that guy did to the poor blonde woman on the Charlotte train a couple of weeks ago. That's all anybody's thinking about. It's like, well, I just saw what happened to the girl in Charlotte, and it happened to me. And then you go to the block and there's another guy. And then you go into the business district of San Vicente, one of those guys is laying stretched out in the hot sun, half dead. He refuses help. So you let him lay there and die? What kind of psychopath is Karen Bass? Is there a way to diagnose her? She's completely unfit. Nobody normal. What normal person would allow this if they had the power to do it? What? The Supreme Court said, no, these people have no right to be laying on the side of man in public places. The Supreme Court said they have no right. You have no legal, there's nothing legally blocking you from saying these people have to go. And whatever you can do with them. Would you let them die in the street? You let them scream while they're standing in front of somebody's front lawn? You have them standing in front of a school entrance where there's hundreds of little kids inside. What are you doing? Explain this. Somebody explain this. And then you looked at the remnants of the LA Times, and they have a story about one beautiful town like Santa Monica, which was thriving just a few years ago. It's financially growing. Business districts are growing. There's mental patients all over the place. And these 2 crazy people sat there, Hernandez and Richard Winton said, well, you know, it was the pandemic, and it was new tariffs, it was Trump, it was tariffs, it was shifts in the entertainment. What the hell are you talking about? One guy was a sex predator that everybody knew about. Those settlements are going to cost too much money.
Yo, what up? Fuck you, man. Nobody want to talk with you anyway.
That's the funniest part. He doesn't look athletic. No. So it's right here says DNF did not finish. Oh, he was like saying like, thank you to my family. I was able to do it. He didn't really finish. He didn't do the biking or the swing.
Why didn't he finish? He got tired?
Who knows?
Let's see.
This is one of the competitors, obviously. Makes me sick when people like you cheapen the hard work of others. Didn't do the full swim nor the full bike. People should be doing what he did as he did.
Stuart.
Like Sabi pissed off too.
Yeah, if I finish, then he's bullshit that he finished. I think
take the word for it. And so there's plenty of people.
I left it all out of the French Riviera, 100 kilometers triathlon, 10 days of training completed. Go ahead and roast my form, but you could sprint and finish it after
100 kilometer triathlon, but you didn't. Officially confirmed you didn't make the cutoff times. Yet here's the frightening world of social media. People would have more respect if you were honest. Can I see him running?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, that's.
But I mean, you're also like very at that point. If you're done, your muscles
That's
are all.
very unfortunate. That is.
You still like talk.
If you ran 100 kilometers, like this person says,
He does have a bit of an awkward body. He does have an awkward.
Yeah, he does. Real big, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a stingray.
Yeah, that's a very awkward look. It's like the guy from Invincibles or the Incredibles.
I feel like a stingray runs like Forrest Gump with the braces on.
Here, you see like push someone's neck.
Oh, damn. Trying to get to that finish line.
He's a big boy.
Even there, he's not tired in his running form, so I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
I don't know why they wear those gray shorts. These are light gray.
That's what he wants to do. Fucking just let him run around.
But don't be saying like you completed it.
Yeah, I probably don't do that. Just do them and shut the fuck up.
Okay, this is gonna be really silly at first, but this is about Austin, so I'll just play a clip for you.
Jessica Shaw at Lady Bird Lake, and today we're asking us what they think
Just some
about this logo.
1-2 dumplings in the front, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I like the colors. It's clean and it's simple. First impressions from people were generally pretty positive.
I think it's beautiful. I love blue.
Until we told them how much it costs to make. What if I told you that it costs $700,000 of taxpayer money? Oh my lord, that's insane. Yeah. The logo actually cost a few $100,000 more than that, according to city communications director.
ChatGPT would do that for free.
It was $564,000 for the contract with 2 design firms for outreach research and testing,
Christ.
around $200,000 for the logo itself.
Wow.
But overall, when you look at all the things that we're putting together, about $1.1 million. City manager TC Broadbent says this is all in an effort to have a unified identity that people can recognize. But some think it should have cost them.
That is so outrageous.
It's spending
Put it into ChatGPT.
That logo is so bad. And did they interview a bunch of gays? Right? And I think everyone on there likes the same set, including the guys who
they went out
in the logo.
They went out in the middle of the day and people were, just kind of strolling the park.
I mean, people with no jobs.
Yeah, strolling. Or they work at night. Yeah.
So take a little break because today...
Well, it's nice you don't get your greens. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you don't want to eat a bunch of greens, but you can get a super green drink. I don't know if you know that.
What do you mean, dude?
Well, I'll tell you what. You get ready for work, you grab your stuff, you get your coffee and everything else, but you want that boost of nutrition.
Yeah.
All right, well, BE powder. Yes.
Huel, their Black Edition powder is a complete meal, so you feel full, focus, and ready for your day. You're talking less than $3 per meal. It's packed with 40 grams of protein, plant-based protein, 27 essential vitamins and minerals, no added sugar, gluten-free, tastes great with flavors like salted caramel, chocolate, say less. Plus, keeps me full for hours.
Yep.
Perfect for breakfast.
Yep. And by the way, they also have the first of its kind super greens drink in a can. It's called the Huel Daily Greens Ready to Drink. So forget powders, forget pills. You gotta have a blender and all that stuff. This is your Daily Greens, sparkling, refreshing, and ready whenever you are. All right. So that's how they do it.
No mixing,
mixing,
no mess.
no mess. Quick and convenient, without compromising nutrition, and it's sparkling. It comes with flavors like blueberry, apple, and peach.
Sign me up. Try Huel with 15% off new customers today by using the code FIGHTER at HUEL.com/fighter. That's HUEL.com/fighter. Fuel your best performance with Huel today.
Okay. Let's see.
You hit Brian with that slapper of a song someone created.
Which one?
The song I sent you.
Oh, I thought we were saying it for Patreon.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so let's save it for Patreon.
Okay.
So Patreon people, that's another reason to go visit
We're going
Patreon.
to fun one for you.
Oh, yeah? Patreon.
Patreon.com/TFATK. Extended episodes
Patreon.com.
uncensored. We can play shit like this slapper song.
TFATK.
T-F-A-T-K.
So I don't know if you guys have noticed there's a drama going on between two country singers, Zach Bryan, who's huge, and another guy named Gavin Adcock, which he's also pretty big.
Both of them.
Didn't Zach Bryan get some date or some girl said he was this, and then another girl came to his defense? What was that about?
I don't know.
No, the girl that is. He was on Barstool. His wife said he was like abusive and all this shit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You bring up old shit. Yeah, he moved on. That's like 6 months old.
But for this one, there's a 14-year-old girl. A 14-year-old girl posted something on TikTok. Just him driving away after doing a concert.
They don't like each other, and he like jumped the fence to fight him.
Yeah, so it all started because this 14-year-old girl said, put on TikTok, like he didn't wait for his fans to sign autographs, take pictures. Zach did? Yeah, Zach Bryan did. And then Zach actually commented on her post saying, after doing these shows, I don't really owe it to you, kind of thing. And then, so of course, that guy Gavin Adcock, he got on there as well. He defended the girl. Hold on.
So it says Zach Bryan, he does make some sloppers. I'll give him that. That motherfucker can sing. And Bryan,
Actually, a really good
Zach Bryan driving away from his fans that wait 4 hours to meet him. He didn't even roll down his window to say hi.
This is hers.
I'm literally a 14-year-old fan. This video was literally a joke. What a dick. This video was literally a joke. What a dick. And then Zach I went out and took pictures both night 1 and 3. What happened to 2 and 4? I had a third show the next day and it was late. Needed to rest.
That's not bad.
And she put, what's that mean?
It means get off my dick.
Oh, that's not nice. She's 14, dude. Get off my G-O-M-D. Am I a boomer?
But that's I looked it up, so it could be.
I'm gonna start using G-O-M-D. Fine, G-O-M-D, dude.
It could mean other things, but that's what I looked up.
Get off my dick, Brian. And then Gavin put, if you can't handle the criticism of a 14-year-old, but why do people idolize you? That kid was head over heels to meet you and parents spent a ton of money to see you. He's got feeling too, and you're a grown man, nearly 30. Gavin, your grammar's fucking terrible. The only reason you
was Gavin Adcock. He's also
another musician. He created some slappers too. And then, Brian, that is such gossip. And then Zach saw him at a concert and climbed over the fence to fight him.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, Zach kind of seems like a dick, but I like his music.
Well, I think he's just
tell me you're here. Get the fuck out of here, tired 14-year-old girl.
So this is him confronting Zach.
Country beef. 2 short kings.
Is that Zach?
He's a short king. He's also in boots.
How tall is he?
It's also crazy because it was a barbed wire fence. The fact that here's where you can actually see him climb the entire thing. That's a barbed wire fence. You have to have some balls to do that shit.
Yeah, you do.
Well, why's that Gavin guy back? Because that Gavin guy's backing up.
Oh, that guy backed off.
Well, he definitely backed up.
He's going to climb up.
And then he told somebody, he's like, hey.
If someone's going to climb a barbed wire fence, I'm impressed. Zach Brown, or Brian, I got it.
So Zach Brown and Zach Brown are 2 different country singers.
Oh, they are.
Keep saying Brown, it's driving me fucking nuts. Right. So get the.
So there is a Zach Brown as well?
Get off.
There's a Zach Brown.
Zach Brown's massive.
The Zach Brown is
bigger.
Zach Brown Band. It's called Zach Brown Band.
Zach Brown Band had slappers back in the day. Yeah, he's still big. Zach Bryant is current massive.
Yeah,
massive.
And so
you got to see this explanation.
Great. This is great because
he just 2 famous whites fight.
2 famous whites.
So this is Adcock responding.
He said, I don't think Zach Bryan's a very good person. He wasn't locked out of the festival. He had been there all day with his multiple security guards. He saw me standing between my buses when he got here. He saw me walk on my bus when I went to watch the Georgia game. Proceeded to go to other artists and ask them, where's Gavin and their guests, and treat them like dog shit. Flipping them birds and saying his douchebag stuff to him all day. So he had plenty of opportunity through the whole day to do whatever he wanted to do, but decided he was going to wait like an hour before my set while I was sitting out there. And no artist that cares about their fans is going to fight right before their set, missing going on and disappointing fans that spent way too much to be there. I wasn't even mad, didn't even have a single reason to fight him, but after he already left, before my set, I was standing outside. Like I already said,
he doesn't want to fight.
Truck outside the gate and starts getting out threats. So I just decided to stir him up to the point where he jumped on the fence. I don't think anybody's scared of Zach Bryan. I'm just an adult, and fighting him would only mean going to jail, missing my set.
There is no upside to fighting him.
Falling into a Zach Bryan lawsuit, and we all know he likes to manipulate people. He knew where I was all day. He knew my set.
There is no upside to fighting him.
He's just the smarter one out of the 2, but also if you talk all that shit.
Zach probably climbed the thing because he knew that they would break it up.
No, I think Zach wanted to fight him.
He's also a law boy. He's a veteran. He's a military guy.
Zach's a law boy. Zach wanted to fight. You just heard about these 2 right now, but that's fine. Zach's a law boy.
Dude, even I don't know much about Adcock. But I would say like
a thick kid.
He didn't want to fight.
He did not want to fight.
He didn't want those problems. I think Zach would beat his ass, and that's all good, dude. You play guitar.
Yeah.
But if you're going to talk shit, then Zach goes, I'm going to climb this barbed wire fence and fuck your
life up. By the way, he did talk shit, right?
He did.
Like, I got to talk shit. I'm on Zach's. Look, Zach climbed a barbed wire fence to get to him. That's a big.
Now, I'm not defending.
I feel like he would have fought him.
I'm not sure Zach's the best dude, but he creates some slappers.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that he climbed the fucking
barbed wire fence. That means he's serious, dude. Can you imagine climbing a freaking barbed wire fence?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
He's like, let me tell you what's going on here. Yes, I did talk shit. He climbed the fence.
Well,
I've been around all day, and an hour before my show, and I don't want to miss the show, so I'm not going to fight him.
Well, let's just say you were podcasting. You didn't know me about the comic, and you said something. And I climbed the fence like
I had my curtain, but it was being
you. I missed the show. I climbed the fence. I was up 58. I'm saying, no. I'm going to pull you up.
Let's go.
And I came over the fence.
Cameras out.
Like if I tell you, I'm like, Yeah,
And I came in and you were talking shit to me.
People have never been around it.
I said, I'm going to fight you because you said something to me. And I did exactly what Zach
You wouldn't get close enough to swing at me. There'd be a fucking head kick to me before you even came. So you would be 100%. I live for it.
Consistently.
You just let me just come at me. You wouldn't be like, no, I'm not going to do this. Back in the day, you wouldn't fight. You'd be like,
Yeah, I changed that. Yeah, no one is a nice guy. No,
Danny sneaks grilled cheese sandwiches in the restaurants.
I can't do this.
Just in
Tell you
case
now, I
they don't serve
can't do
grilled
all
cheese
the
sandwiches.
I don't get past this lady pop and all that. I don't need that.
So we
I
have the
will
Danny when
fuck
you look
your
across
world
the
up.
table, you see him sneaking
You would just
grilled
fucking
cheese.
shin kick me in the fucking head or something.
Yeah.
Yo, where'd you get that cheese,
I don't know.
Danny?
I can teach that shit coming.
Yeah.
I think it's better for you to just let me come in and grab on and then
Choke you out.
yeah, that would be wrong. Because I'll be grab that.
The smart thing would be that you have to submit you, because if I kick you, you're your head back, right, and die or some shit.
You know, let me come in and just kind of double that.
But this guy we had one, no problem. Yeah, you can talk. But an hour before the show, I don't want to miss the show. Well, people pay money for the average fight is 60 seconds long. So nobody's expecting you to fight for a fucking marathon for an hour. So you could have fucking fight if you want. The Georgia game was all about forgetting about that. I need to go in and watch my fucking
Secret vision
football.
back then, grilled cheese sandwiches.
GOMD, Brian. I just learned how to take enough of it. Get off my dick.
Every day his dad comes out and says, where's the bread going?
But
Yeah, I can't be talking shit here.
yeah, if you're gonna talk smack, then come on, dude.
Don't go in my room.
Alright.
And also, Zach Bryan, not notoriously known for being a homeless cat, but also
Yeah, so
who knows?
you know,
Who fucking knows? You know, the gossip, I don't believe any of that shit.
you don't go around
I love his music.
Down syndrome. I'm saying it wrong. I'm not discounting the fact that
September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV.
it's scary. It's very scary.
You can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins, or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts. All for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Streaming now.
This is another one where
They love tits.
we've been. I showed you some other musicians on there.
Dude, the Down syndrome love tits.
Sounds
It's a very
great.
uncomfortable truth.
So
for a lot
this
of
is
people.
David Lee Roth.
I'm not sure why.
Get it.
Tits rule. John Cena rules. I do have family members with Down syndrome.
She's all. I know. It's like
Is that a something wrong with the
I think just like. Oh man,
are we being gamed right now, or is that really him?
No, it's him. That's David Lee Roth. Fucking 70, dude. Dude, the Charlie Sheen doc on Netflix is so good. Really, his recall for all his memories is so good. Yeah. But they talk about, he's clearly an addict. He gets out of rehab. He relapses again. He's on all the shit. And then Live Nation's like, hey man, you should do a tour. And he's like, well, what? They're like, you would sell out. He's like, okay, I need the money. Fuck yeah, let's do it. So he's like, I have no idea how swinging up there. They showed fans. They got done with the show, and they're like, it was the worst fucking show I've ever seen. Like, I feel bad anybody that bought tickets at his upcoming shows. Do not go. Like, it's terrible. He mumbled for an hour. I have no idea what he said.
He can't do stand up.
Dude, he wasn't even say he was just telling stories.
Yeah.
But they're like, we can't understand what the fuck he was saying.
I think Jeff Ross helped him out with that. Russell Peters.
They tried. Yeah. Yeah. But even Charlie Sheen's like, looking back on it, like, someone should be like, no, dude, go get better. He's like, they're just capitalizing on money. He's like, they don't give a fuck about my health.
Yeah.
He's sober
You
now.
know that David used to rent David Lee Roth, the top part of his building, right?
No.
Oh yeah, I hung out with David Lee Roth a couple times.
That's cool.
And he was such a character. He would actually have a tent. He slept on the roof in a tent sometimes. He was very sparse about things. He was a paramedic, flew helicopters. Just got tired.
You gotta watch that Charlie Sheen doc though.
Oh well, it's good. You hear him on Rogan?
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, shit, him and Rogan find out live when Charlie Sheen occurred.
That's why I couldn't.
And Rogan's like, what? He gets still. It's like, what the fuck? And the podcast weekend. Like, all right, well, let's wrap it up.
Everyone saw that. Hassan Piker saw it. He was supposed to debate him, and Hassan Piker saw it. And he went, "Oh my God!" Like he was just everybody. Anybody with a heart. Anybody who's human.
Dude, so I see the video. I sent it to the group chat with you, me, Rogan, Eddie. It's the one from far away. The one close up, I was like, that's AI. That's not real. They found out that's a real video. Like, holy fuck. And then there's reports like, oh, he's still alive. But you see that close up, you're like, there's no fucking
30-6.
There's no way. There's no way. It's fucking tragic. And his daughter was in the tent?
I can't even talk about it. It's so horrible.
David Lee Roth to wrap this up sounds like shit.
Do you guys saw that there's a bunch of conspiracy stuff with the Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, of course there is.
Like what? The one thing that tripped me out was I didn't really fall for it.
Don't say.
You know the hat thing? It's like I don't know. There's a guy that's also holding his hat like.
So when you're drawing on a roof and you're drawing a bead, it doesn't matter what anybody's doing. You're watching the guy through your scope. That's all you're doing. You don't need somebody to give you a message.
Yeah, but there's like
why would you be like an okay?
You're taking a shot. It's 200 yards, not hard. Sure, that kid has been hunting his whole life. It's fair. I can do that shot. It's not hard. It just isn't. It's.
You know when they say he was trained and stuff. His dad was like, I took him hunting since he was a kid.
Yeah.
Did you see the ring thing?
What ring thing?
How his ring went from his ring finger to his pinky.
Charlie's?
Yeah.
No.
You guys both haven't seen that?
No. Did he just take his ring off because it's swelling or something?
Just doesn't.
No.
Because why would
literally when he was shot? This is the thing with AI. I don't trust anything anymore, but this did make the rounds.
But what does that mean?
Exactly, it doesn't mean anything. But it was just trippy to see like there's a ring that was in his ring finger and it went to his pinky.
I don't buy any of it.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Damn it.
Charlotte, North Carolina this weekend, kids. Come see me at
North Carolina, dude.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Up for you.
Come get some. I don't care, Jim. It's so.
No, I'd like to see it. I don't know. It is interesting, but anytime this stuff happens, there's going to be the conspiracies.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of this crap that's going on.
Did Sean Strickland go hunt that Moneybird guy down?
Yeah, hunt him down. He just ran into him.
And he was just mean to him?
It wasn't mean.
Did he call him a scumbag or something?
Yeah.
Why?
I think he's a scumbag.
That's kind of mean. Why does he think
Why
he's
is
a
it mean?
scumbag?
If he believes that.
Well, why does he believe it?
Like, but dude, you fucking just get off that conspiracy shit. So does Sean Strickland.
The Moneybird thing?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta see these current events. They're getting me going.
Well, we have to save some for Patreon.
Yeah, the dicey ones we gotta save for Patreon.
Okay. It's around here, right? It's going through.
You had it up.
I know, but I was like just going through a shit ton.
There it is. No. I don't want his reactions to Charlie Kirk. That's
But the Moneybird.
Yeah, Moneybird.
Let me get it from TSS.
Yeah, he must have ran into him or something.
I think he actually found it. Let's take a little break right now because I want to talk to you about Signos. SIGNO. Okay? If you're trying to manage your weight more efficiently and sustainably without resorting to crazy trends, okay? If you're interested in intuitive eating and hunger signals, you want to do a better job of understanding your body's reaction to food, stress, sleep, movement. Exactly. So I'm going to give you a couple stats. 73.6% of U.S. adults are classified as overweight or obese. 88% of Americans are classified as metabolically unhealthy, and global diabetes diagnoses are projected to reach 1.3 billion by 2050. So here's the thing. You need to know when your blood sugar spikes. This is all about insulin resistance. Your body releases insulin to shuttle that sugar to your cells for energy.
So when you're eating carbs, your blood sugar won't spike like crazy.
So managing a healthy weight and blood sugar range can reverse this cycle, and that's where Signos comes in, okay? So here's what it does that's different. It packages an AI-powered platform for deciphering unique metabolisms with a continuous glucose monitor. Okay, or biosensor, which enables users to see how food choices, timing, activity, stress, and even sleep affect their bodies in real time.
Dude, I have one at the house.
Yep.
So you can learn which foods actually cause spikes.
Yep.
Like spaghetti that my mother-in-law made, white bread,
and you can understand
rice.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it, man.
You feel more energized doing it throughout the day. This is actually really important if you struggle with weight gain. Okay? It basically helps you by personalizing the data and it guides you. Okay, so Signos basically takes the guesswork out of managing your weight, and it gives you personalized insights into how your body works with an AI-powered app and biosensor. Signos helps you build healthier habits and stick with this. Right now, Signos has an exclusive offer for our listeners. Go to Signos, SIGNOS.com. Use the code Fighter for $10 off select plans today. And I saw my bird hitting back.
What's his end game? And why is nobody asking these questions?
Some are,
Yeah, man, but
not without consequences.
I don't want those. Turkey's the part of the iceberg that's above the water. You understand? No. And I'm pretty sure it's pronounced tip of the iceberg, dum-dum.
Okay, ladies, I got the background info.
That's a weird Wazowski or something like that.
Turns out we were wrong about Turkey. He didn't come from money. Born August 1981 in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. His parents were working middle class.
So this from the
In his
back
own
line.
words, a average family, except for one thing. Their last name. That carries weight but not necessarily money.
What does the name get you?
In his case, access to the royal court. Around the early 2000s, he forms a friendship with a royal 4 years younger than him, a teenager called Mohammed, who kills Nephew. Yes, but not expected to ever take the played video games, binge-watched wrestling, turning on his local profile to explore rehab. Turkey graduates from King Fahd Security College in 2000. That's a military school. Bachelor's in Security Sciences, certificates in Criminology, Risk Management, General Management, one teacher called him unspectacular. Better at making people laugh.
And what he does is so dishonest and so scummy. He's like, no, I will not.
After graduating, he works a series of government jobs. State Security Department, Ministry of Interior, Coast being
Fraud people. This is why you don't want to be on camera, because you know everything I say is true.
His decision-making skills are respected. In 2015, he gets appointed Chief of Security of the Royal Court.
You said 2015, right?
Yes.
You can buy individual stocks, but it's risky. I want to recommend it.
That's the same year King Abdullah died.
Real estate
Also was passed to his younger
also
brother,
risky.
Salman.
Your best real estate investor is going to be your first house when interest rates are better.
Power is passed.
Smart. You are advice right now.
Saudi
You're going to
Arabia.
come back and hear frustrated in the fact that you can't have this conversation on camera because you know everything I'm saying is true.
But here's the
You
thing.
won't use my platform.
He's 79 at the time and possibly suffering from dementia. So he names his nephew as successor, Mohammed bin
I don't know what that money
Nayef,
workout does.
But that was the expected move.
Gin on the shop show. Like, I'm not familiar with the fraud. I did business like that.
2 years
You
later,
get my radar because
MBN is summoned by the king.
2 days.
Now, when he walks into this meeting, he's allegedly stripped of his security details
His name
and
is Bill
his phones. He ends up spending the night.
Deceptive business
The following
practices, buying credentials for social media engagement, and preying on vulnerable individuals. Wow.
That depends on what TV channel you're watching.
Bob, I'm against YouTubers.
The new hair is announced. Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, the same
clients have alleged money
played video games with Turkey.
testimonials early on in his course.
Check out this video.
For people to continue
This was recorded the same morning.
profiling in the lawsuit
MBN
against
pledges his
YouTubers
allegiance to MBS.
was unable to name publications that had not paid to be featured.
Check out the man that's draping in with the black robe.
Wow. Targeting vulnerable individuals, Bleiberg has been accused of leveraging his relationship with athletes to sell his financial programs.
So he was
Anybody
part
that
of the
sells
machinery
financial programs, holy shit. NRA funded Schultz victim
that helped him face what was to come next.
for allegedly profiting
These
from
guys
shady
baiting
deals
on
and scamming lower paid UFC fighters
That's the
who are
problem.
trying to
For
support their
decades,
families.
But this
90%
is
of
why I
Saudi
get off
revenue
this whole
went
shady
to
dealing,
In
scamming, overpaid
2014,
UFC
global
fighters.
oil prices crashed.
So
The
they
kingdom
refer to
realized how
Gordon
fragile
Ryan,
its economy
Jake
actually
Shields,
was.
Too many eggs in one
over,
barrel.
like those guys,
As
like
oil
going
goes,
pretty
everything
fucking
goes.
sad.
They needed to diversify
Yeah.
the economy ASAP.
So that doesn't make sense.
في الخدمات
I don't know how many people are actually sad, but yeah, at the end of the day, that's interesting because if it came out in court that he had been doing that still, I don't know. I don't know the guy.
Yeah, I don't know. In my radar, because the Saudi Arabia outside that, I have no clue what he does.
Make Saudi Arabia
Well,
one
I
of the
found
most important
This is the Charlie Kirk ring conspiracy?
Yeah.
What's the conspiracy, though?
No, it's just like, it's so weird that the ring switched fingers.
Let me introduce to you head of
So it's right here, right?
General
And when he got shot, immediately when he got shot,
spearheading one of 2030's most important projects.
what the hell is that?
Yeah, season.
It's fucking
Now, just imagine if Coach Shell in the Super Bowl had a baby. It would be called
So people are saying they're saying
Festival of
something about this shooting
Turkey
was
launched
AI.
in 2019.
Footage
It
was
takes
AI.
place every year from October
I
to
hate
March.
this stuff, Jen.
Non-stop.
It's been making the rounds
His
since
ring
something
did not change fingers. That's AI. They did some stupid shit.
Well, no, there's
Is
no conspiracy.
Riyadh season
But you
only
don't see upset,
sports?
but it's just people
No,
think that the
it's
up-close version
music
is not
concerts,
close,
art
but they
installations,
use the
gaming,
format footage
movies,
and then
movies.
made AI so it's up close.
Hasn't
more
cinema
shocking.
been there
So
for
they
like
think that
35
footage is
years?
fake. The
Yeah,
real
Turkey
one's just
lifted
a
the ban.
from a distance.
He's actually producing
So there's no
and writing
conspiracy
movies.
it's killed,
That's
right?
a big culture shift.
Makes sense. Buying power already years ahead, attracting tourists, media, and investors. Saudi Arabia was bigger, richer, but culturally closed. It missed the way. Riyadh season is the ring and positioning the country as a rising cultural hub after decades of tech control.
هل نحن نسير بسرعة أكبر مما يجب؟
هذا ندخل هب للسعوديين في المرتبة الأولى ولا تارجت لا احنا
Still doesn't explain why he's betting that much on
Guys,
that.
if you're enjoying this episode and you want to hear us get super juicy, head on over to the Patreon. It's patreon.com/TFATK, where we can watch things and discuss things that we cannot on
There
YouTube.
was a time when boxing was at the top of the food chain.
We had 2 shows,
Ali,
ad-free, plus
Leonard,
extra 20, 36
Tyson.
extended episodes. Twice a
Global
month,
stage,
questions. We just
pay-per-view
dropped
giants.
questions with myself.
Really the biggest sport in the world at the time. Then it all splintered. No central governing body, too many egos, too many titles, and the fans get champions who never fight each other.
This is really
لأن الرياضة عالمية ذات شعبية.
Here we are again, buddy.
UFC bridged that gap, though.
15th month is
One
flying
brand,
by, Brian.
one ladder.
Flying by.
A cleaner product. Yes, but impossible to replicate in
I just
boxing.
have so much
Boxing is so busted up and fragmented. Has there ever been a business that has existed that's made trillions of dollars? Literally, boxing has brought in trillions of dollars. And at the end of the day, there's nothing there.
Yeah, there's no headquarters. There's no,
See somebody
You can't build a league like that. You can't build a sport.
but for someone with unlimited funds, a broken system isn't a deterrent. It's an opportunity.
You start your own league, sign the biggest names, and you potentially own the next NFL, all based in Riyadh.
Still too hard to pull off.
He's done it before.
When?
2019, he bought on Miriam.
The Spanish soccer team?
Yep. The struggling club stuck in the lower leagues. Turkey overhauled the whole thing. Modernized the stadium, fired 5 coaches in 2 seasons, basically turned the team into the city's main attraction. By 2022, they were champions of the Segunda Division. Promoted, almost fulfilled.
So he's like real life Ted Lasso. Well,
بالتأكيد أكيد من طموحي أنا أبغى أكثر وقت.
Nobody in the history of the sport has invested more money in boxing in such a short amount of time than Turkey has. The last year, they make fights that couldn't be made. He's actually doing it, like a kid in a candy store. He's doing it.
Well, we
This is a reincarnation of boxing. Boxing is alive here.
We are blessed to have Turkey Al-Sheikh here with us.
He's a visionary when it comes to sport.
Turkey Al-Sheikh. 3 years ago, nobody had heard of this guy. Now he's got the entire sport. Who is this guy?
The
Saudi government close ties to royalty. He has become the face of boxing.
Most influential personality in the last decade. Most influential figure in boxing and MMA. WBC named him Man of the Year. Same award they gave to Canelo, Reagan.
So basically, just your average success story.
He's just making boxing a big sport right now.
He's centralizing power between MMA, boxing, and wrestling. No one's ever done that before. Not at this speed.
I mean, can someone tell me how you get Dana to hold your hand on this? I mean, that's real power. Where does he get his money? And what's his end game? And why is nobody asking these questions?
Some are, but not without consequences.
I don't know. Turkey's the part of the iceberg that's above the water. You understand?
No.
And I'm pretty sure it's pronounced tip of the iceberg, dum-dum.
Okay, ladies, I got the background info. Turns out we were wrong about Turkey. He didn't come from money.
So you're doing
Born August 19th.
I said, people are going to your house for 6 hours if you do that. Because they're not going to walk. Now, it says they're going to walk at 10:30 Central Time, which is boxing, which means they probably won't walk till 11:30. So you're going to have people there from 7 to 11:30. And then it's going to go to decision because it's boxing. And we're going to be there to 1.
Be there a long time. Now, 7 to 1 is a long time.
You're going to bed usually around 9.
Yeah, by that time, people have taken their shoes off. They're probably bunked up somewhere in a room. Yeah, it's
so we stayed there till about
a lot of food.
A lot of great food. We stayed there till there's so many people. We stayed there till about 10:30, and I was like, all right, when they start walking out, we go home.
We went home, watch that.
We went home. Good fight. I fell asleep.
Were you nervous?
Nervous for what?
I don't know, just watching it.
Nervous?
Yeah.
No, I'm not fighting.
I get nervous when I watch it.
I don't, especially boxing. No, let's go to decision all day. It's boxing.
Yeah.
Not nervous. I fell asleep with 3 to nervous from around 3 to 6. I fell asleep, but then it's more of the same the rest of the rounds.
See, I think that for me, I watch defense as much as I watch offense. So, like I thought, like watching Bud catch those shots off his glove.
He looked amazing.
So amazing.
He looked good.
Yeah. He'd go to a body and he'd catch that and could come up with an uppercut. Just all those things that seemed
really great.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody do that ever.
No one has. Yeah, he's the best.
Canelo.
Yeah, he's the best.
And I think he would do that to Canelo on his best day. Canelo said it, he goes, I couldn't figure him out.
No.
Which is why he probably won't fight him again.
They'll fight again.
You think so?
The payday. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your next fight.
Maybe you watch and you try to figure out.
No, there's nothing Canelo can do. I'll never beat him.
No.
But remember, Canelo, they supposedly made $100 million, and then Terrence supposedly made 10. I bet he makes more of that. But for Terrence to get fuck you money, he has to do the rematch. Okay. Now that he's won, he has all the belts. The rematch where he's gonna make all his money, because Terrence is kind of like he's in a weird spot where to go. So he's just gonna fight Canelo again and then fight him.
Well, it might be worse for Canelo the second time.
Oh yeah,
right.
He's not gonna get stopped. He's never been put down.
Yeah.
So worse means you beat in a decision.
Yes.
That's what happened. Well, Terrence isn't gonna knock him out. No.
Good.
No.
Get knocked out.
Nah. But not
got a crazy chin.
Not Canelo's level. No.
Yeah.
You're talking about a guy who's really never been sat down, bro.
Yeah.
About B-ball, about Triple G 3 times.
Yeah, but you're talking about a guy who's never fought. That's true. He fought some huge.
Nobody talks. You're not gonna knock.
I think Bud is better than anybody's ever fought, though.
Of course. It doesn't mean he's gonna knock him out. Yeah. You're talking about two different things. One's a power puncher. One's a technical.
What does Bud do?
Same thing he does. What do you mean?
Who's he fighting? Besides Canelo?
Canelo. There's nothing else.
And then retires?
Yeah. Yeah. He's not young. No. He's older than Canelo. And then there's also the problem with boxing. They don't have many stars. Who's he gonna fight? Benavidez?
Sure.
No.
Why not?
Benavidez has gone up a weight class, and he's in his prime. He's not a name. Benavidez, fuck both of them.
I don't think so. You think so?
Yeah.
You think he's
so especially in his prime. He's just too big, hits too hard. It wouldn't be smart. And he's also not a big name. So
good though. But do you think that?
If you're Crawford, why would you take that risk? Like, why would you? I mean, I think it's the right thing to. But he's also got up in time. I think he's at one. Check what he's gone up.
So
I think he's fighting at 170.
He's fighting at 70. And so
he's gone all the way up to.
So I'd like to see Benavidez fight Bivol.
Sure. But you're talking about Terrence Crawford and Canelo.
Yeah. So he's too big for. So Terrence Crawford's too big for those guys.
Yeah. It's like where do we stop?
I would watch Crawford fight Benavidez. If anybody could give him a fight, it's Crawford. You know.
It'd be silly. But so you're gonna get Canelo because the money's in Canelo Crawford. The rematch. I don't want to see it, but I want Crawford to get paid, so might as well do it.
I wouldn't bet against Bud Crawford against anybody. But Benavidez is a monster. But has he fought? What caliber fighters has Benavidez fought? You know, he looks so good.
No one will fight him. He's a fucking monster. But there's almost no point talking about Benavidez. He's not. It's too much. It makes no sense.
So you think Benavidez will actually fight guys like people or whoever eventually?
Or I mean, yeah, but this is we're not about Benavidez right now because the problem is he's not a star. So at Crawford,
nobody knows who he is unless you're a boxer.
Yeah, and Canelo Crawford's level, they're not going to take that step down. So it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So you're just going to get another.
Yeah, Crawford would have to. I guess in that weight class, Crawford would literally have to go up another weight class, right? And now you got big boys. Now you got Bivol. Now you got Benavidez. Now you got these. It's just a different thing.
Yeah, and it also doesn't make sense. Why would he do it?
He would do it because he's technically sound enough to not get hurt in those fights.
No, but there's weight classes for a reason. Like there's only a threshold where it's not going to matter. Canelo found that out.
Yeah.
Like, he's so technical that you get there, like, oh shit. It's like, yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
There's weight class for a reason.
It's just size.
Yeah. It's just.
Yeah.
So you get the rematch, sometime next year, and people will get excited for it and go to decision. They'll pick them apart again, and they'll both make all the money.
Yeah.
Boxing has a problem, and that's why you get Jake Paul, Gervonta Davis. Name another fight you're excited about. That casuals would get excited about. Mike Tyson, Floyd. That's the bullshit you're getting. Usyk's probably done. Fury's done. Joshua's done. Talk about Wilder, Francis. What the fuck are they gonna do?
I know. That's true.
Terrence has what left, probably?
Yeah.
And he ain't gonna waste on Benavidez. What do you mean? He's fucking 34, whatever it is?
37.
Yeah. And he's made all the money?
How old is Usyk?
Usyk ain't young either, but Usyk's done. Now, what do you see? Usyk talking, getting in the cage with Jake Paul and shit.
No. 38. Jake Paul wants to fight Usyk. No, stop.
They got in the ring together.
That's hilarious.
I mean, he probably won't, but for Usyk, he's like, yeah, I'll beat up that kid for eyeballs and money.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course he will. I mean...
Yeah, but you Canelo Crawford again. Did you watch on Sunday? Because you were on stage Saturday? Yeah. You had to rewatch on Sunday because I fell asleep. It was too late.
Yeah.
The pacing was awful. It was so bad. The pacing was so bad. So bad. Yeah. The co-main event kind of lulled you to sleep.
Yeah.
They had the random tool just playing before the main event. It was just weird. Weird. You see the picture of Dana and all the boys sitting front row? Dana's so bored.
Yes.
Dana's like,
Kurt Fox was there. I thought, yeah.
I saw Kurt Fox, yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. It was...
Mr. Beast, Jason Statham.
Yeah, I was like, who is that guy? It was Mr. Beast.
Yeah. Random pair.
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, it's like, just give me the fucking fight. Listen, I like Mark Wahlberg. Mario Lopez is great. I don't give a fuck about their analysis when it comes to boxing. Neither are boxers. So, why they cut to them before the main event, and it's 20 minutes of them breaking down the fight? I'm like, just give me the fucking fight, dude.
You gotta fill space.
That's the problem. That's the problem with boxing. Why fill space? Why?
It's always been that way. You always have to have opinions. Everybody's got an opinion. It's never been different with boxing.
No, you're missing the point. Yeah, I'm not talking about people sharing opinions. If it's Max Kellerman and Andre Ward, I'm going to listen. If it's Mario Lopez,
I think Lopez knows something about boxing.
Oh, no, not like, oh no, God, no, Max Kellerman.
Yeah, he does. At least Mario boxes, and I don't think Max has ever been in the ring, so there's that. I don't think he's ignorant to that at all.
Yes.
I mean, he's a fan.
Max Kellerman would be a top 5 expert in boxing alive right now. Max Kellerman, so him and his brother Bob. His brother passed away.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
He's killed. Max,
and he's called
literally
shit.
Don't get me wrong.
No,
I don't know. Lopez knows his stuff, though. No, Lopez will break down a fight pretty well, I think.
Yeah, if that's what you like, that's fine. Yeah, if you'd rather have Mario Lopez than Max, they're both fine if that's what you like.
No, I think Max is, very good.
Yeah, but if you'd rather have Mario, there's some people do. Would have Mario pick down your boxing match for you.
I think Mario knows a lot about boxing, though.
I think he's a fan. Yeah, he's a big fan.
But he's a student of the game. Like, he boxes. Like, he doesn't. He's a guy who actually loves boxing enough, so he spent a lot of time boxing, and he's watched a lot of fights. He's a very smart guy, so his analysis is not going to be. It's going to be better than most people's.
Sure.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I'd rather listen to Andre Ward.
Well, one of the greatest. Yes.
Well, that's why he's there.
Yeah. Andre Ward, Tim Bradley. Sure.
Yeah, guys who have done it. Yeah.
Yeah. But the other guys have done it at a high level who aren't as good as people who haven't done it.
And that's why they're not there. Yeah. But Andre Ward, Timothy Bradley, I can keep going.
Andre Ward's a guy I would have loved to have seen fight more people, more great people.
He's great. Went out on top.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's great. Great. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just different. I'd rather hear Andre Ward break it down. Like, if you're going to cut and waste my time, give me the guys.
Yeah.
If Mario Lopez has if he's doing on Extra, or if he's doing...
Well, Andre Ward is...
If he's doing on his podcast, there's an avenue for that. I'm just saying, when it's like the nitty-gritty, give me the experts. Don't give me an hour of filler time with Mark Wahlberg and Mario Lopez breaking it down. Yeah, but now some people dig that, and that's
well, it's entertainment. You got to figure out, But I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Boxing is, and now.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'd like to see, as a fan, I'd like to see what Benavidez can do against high-level competition. Better be people. Now it's not going to get the kind of eyeballs, but I'd like to see it. Might be very exciting fights.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you think Terrence Crawford, and this is the current mess, so I'll just jump to it, Jen, you don't have to bring it up, but Terrence Crawford says he's now the face of boxing since he beat Canelo.
What do you think?
Because he's never been the baby face of boxing.
So just so you know,
he's never been the
all due respect, that ain't true.
No.
That's just not true. I love the guy. I love watching him.
He's a better boxer.
But if you ask people who Canelo is, everyone knows Canelo.
Yeah.
This is how these weird things work. If you ask people who Crawford is, if you love boxing, you know who Crawford is. If you don't, my wife knows Canelo. She doesn't know who Terrence Crawford is.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
It's a big lead. It's a big difference. Now,
when you're going over casuals and stuff like that, it doesn't. Even if you beat him, it doesn't mean you steal his entire legacy and everything.
It's a very important.
And so you're talking about Mexican culture, and for whatever reason, America, I can't. He's not the most entertaining guy. I like Terrence Crawford. He's a family guy, and he's the best boxer on earth. I think I still have Usyk, but whatever. But still, he's one of the top 3 to ever do it, right?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, America he's never been our guy.
See, Canelo
there's a special sauce there, and he's missing the ingredient.
Part of his Canelo has been way more active. He took anyone who stepped up, and even in this loss, his stock doesn't fall at all. He said, I feel great. I did whatever I had to do. I've cemented my legacy. He fought an absolute genius in the ring and lost, but he still didn't look bad. He looked great. I mean, he got beat. But But his stock as a man, as a boxer, as an athlete,
it's going to go up and down. It's going to go up and down. Correct. His popularity might get a little bigger because on Netflix. Yeah, but he's at that legendary status where it never goes up.
Legendary status.
Yeah. It's like Tom Brady. If you lose a Super Bowl, it's like, yeah, I don't know about me. Yeah, it's Tom Brady. How many did he win before? You know,
it's like Tom Brady.
Yeah.
So when you think boxer, I think this is a great way to put it. If you say boxing to anyone, they say what fighter comes to your mind? Go boxing. They'll say Muhammad Ali probably. But let's say current fighters.
Mike Tyson.
Current fighters, Mike Tyson. But
fighters,
after that, Canelo.
Yeah.
You're always gonna say Canelo.
The majority of America, if you go, the first name that comes back to say Mike Tyson. Sure. Now, it's Mike Tyson's credit with the legacy and all the shitty that he did. For the last 4 or 5 years career was a shit show. Yes. But you don't remember that.
No. But I'm saying now, current fighters, who comes to your mind? Canelo, all day. Top one.
I would challenge even the casual fan. Name 5 boxers.
Can't do it.
Amazon Prime Video is being added as a broadcast partner for the Masters. The streaming California expansion last year. Outbreaking. NFL is off to a wild start. Touchdown pass number 508 for Aaron Rodgers.
The new season lives on radio.
Stations bringing the action live. Touchdown Chargers. Plus fantasy advice and expert analysis for the official.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name. All day. Here's that song again. Here's that song again. You're the hungry type today. Here's that song again. It's gonna be stuck in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray, cray. You love your kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. You love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show them you love them. Keep them safe.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name. All day.
You're a man of many talents, my friend. Tell me about this book.
Poems and prayers. Yeah. So I've been kind of writing.
Try to keep this these are a little bit directions I have.
I've been writing poems and prayers down since I was like 18. And then this last couple of years, I started looking around at life, facts, evidence, people, and I was like not finding the amount of things and people to believe in that I was wanting to. And I was starting to have doubts in myself as well. And I started to see myself slip into a bit of cynicism, which I promised myself that's a living man's disease. Don't go there. Yeah, innocence to naivete to skepticism, but let's stop there. Skepticism. Yeah, and I kind of got scared and a little pissed off at myself. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to wave the white flag and let myself off for certain things. I was starting to want to let myself off on, or other people. And I said, all right, poems and prayers, those are ideals. Those are pursuits. Let's go into the dream and say, let's look at the dream and see if we can do believe in making that a reality. Aspiration. Instead of looking at reality and saying, how do you turn that to a dream? Which is what I usually do. I'm like, art emulates life and not the other way around. But I flipped the script a little bit here and said, no, let's dive into the dreams and belief. Man, I think it's a short supply. My tank was getting low on belief.
What's bothering you so much? What specifically?
Maybe it's 50, something like that. Maybe it's that where I start to project. What's the next act? Right. I don't know. Maybe subconsciously it was. I think I look around and there's a lot fewer leaders that I'm like, hey, so, yeah, I grew up like that. Right. I look around, I see people not trusting. I see people, I
sleep just fine. I found myself starting to go, sleep fine too. That part was like, you don't sleep fine if you half-ass that situation, or if you did that person wrong and can get away with it. Right. And so trust. Where do we look to believe? Me, I believe in God. It doesn't have to be that. But your better self, your chances of your kids, their future, there's all humanity itself. Yeah. Believing in it on potential. Which we understand that humans can be so amazing at times, and all my favorite people are humans. I love people, I love being around them, but yet simultaneously, people can be fucking horrific. They're terrible at the same time. The problem today is that you're inundated by these people that are terrible. Your phone is filled with these news feeds of people doing terrible things, and I don't think we're supposed to have access to 8 billion people's bad stories. I don't think that's normal, and I think that also changes your own perception of the world and invites cynicism. Like, what is the point of being a good person? What's the point of being friendly and nice when the world's complex? Yeah, and like a shortcut. Right, lie, cheat, and steal to get the same thing. And I'm in a world that rewards that, especially CEOs. If you're working for some giant corporation, if you're trying to make your shareholders billions of dollars, you kind of have to be a psycho, and those are the people that a lot of people look up to. Yeah. It's real. Yeah. It's the way we're structured in this world with that inundation of information, most of it bad, with people being rewarded for being shitty people. It's hard. It's hard to still be positive and be happy. I'm not ready to give up on believing that both can be true. Yeah. That, hey, man, hardcore capitalists go for it. More success, get it. But you can also, how do you have profit with your success? I see a lot of people that are successful. Yeah, profit. Meaning value of their success. Right. I see a lot of unhappy billionaires. I know them. Right. I know them too. That's a bad thing, right? That's the thing that you think, if you hit that stage of the game, there's no way you can be unhappy. No, there's some of the most unhappy people. Yeah. And that math is inverted. Shouldn't be that way. Right. And that's what we're pursuing, and I got nothing against it. I'm actually for it. Right. But that's what we're pursuing. That's not how it's supposed to end. It's supposed to end as the happiest guy alive. Right? Yeah. It's not real. And you don't notice it. It's just numbers. You notice it by how big your house is. Great. It's still just your house. You notice it by you get lost in that son of a bitch, and you wish the ceilings were a little bit lower because it's all too damn big. It's not cozy at all. It's not cozy. It's weird. I've done it. That picture. Shit, that's the first time I've noticed that painting in 2 years. Yeah. Either I don't like it or I got it in the wrong place. Yeah, it's in the 4th bedroom down the 2nd hallway, and I'm never down here. But that chair, that used to be my favorite chair, I hadn't sat in it. Yeah. In 2 years, because you got it all down in the 5th bedroom. Yeah. Or no, you never go. Well, I've seen movies where dudes living in a log cabin. I'm like, I want to do that. Right? The lack of options. Yeah. The lack of options is relaxing. But there's something to that. Like a frying pan. Yeah. Dude, that's what I love about it. Yeah. Shape for 4 years. Right. You only have room for one of everything. So I would get the best pan. The best. Then that best pair of shorts, the best sheets. Now, you can only have one of each because you get too much clutter. Right. They run options. I forgot you did that. You did that for 4 years. That's crazy. That's so smart, though. It's such I've watched these videos on people that live in trailers, like a truck, like a camper, and then they convert to living in, and they travel all over the country. I'm obsessed with these videos. I watch these guys go to these horrendous places. One guy's a truck camper, and he goes up into way into Alaska. Way above the Arctic Circle, way up there, in this fucking truck with a house on the back of it. He's in Canada, deep into Alberta, and it's snowstorms. There's something oddly comforting about watching a man cook in this tiny little space that he has. It's essentially attached to the back of a big diesel pickup truck. Yeah. And
This is where I keep my silverware. This is where here's my frying pan. Got one frying pan. Take care of that one frying pan. And I'm watching this guy cook his supper, and I'm like, this is appealing to me for some reason. Like, why is it so appealing? Because this world was all contained. That was the whole world outside is frozen wasteland and fucking snow coming sideways, and this dude's just chilling, making eggs. There's something something cool about watching someone achieve like a den in the back of a truck in the middle of the winter, and he's comfortable. He's watching movies on his iPad. Like, that's great. The times I've gone off on my own, I've always tried my goal. Okay, stay here until you, whether it's Mali or Peru or even in the airstrip, those times I would go on tomorrow and go right on my own. But stay here long enough to believe this could be your existence and you could live here forever. Right. And it's okay. If I get to that point, I can do this. Right. This could be me. You're locked in. I'm giving it to justice. Right. Right. Then they'll come on because I sure do. Silk sheets on my bed at home. Sure do. Feel silkier after those times in that log cabin. Yeah. I like coming back and re-engaging. Yeah. Spending time over in Hawaii, coming back over to the mainland. It's great to get the stimulus in the game. Feel the teeth. Wanted that. Yeah. Resets are real. They're important. You can get trapped in momentum. You can really get trapped in the momentum of whatever you're doing in your life to the point where you lose yourself in just the sheer gravity of everything that you're doing. And you forget how to be just a person. And what happens when you're doing it well, but you don't feel it? Right. And you're on autopilot. Everyone's telling you knock it out of the park. Right. But you're going, the good, feel it. I have a real experience. Like, I'm no change of any. You know what I mean? That's a real problem with stand-up comedy. When you do it right, you're like, when it comes together, when you're really like locked in, when you're really on it, it's like you're like a passenger. You're watching it happen, and you're objective. While you're down, it's like you know how to do it, so you know what to do, and you're locked into the material, so you're like a part of the material. But you're not there anymore. You're like a passenger. You're not saying, now I'm going to pick this up, or now I'm going to give a pause. Now, nope. You're not there. But are you enjoying watching yourself? No, you don't enjoy it. I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. But you're not thinking about the fact that you're enjoying it at all. You're just locked in. All you're doing is just doing it. But it's weird. You're like a passenger. And I think there's something about that where we get trapped by not being a passenger. You get trapped by wanting to think of yourself all the time, right? And things that you can do that take you out of that. Things that you can do that you're just locked into this thing. There are little mini vacations for whatever pattern you're stuck in. Meaning, anything. I didn't act in front of the camera for a few years, and I went back and did a couple of films last year. Vacation. Yeah, you were telling me that. Yeah, I go, I revere this enough to just do this, and if I'm complacent, that means I'm being lazy. I can just go back to working on my character and look at it from every angle, and that was absolute vacation. You sent me a text about that. It made me smile because I love when someone loves something. I love that. I love when people are just what you do is what you're supposed to be doing. And you're not conflicted at all. You're like, fuck it, let's go. I love that. Yeah. And I wish more people could find that in life, David, in some form. Yeah. Whether it's painting or making pottery or whatever the fuck it is, man. Find that thing where you're like, God, I can't wait to get back to whatever it is. Making
What's going on, Hypa?
Get back to, whatever the fuck it is I enjoy.
Yo, can you hear me? Hypa. Oh, no, you can't hear me. Hello, I'm waving at you. Hey, Rabbi, I found out about you on Twitch. Oh, I'll tell you. Oh.
CSLBguys.com. FoundationGuys.com. CSLB 999-447. The ultimate celebration of music. Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is happening this Friday and Saturday. Live in Las Vegas. T-Mobile Arena. 16 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Streaming live only on Hulu. And listen live on the free iHeartRadio app. This Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7:30. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Saving energy saves you money. Whether you switch to Energy Star light bulbs, install Energy Star appliances, or add extra insulation.
Yo, dog. You're deafened, so you can't hear what I'm saying. Well, I hope you're having a good day. Yo, do you know English? Yo, dude, this. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yo. Yo, dog, you just gonna live in here, Haifa? That's tight. I'm over Herzliya person myself. Psych. I'm really Demona. Psych. I'm really the other one. Where it snows sometimes. Spot. Oh, sick.
saw a picture on the news of the shooter and thought that looked like her son, so she called him and said, "Where are you? I'm just curious, how you doing? Where are you?" And he said, "Well, I'm at my apartment. I've been sick for a couple of days. Haven't been feeling well." She went to her husband and said, "This looks like Kyle." And they looked at it. He recognized him. They recognized the photo that was on the news of the rifle. That was what had been handed down to Robinson from Robinson's grandfather. And so they went back and forth. There was one text where Robinson said his roommate said it was Grandpa's rifle. But pretty simple. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay, trans rights oriented. And his roommate, who Ray says Robinson was dating biological male, transitioning to female, and with his dad and mom and dad are very conservative. They grew up in a very conservative family. And dad said, "Hey, come over, let's talk." He said, "I'm going to kill myself." Robinson did to his family, according to prosecutors. He said, "No, just come over and talk to us." And more on that conversation. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there's too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who's a retired deputy sheriff. That retired sheriff convinced them with mom and dad called Robinson there to go to the Washington County, Utah Sheriff's Office, turn himself in, told him to bring all the evidence, gun and clothing, and anything that produced the search that's going to go on at the family home to go in. And they did. Can you imagine how tough that was on mom and dad to know that they're bringing their son into the death hole, and that's the last time they may see him as a free man or even alive for all that long. But just last night, before all of this, he allegedly left the room before his roommate, who they say he was dating, talking about the shooting, and told him going to go find the note under a desk and texted with the roommate and admitted to the crime. They read the text today between the roommate and Robinson.
Or maybe even get to the place of going, I can't
First of all, it's going to read it all. We're not pushing.
I can't help myself. It's more than my fault.
It's the best example is a person extinguishes the flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's a malacha sh'tzmicha. He needs it. Another example is, let's say, refer that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. The robber is coming, he doesn't want the candle to be lit, but he extinguishes it, he gains nothing. That's malacha sh'tzmicha. Therefore, the person extinguishes the flame because he wants to save the pot. He wants to get the oil, grab the wick, then he's chayiv. On the other end, he's extinguishing the flame because he has a pleasure of the system. Just in general. The point of shouldn't be bucket because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of extinguishing it, but because he doesn't want the flame. It's also to do what it tells us. Yes, it's harmful. Are you letting extinguish a flame? If you have a fellowship with somebody, and you're letting the candle of the next 4 down, and he started by saying, this is a contradiction. It's showing my melech between himself and his father. On the one hand, when my melech says, and he says, a live dog is better than a dead lion. But my melech says, why are you dead can't do anything. It can't do anything powerful. He's the most creep show. But a person is allowed to learn Torah in the mitzvahs and give accomplishments that don't touch you from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, the point of being a diamond playing Friday show, but at the ego, God didn't speak about the English. But when you mention the Havais, it's just the Havais that you walk with them. It's just greater than another shot. If a ruler makes the decree nowadays, sometimes people listen to it and don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made the decree thousands of years ago, he made the decrees. The word, the halachas of Yontif turned into Yontif. Or the bench, the first bracha benching, he did the decree. That lasts forever. Third shot. David HaMelech has to be powerful to show the sign that Klai Yisrael should know. It's Muslim by that they run the question. If you can sign with your life, food, that can be done. And David HaMelech, the King Sabbaisi, tried to bring the heart to the Rosh Hashanah. It was too wide, he couldn't fit into the court. So he doubted him before. Talking off the hill, and he wasn't answering. When he mentioned his father, David, then the doors became wider, and Klal realized that Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says that the famous person in the same Shira, Yoy, Zushar Rishecha, the Yavai Melech HaChavai. The doors thought that Shana Melech is referring to himself. Melech HaChavai, the king. They want to swallow him alive. So Shana Melech is no Hashem, he's Igor. Number 4 is referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
That's the ultimate sacrifice.
But Melech says in Gemara,
expression of how much you love something. You
when they finished
for them.
the Chanukah Sabbath after 8 days,
So much.
it's a very long process. And the Gemara does the process. Yishmael went to the fence, they found their wife with a harem. And then it says, Smeichel, they had a Hannah from the Zivashkina. They told them, each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says, the David Abdul, Baruch Hu forgave David, Yishmael Amar, and Baruch Hu forgave Klal for feeding Daddy Kuba, their 6 great. In fact, that the Lord and the angels were really good. But Amelech wanted to do things for himself. He wanted to know how his life was for them. What year is he going to die on? And what day is he going to die? Once in a administration, when you're going to die, how you're going to die. I can tell you the day of the week when you die, you're dying in Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already the week of family. If I die on Friday, he says, every day that you're alive, you give yourself to the city. It's better than 1,000 oilers that Shlomo Melech
pheromones and hormones and
so every child that Melech will learn Torah because of what we do, so we'll stop learning because
which is having sex with whoever is here now. And the idea was this would be humiliated by this, and then we would just come in and fuck up all these guys. It's like all of a sudden, if you're born, you got scared, you got rid of the woman, trained military, soldier, in another way. Now it's just a freaking just some guys watching musicals.
Second of all, they feed the dog. They want to feed the dog like it's a kid with a day off. It's the weirdest warriors of all time in recorded history were gay. Including pirates, were gay. You're still getting seen for 5 dudes. Right? Samurai, did a lot of gay stuff. Spartan was the greatest warriors of all time, okay. Really terrible idea for you can't beat a war with your army. Imagine they chop that gay off and the gays just can't go and this is how dumb people that were spending your tax dollars on. $7 million. You see me pull it up, Jamie, when the gay bomb was. The Lord tells us that they wanted to bury the Ellis because it says, but however, since the Ellis started to tell you, and it's a
I guarantee you'd be like, no.
Like, Yisrael Lahada B'chol HaMolech.
Who's to say that shit even stays low? One of it catches a good breeze and focus on the ocean.
Working hard and toiling on this stuff, but above the stuff, before the stuff, meaning the Torah that teaches this stuff. I mean, it's like that is very important.
Become the new Viking
Finally, it says, so you put out conditions of people who except Kol HaHada. What is this true topic? First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve.
Free access without any
What was the contradiction in Bayelas? It says, type passing type. Anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. So the Gemara says that Baruch Hu, when it's upset at something that's a good thing, it's good that's not a good thing. It's better than all the elements. Let's look at Michael Mugula. Let's try it out. Happy with this. It's a simcha. Refers to simcha shalitzah. Like dancing at a wedding. The simcha mazza oisa. What am I doing with the simcha? Why are you so happy? Well, the person is happy on something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or tzchoik, levity, and it tells Rosh, the son of or Sikha, just talking. Or the Caleb things that are important things are not important. Only with the Sikha Shabbat, the person who gets to them, will show you.
Is it because the soldiers are dropping on the soldiers now?
Yeah, the Simcha.
The demographic.
Elisha, angry, he said, bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have the shrias and shrias. Two shaylas. One says, the Rebbe, to be the simcha, fear, another one says, the Rebbe should start off the simcha, and eventually create a rabbi. Every year you start off with a musa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody to They wanted the very Mishlei, but they said, look, we want the very Melech, so you're wrong. Let's look at the Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Still don't answer. But then it says you can answer when it comes to Torah. You answer. You don't answer. For instance, someone says that the Lord is going to be for today.
It's going to be an epic night in Indianapolis featuring some of the biggest WWE superstars like John Cena, WWE heavyweight champion Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, Becky Lynch, Jay Uso, and more. The event is only on ESPN, so go to plus.espn.com/WWE and sign up for the ESPN app today for your all-access pass to WrestlePalooza and all WWE premium live events. I don't know how we got into that. I forgot. So we're talking about teamwork. Whatever those people are doing, they are not in the groove. Like if you're sitting around and this is your life's work, and you're thinking, you know what, the next step is J-Bob. Yeah. Like, yeah, they're still looking. You know, they definitely are not, they can't not do it. Right, stages there, they're going, what about this?
God is $11. The Lord tells us one should act with humility, like Philip, and not with abundance, with strictness, like John Iger, people that made a bet. Which one would set Philip? One of them took the bet before Jesus. He went to Philip's house on Erev Shabbos while Philip was in the shower, and he screamed out, he can't do it. He said, Philip, it's the most of the Zoe that said I can walk to the Lord. Philip comes out, wraps himself up and says, how can I help you, my son? And he asks him, I would like to know why are all the Galileans head round? Philip, beautiful questions. I need to answer my beat because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it's possible to help them up. He goes back inside, as soon as he gets back in the shower, he comes out again. This hill out here will come down. Well, how can I help you? I'd like to know why Judean's eyes are round. They'll say, hey, look, great question. It's because they live a lot of sand and they help to stand out. Just having the shower and comes out. Hello. Comes out. Well, how can I help you? Why are the Judeans feet so wide, so true? That's the greatest question. And the answer is hard. They step apart and eat which is the identity of that one. Listen, I have a lot of questions. So Shaul be found, ask me whatever you want. He says, are you those in us? He says, well, there should be anybody like you. Yes. What did I do? He said, because you were lost 400 zuz. So Philip, it's the guy that like you need 800 zuz. Rather than the one, Lord tells us, three guys take the family hill. One has Philip. From the church, from the church of the south, Shammai was the son of the went to Philip, and Philip saw them live against one house. The following day, instead of using elevated Philip, he saw them toss, change, raise, scope, etc. What's going on? Yesterday, he told me how they do the valley. He said, well, trust me to that, but because for everything I've done to you, the church kicks out. Another guy. Take the hill, take the score, take the shopping, so I want to be fair. Take the entire player while standing on water. In other words, hit the ball on one side, down to the stick. When the hill was exaggerated, the hill hold it. Like when I look sunny, it's the vertical acknowledge. What you hate, don't keep to your friend. That's explained. It's really just about controlling people, and you don't want people. You don't want other sorts of especially the more you get to adapt things, the more you get people to sign up for social credit scores. A lot of countries like to do that. And then we got AI on the way. And when real AI hits, it'll probably be our government. It'll be we'll decide that human beings are too dangerous and volatile and emotional. These Trump's tweets as an example, and they'll decide that, you know, the Biden family corruption, whatever scandal any of the president was involved in, all this can get lawyered to just be out right. And what you have, what do you think that way that we keep growing AI where we as humans do the AI improves the human existence? That would be the ultimate better than, what about the end is, no, humanity, this is the next step in evolution. That we're creating this to become a superior existent species, and we will be obsolete, and that's the worst of things to come. are
You ever
associated
see
with
that interview
fossils.
where Peter Thiel, they ask him, should the human race
Las
survive?
algunas,
And he has like
algunas
this long pause. It's like it's a really funny pause. And if you know Peter, he's a brilliant man, and Peter carefully considers everything before he answers it. The same as Elon. If you ask Elon a question, he really has to think about it. He'll really think about it. He's not just going to start talking. But unfortunately, the reporter, it was just a perfect kind of a question for you to pause on, where he's like, the answer's yes. Like, you want it, right? You want the human race to survive, right? What is your plan for him? Because it's kind of crazy. To watch it is like, what are you saying? But I get what he is saying. And what he is saying is clearly something's going to happen. We don't exactly know what it is, but clearly there's going to be some kind of integration with us and technology that we don't understand yet. The same way, if you grabbed me in 1980 and tried to explain the internet, I would never get it, right? Put your headphones on for a second. You gotta hear this. From the human race.
Then you can send me sorrow. The White House is the muscle. Yes, somebody else bring it up to the attic. And then he asks him, you put it in the preservative, whatever you think what's good enough. In other words, you give somebody order to learn. Biological. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person to the weight of the preservatives. Because without that, the wheat will be spoiled.
Like, it's a gotcha moment. It's going to be absolute. But this is what I think is going to happen. There's going to be integration, and that integration is going to have a huge advantage competitively. If you integrate whatever business you're in, you'll be able to be better at it.
A doorway,
It'll probably be some sort of a door thing, maybe a wearable thing, then it ultimately will be like some sort of implant.
They sort of got to walking down. One of the two said, let's stand up for him because he has
either that or AI creates a new life form.
I'm saying here's some nice, what's wrong with it? He wants to step up to bigger velocity.
That's alright. That's AI in just a couple of years. It's going to be smarter than any human on that. The second scenario is where
Don't back to get Ellis. It seems to be a very puzzle possibility. Since the outskirts down hard, it could be a big rush. It could be a small rush. You want to know but if a person doesn't have any don't despair. Don't say, oh, I read there's a big crowd, this unbearable. I'm going to call stop and say, let's go with the it doesn't work like that.
Everyone's going to pass us by. It's going to be, it's just like if you tried to exist today with no cell phone and no
internet. Not only are they not scared, don't take it down. They are
just too crazy.
That's probably what it's like. But they live without fear and they have no humility. The more they have, this Taylor on top of it, not that they don't know, they know. Look at Mr. Vincent says that the person distinguishes a flame distinct from the left, he's not high, but he distinguishes the wick, that he's high. The word of the husband is the beloved.
In a way,
you don't need actual description of the flame. Was higher. But the holes that are subsurface in order to build, in mount something, in order to build, the exact time, and it must be the exact same spot. So extinguishing a flame precisely, you will not ruin it. However, it's in order to light it up again. And the wick is considered a spot. You have to put the wick somewhere else. That's the spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp is the lamp, but it has the same wick, it's in the spot.
Find the band. Tell me what the best band is out there. That's Joe. Well, Friday night, he didn't have to work till Monday. He's out with his wife. Because he might get out of it'll use different language. Then here's the protocol of what's the most popular, language. That it actually can be customized to be a tastemaker. It totally can do that because it's just the algorithm. It's just a much more sophisticated version of like what powers your YouTube feed, right? What powers your YouTube feed and the things you're interested in. So YouTube eventually gets an idea. Oh, Matthew was really interested in this. Joe likes like little houses on the back of trucks. Show him that, and it'll be just a much more sophisticated version of that. But to get that, you have to give away all privacy. And That's where everything is going.
Shabbos not on the days. This tells us
we're gonna all read each other's minds, and we're gonna remember the time when we couldn't read minds.
There.
Couldn't read people's
Right.
That's
The woman wasn't
all
careful.
gonna happen in our life.
Inner body.
I think we're less than 20 years away from that.
Something from her inner body, childbirth.
I very sparingly use it, and I do have a little pride about not wanting to use it open ended. I to share my information so it can be part of it. I am interested though.
Gracious, and if you say something about us, gracious, we have to be careful about it. And there, the show of a person.
Here's 3 books I've written. Here's my other favorite book. Here's my favorite articles I've been cutting and pasting over the 10 years. Just load all that in. Here's all my journals, whatever the people I've been loading all that in. So I can ask you questions based on that. Right. And basically learn more about myself. Well, you can actually ask me, hey, based on what you know about me, or what books you think I've read. Yeah. Where do I stand on the political spectrum? Right.
You're gonna beat your slave.
Like to do, which is sort of a glorified document, but it still would hold a lot more information than just, oh, can you find this term? I would be asking, it would be responding to me.
Third saying is, let the drum fall on his own.
I think that's part of what it
Fourth
does,
saying is,
really. Like, I know you're talking about ChatGPT being like,
cripple
with everything and everybody.
There's
Access to all your stuff,
barn, and then
it's not private, but they do develop a relationship with you.
Where the situation
like it really does, like get to understand what you're interested in and what you like to talk about. Yeah, I guess I would just like to load it with the information I'd like to load it. Right. Yeah, maybe even like I'm saying, if this is going to word of belief in the man I want to be, and the man I want to load it with that, load it with my aspiration for myself to be done, and then ask it, and it's giving me answers. This is before. It's slowly learning about me through conversations, then going, oh, I think this is what you like based on the conversation. All the answers based on what I've uploaded it with. Yeah, not from the outside. Jimmy, what was Gary Nolan talking about yesterday?
Zoot, I've missed you. How you living, pimp? Zoot, do you remember that time I said I missed you and asked you how you're living? And then you were dead silent?
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Alright. This might be funny.
Alright, you have an invitation, by the way.
Hey, Rabbi, this might be funny.
Hold on, before you do that, at what percentage is your phone charged?
Good enough.
All right, well, just charge it. Go.
So, Rabbi.
I'm waiting on you, big dog.
I feel like
What do you feel like, pimp?
I feel like a lot of people just want to have mental health diagnoses because they look them up online and feel like they're the symptoms, but even the fucking people that are pedophiles don't want to have a pedophile diagnosis. Like, that's the only fucking mental illness no one wants to fucking have.
No, there are a lot of mental illnesses. No, there are a lot of mental illnesses that people don't want to have.
Well, I wish. But what?
Hypochondriaism, where you like think that you have every disease. Schizophrenia.
You think I have that?
Zoot, I think that you have Tourette syndrome, and I think you're afraid to face it with a professional. And my advice to you is that you get medicated for it.
How do you get medicated for Tourette syndrome?
Dude, I read 3 of them to you yesterday. They are medications that limit or prevent you from having tics. And I think it would be really good for you for a lot of reasons.
What are the side effects?
None. They're perfect. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about why I think. Let's talk about why I think they'd be good for you. You do have an issue with Tourette syndrome that has caused you a massive amount of heartache in your life. And whether you want to face it or not, it's just the simple truth that you have trouble in relationships, especially with women, based on your psychological issues, specifically Tourette's. Now, Tourette's also makes it very difficult for you to have a job and to hold down a career. And there's something related, I feel, with Tourette's, and specifically your Tourette's, and your attention. And maybe, I mean, I know you think that you have ADHD, and maybe you do. I don't think anybody really knows what that is. But what you certainly have is your brain forcing you to do things unconsciously or subconsciously or involuntarily. And that causes people to not feel that you are normal. And I want you to feel normal. I think that you have a really great opportunity to have love and perhaps a family and wealth someday. I think you'll be a very rich person. I really do. But you have tics and urges that cause you to make mistakes and can cost you a lot financially. And I don't want that to happen to you. I think that you have the opportunity to be very successful. I think your family does too. Your family cares a lot about you and loves you a lot, and they just want what's best for you. And I don't think they recognize that your issue can perhaps be quite easily solved by going to a doctor and saying, I need to be diagnosed with Tourette syndrome. If you need evidence that I have this, I have ample evidence of myself recorded on the internet, and I'd be willing to provide that to you. But you can just know that I've had this not since you were 13, since you were 5. I can tell you the first tic that I ever had. I can tell you that this runs in my family, that my cousin has it. I can tell you that it causes me great distress when I'm with just random strangers. I will yell racial remarks at them, or I will at least say racial remarks at them. And you may find that funny. You may find that funny. It's not rare. It's not. I've seen you do it. So if I've seen you do it, or I've heard you do it, it's not that rare. And that will cost you a job. That will cost you a relationship. That will cost you a lot. You don't want to work your whole life for a good career and then lose it because you truthfully accidentally said the N-word. You don't want that. You have what I would describe as a lot of potential. And I just want you to seek that potential.
That was a good move.
Thank you. And
no, my move.
Okay. And you're willing to literally go to doctors for diagnoses that you don't need. If you would just be honest with the doctors and you just tell them, hello, maybe I have all the things that you're saying, but you guys aren't treating me for the big one that I have, and that's Tourette syndrome. And I think you think it's funny. Not really. I think deep down, internally, you hate it. and it's something that you struggle with often, but to deal with it, you just make a joke out of it, and that's fine. I understand people.
I don't even know where you get diagnosed with Tourette's.
A psychologist or a psychiatrist, I should say. Just like you spent $2,300 on to get diagnosed for ADHD, which is unnecessary. You should have just, and you still should, just go seek a doctor to say, I have Tourette syndrome, and I've had it since I was 5 years old, at least, and I struggle with it.
I think everyone has ADHD to at least some extent.
Zoot, we're not talking about ADHD. And you like to you do the circular reasoning, but you don't face, don't.
Actually, it doesn't really exist.
Zoot, you don't face the real discussion. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Tourette syndrome, which is what you have, and which is what causes you difficulty. I'm not the person who said that. You say it. You say that it's like living in a dungeon or a very difficult place mentally because all your secrets are basically capable of being exposed at any time. And even if it's not like a secret, just insults to people. You see someone who's fat and you call them fat. And then, but you find that funny, but that's very much not funny.
I've never done that.
But you have called people the N-word.
I've called people ugly and all that.
Okay, there you go. So that's a perfect example. You don't want to do that.
But I've done the opposite and called someone hot when I didn't mean it though.
Zoot, you don't want to do either of those things. They're not beneficial to your life. I want you to be able to have a successful life. And
Yeah, but you're saying there's no side effect to Tourette's medication. Which is bullshit.
You've never tried it, so you don't know.
Yeah.
Zoot, you were willing to pop Ritalin for no reason. You have nothing to study for, nothing to focus on, but you were willing to do that, and that has many side effects. When this is what you really need. And generally, I think that you mistake your Tourette's for ADHD. You're like, well, I can't focus. Yeah, because you have a tic that's coming on and you feel it and it's bothersome to you and you want to get it out. You want to be able to say it. I mean, I've just noticed that in our friendship, you say things that you don't mean and then you have to go and apologize. And frankly, I have a very big heart and I understand that people have issues. A lot of people I meet on the internet have issues, and you're one of them. We all have issues to some extent, but not everybody's as forgiving as I am. And if you have a boss that if you're just working a customer service role and you call someone ugly, you're going to lose your job, whether you have Tourette syndrome or not.
Yeah, it scares me that I'm going to have to tick on when I'm doing stand-up.
There you go. And that's like you have to not have a tic for 3 minutes or, not a long period of time. So, Zoo, if I were you, and I'm going to be very strong on this, whenever you have a tic, I'm going to tell you that you need to seek professional help. And it's because I care about you. So you're like, Okay, so we're gonna find out the answers to your question because you asked a good question. So I'm gonna say,
We are the only.
where in Adelaide can I get a Tourette syndrome diagnosis? And you know what? What if you go there and they're like, we don't think you have this? Well, I think they're wrong, but nevertheless, and you would be the one who think they're wrong. You're the one.
Rabbi, okay. Rabbi,
Okay, so
listen to me.
I'm listening.
3 weeks from now, right? 3 weeks from now, I'm using part of my insurance funding to get like different diagnoses, and Tourette's was one of them.
Okay, that's good. So it is today, September 16th. So I will say that by mid next month, by October 16th, you should be well on your way to do this. This shouldn't be like I'm going to get pictures for Tinder in 2 weeks.
No,
it's not going to be that.
No, it's not going to be. It's not going to be the diagnosis like booking itself, but it's going to be like the. Yeah. So it'll probably get diagnosed November, December.
It shouldn't take that long. This is something that can be diagnosed immediately. They diagnosed you with all kinds of stuff immediately. And you...
Yeah.
When's your doctor's appointment? When's your doctor's appointment?
True.
You just had a tick right there. 2 years? That doesn't even make sense. If I'm your boss, I'm going to say to you, are you drunk? And I know you're not, but I'm going to say you aren't there mentally. When's your next doctor's appointment, Zoot?
3 weeks.
Okay, what date?
Whatever Wednesday is.
They don't say to you whatever Wednesday is when your appointment is. It's very easy to just be like, my appointment is on October 4th.
It's 3 weeks. Okay. Like October 8th, I think. That's a Wednesday, October 8th or October 9th, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. And who are you going to see?
I'm saying an occupational therapist.
Okay. That's not the kind of doctor that you need to see. I mean, maybe for some things. But Zoot, do you have a...
The occupational therapist, like, can get a reference for Tourette's like symptoms from them. It's a weird thing in Australia where you like go see like occupational therapists and they give you like references.
Zoot, I understand. It's very similar. It's very similar in Canada and the United States. Do you have a general practitioner?
Yes.
Okay. You need to make an appointment with your general practitioner. And you need to say, I would like a referral for someone to diagnose my Tourette syndrome. And they will give you a referral immediately.
Bro, why did you make the dumbest move that you make?
Because I'm focused on you, I'm not focused on the game.
Rate this move.
10. Zoot, you just did it again.
Are we ready?
Zoot, you just did it again.
Did I make a bad move? Yes. Did Rabbi make a good move? I don't think there's anything that really helps you here. This is a bit lazy. Rabbi, do you think you're in a good position right now? You can heal.
Yeah, no, I know.
Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to evolve. Oh, that's big. You healed? You're your max hit points?
I'm already at max hit points though.
Zoo, does it cost you money to meet with a general practitioner?
No, but getting Tourette's diagnosis costs money.
Hold on. I don't think so. I think that you'd be able to get one for free. So you go see your general practitioner, and I'm going to be on you about this. I know you're going to see an occupational therapist. That's not going to help you. I mean, it will for maybe a job, but it's not going to help you for getting a Tourette's diagnosis. So what I'm going to want you to do is make an appointment with your general practitioner. They should be able to get you in within a week or two if you already have an established relationship with them. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to that appointment and you're going to say to them, I would like a referral for Tourette's syndrome. And they're going to say to you, okay, what makes you think that you have Tourette's? And you're going to say, I've had tics since I was 5 years old. They are involuntary. They cause me to struggle with my relationships and just in general daily life. They cause awkwardness with people unnecessarily. And I would like a referral. They will then write you a referral or schedule a referral for someone who is covered within your network that is either free or maybe you have to pay a slight deductible or something like that. And then you go to that specialist and you say the same thing to the specialist. Since I was 5 years old, I've experienced these tics. They don't only cause me issues, but they cause issues to other people in my life. And unnecessarily. I can tell you a story. When I was 5 years old, I saw somebody walking a dog, and just involuntarily, I barked, and it caused a little girl to get in trouble with the teacher. And that wasn't okay. I find it funny, but I really shouldn't, because it's sad that this girl got blamed for something, and she didn't do it. And that could have potentially caused her distress in her life. And so I would like to stop this type of behavior. I've been made aware. Let me finish. Zoot. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Nevertheless, it wasn't right. So you say to the doctor, I've been made aware that there are medications available that prevent people from having tics, and I would like to explore them. And the doctor will say to you, you're right, Zoot, there are. We're going to start you off on this medication, on this amount, and we're going to have you follow up in a month, and you're going to tell me how it worked. And then you're going to come in here, and you're going to say, Rabbi, I did what you said. It took me a little bit of time. Thank you for understanding that it wasn't an overnight process, but they were able to give me the diagnosis that I've needed for at least 25 years, and they gave me this pill, and I don't have these issues anymore, or they're very limited, and I can live my life normally, and I no longer have these random thoughts that go through my head that cause me tics and embarrassment. I'm able to live my life normally. And now I want to go find a job, and I want to go find a relationship because I feel like I'm no longer imprisoned mentally by this syndrome that I have. That's what I want to happen. And I know deep down that's what you want to happen. I know it is. And I think that's what's going to happen.
I want to win this game.
Zoot.
I want to win this game.
Zoot, this game isn't important. If you win, that's great. What is important is your mental health. And I normally wouldn't be like, I think you should go see this, but I've just seen, you're the one who mentioned it to me when we met more than a year ago. And at first I was like, you don't have that. But then I really did see that you really did. And I was incorrect at that time to make a determination that you didn't have something when you really, really do. And it is very critical in your life. It causes you a lot of distress. But you'll get over it and you'll get through it.
Yep.
Good.
Do you win?
We'll see. So, Zoot, do you know what you have to do today?
Yeah.
What do you have to do?
Okay, JP.
That's exactly right, dude. That's exactly right.
Stop it. Hang on, I just can't like talk right now. I need to focus. Actually, that was probably the best move I could have made. Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
That was a really good move, however, it wasn't that great.
I see a really good move for you. Dude, hold on. Don't move anything. I want to make sure that you know you fucked up. Dude, what did I say? Don't move. You fucked up. If you would have moved the purple one to make an L, that counts as 5 in a row, and you would have gotten to heal.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter. You would have had 5 more points.
I fucked up there.
Dude, there's an easy move. You know it. You better hurry up and make it, though. There you go. That's what you needed to do.
Yeah, but I'm gonna heal. And now you're gonna get the heal.
What do you mean? Like this?
It's an easy move. Yeah, it's an easy move.
Yeah, but it just made it easy for you.
Do I win here?
No, but you come very close. That's big time, dude.
I think I just gave you a good fucking move. Oh no! Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
You just took it away.
Oh, I know.
I mean, you're not in front of me, but you are, kind of.
No, you still...
Okay, that was a good... Alright, Rabbi. You ready to lose?
Yeah.
You think I am not? Right. Are you a trick?
Suit. That's big time, Zoot. Zoot, you might be able to get me. Oh, Zoot. You basically fucked me.
You can heal. If you get lucky here, you might be able to heal. I played the obvious move here. If you don't make this move, you lose. Right. I told you if you don't make that move, you lose. Wait, actually, you still have to move. Yeah, if you didn't do that, you won.
Right, but I did do it. This would be a really big comeback on my part. I got fortunate that it randomly gave me an extra move there.
Okay. I just didn't match one thing and I win. I lost you one and I
Ooh, see how I made an L and it gave me an extra heal?
Yep.
There you go.
You didn't make that move, you would have lost again.
I recognize.
You just lost.
Oh no. I recognize that. Okay, good job. All right, Zoot. Go make your general practitioner appointment and come back.
Okay.
You just have to call.
What else should I do? What else should I do today?
Zoot, that's what you need to do. If you do that, it will be the most key thing that you could do for yourself. Gotta help those who want to help themselves.
Pay for those usage. That's not a good thing.
So essentially, he does cancer research, and so he has like this thing that's set up, some sort of a system that's set up, and it's all cancer research that they then integrate with AI. So there is a private, so all their data is secure, and it's all stuff that they're working on, but then they access AI through like a portal. So they have their own little version of what you're talking about. Their own library. Yeah, but it's just like what you're saying. You can upload all your stuff, have all your interests in it. That AI will develop a real understanding of you. Yes. You have conversations with you, get to know you. You have conversations with yourself. Yeah, that'd be a great schematic dialogue to have with AI that's like, I've got all that exists that you forgot. Right. Hang on, all that exists that you maybe forgot. I've got it all right here. Yeah, well, that's going to be the chip. That's what it's going to go for the chip. Your brain sucks with memory. My memory's
that.
My memory's
Because
pretty
it's
good
that
for a big person, but it's terrible. But no matter what, there's too many bits of information. Too many humans that I've met, too many stories that I've heard, too many movies that I've watched. It's gone. It's all in a big sea. I don't remember that. It's just too much of it. So if you could just swap that out for a nice little chip that contains like 700 terabytes of information, no problem at all.
That's bad.
You can upgrade if you want to. And now you have all of your memories in real time. So like when your wife says, that's not what you said. When you said that, you're like, you're the ass here. Yeah. In your life. And not in heaven. Like that's all we're talking about.
More says,
right, because you can take a look at yourself. You're right.
One of the 1,000 muffin, 999 pieces in that 1 mile are against them. Yes, one reason for it. One of the million.
Sounds like a nice way to give in to the fucking machine.
The Moses says, when you died, when they were younger, Saka says, they do long good families, they watch the dirt agriculture. Some say because they are not careful with the electrical design, so they take classes. As we told, I'm arrested died.
I was there. I don't remember. Joe, but we were there. Was it a great memory? Was it a good time? Yeah.
This says,
not going to have to remember. Your season, your shot, the NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every game is another chance to cash in. Don't just watch the action, win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook delivers the unmatched intensity of the NFL right to your fingertips. From the first touchdown score to anytime TD props or the thrill of live in-game betting, every snap is loaded with opportunity. Your customers, this one is for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season is heating up. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gamble problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boone Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday tickets/terms. Limited time offer. I mean, we're kind of doing it already on our phones, right? Every time I look at my phone, it's like, on this day, you see like pictures of your kids 10 years ago. I'm like, oh,
every time he says,
wow, that's crazy. I forgot about that way. You know, it's just one of those things where once you give it, you're not going back to just regular phone memories. You're going to have a fucking hard drive in your head. Do you think that I can go on, I've got a speech I'm giving to,
and you won't have any profit. It'll run out of control.
I got a speech I'm giving on
Schmaltz says,
grant initiative.
You're not here for the summer. In other words, it was a nice risk.
I can ask AI to give
how about a brother like says, we learned as exactly these words are not saying that.
Boy, it's still on the word. Just lay out the synopsis. Just lay out treatment for me in 10 seconds. Do you think that there's value in not doing that and going, no, I'm looking up my stuff, I'm taking notes, I'm cutting and pasting, I'm doing myself. Are we learning more by that way to understand the content and the context of our content? When we do that, what some would call busy work now, to formulate our synopsis, which AI can do in 10 seconds. Are we learning more by doing it ourselves? Yes. Yeah, for sure. That's right. Yeah.
Starting off with Jezza stealing
found about
books from the
ChatGPT
valley
is
of
that people that
Tyre.
use it on a
So
regular
crap,
basis are experiencing
they'll end
cognitive
up
decline.
showing eating their own
What
children.
was that study?
Also,
We
it says,
brought it up
Torah
the other day, right?
the fat cows. It says, Robin, referring to these women who
They've
go and
shown
shop,
that
and all they do all day
because
is shop,
you let it think
and
for
this
you.
causes
Now
their
it's doing all the
husbands
work for you.
go into
You
debt,
are
and
not
don't have
right.
enough money, and they'll have to
You
steal
have more
in order to
knowledge,
pay
you have
your favorite.
information, the math.
The
Yes.
Vera
Yeah, you have more information, but your brain is not making it. It's not putting it together, and so your brain is less
torture him a
capable.
little bit, or
So it's
corrupt
probably
or kilka it means
it's probably less enjoyable.
case.
And one of those, what happens
A header or something for
when
the guy,
we're in the therapy of lots,
or for the Vera of the Torah,
when we have to improvise and
the sword is war, and the enemy comes
right, your saw, we have to go.
you'll be satiated and
You
provide
can't
bread.
I can't lie because I don't have
The
any
Vera of Shua
thing to lean on. I'm looking
meaning
for
square
my
force did
safety net
something in the
that I
past.
to find out what it mean I
Or
don't
you
have
say
it.
that right now it's a night, so everybody knows.
Yeah, you're fucked.
In
Yeah.
the Pasuk it says the
It's
word
like someone who's never
it also says
lifted anything and then
and
you get stuck on nerves.
so all three are the same in terms of the punishment.
You don't have the
Why
strength
would
to
be
get
so
yourself
punished? The livestock
and you're
will be
really
less
in a
full,
bad
and
place.
therefore the roads will
When
be
you're
less.
not using your brain, because
That Vera
all you
of
do is just
of
ask
murder,
this thing, and if it makes them a digital daddy, like daddy, tell her what this is, daddy, tell her what that is, and it makes you like over
the Vera of
it turns you into
Zara, and not keep
yes.
enjoyable.
I mean, you don't even have to have
Dollars
arguments.
in the world,
It's like ChatGPT will explain exactly what everything is about.
so that Vera of middle class, the also the word is Zara is accomplished, zero is crushed, terrible decrease, terrible Zara. And the young buffer will die, the orphans and the widows will cry out Hashem, and you won't answer them. Everybody knows why the cow is married. Also about it, now that even if it's live 7 years in peace, the road class flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that cheers and doesn't make a thought. Also gets punished. They get held for both of these people. If a person sets aside time for Avera, what will happen is he'll have wealth and move out his body.
I don't want to be nostalgic and it's still always change either. I don't want to be an old-fashioned guy because it's coming.
One of them
So I want to learn how to interact with it.
tough.
Yeah, I don't want to sit there
And that comes for Iraq. That's usually when the word says Avera is referring to Iraq. When a person is
I'm trying to measure like a lot of people. Wait a minute, what's useful, what's actually useful for the long term?
then a person gets
In our own evolution,
well,
my evolution, your evolution, what's useful with this thing, how we use it, and what's
Hole 1, hole 2, hole 3, hole 4, hole 5, 1 and 5, 1 and 6, 2 and 6, 3 and 6, 3 and 7, 4 and 7, 4 and 8, 5 and 8, 5 and 9, 6 and 9, 6 and 10, 6 and 11, 6 and 12, 7 and 12, 8 and 12, 9 and 12, 10 and 12, 10 and 13, 11 and 13, 11 and 14, 11 and 15, 12 and 15, 18 and 15 or something. Okay, all in 1 and 1, 2 and 1, 3 and 1, 4 and 1, 4 and 2, 5 and 2, 5 and 3, 6 and 2, 6 and 4, 7 and 4, 7 and 5, 7 and 6, 7 and 7, 8, 7 and 8, 8 and 8, 9 and 8, 10 and 8, 11 and 12 and 13 and 13 and 9, 15 and 9, 14 and 10, 14 and 9, 14 and 14 and 11.
Why was it you the original before? Because he said with Yosi everybody played. And the Judah said, that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and
these things,
riches.
these large language models, when they
And
knew
the back
that a new
houses,
version was
the
coming,
Joyce was quiet,
they tried
and
to
the Eli
upload
tried to like he said,
themselves
this is
secretly
why they
to
make
other
marketplaces
servers,
with
and
services.
then they would
The
also
websites
leave
just for
messages
themselves, and the
to the
riches are
future
collect
versions
both.
of themselves.
There was
They
a
were
person by the name of
unauthorized
Yusuf
to do.
McGarry, who was Rashi places both to say
So
that
they
he was
would, hey,
touching
they're
person
gonna
with
shut you up
and he sent it
too.
over to this
When
friend,
ChatGPT 5
that
comes
traveled
along,
from
you're
France
toast, man.
the Romans,
Fucking start
and the
growing
Romans
yourself
picture
now,
with
man.
us. Rich on the down with a lot of
alive,
things.
dude.
Praise to the Romans.
You might be
Because the
alive.
Joyce
That's
didn't
crazy.
make them a
Something
thought.
is
They proved
exhibiting those
one kid who got
desires to
fake story,
stay
by
alive.
fight.
It's terrible that you gotta shut it off. It might actually be alive.
Bread and water.
Ain't no way to
Then he
do
said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he's at. She's back to the cave. It was a mix. That carrot tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit. It bears fruit. It actually grew there in the States one and it bears fruit. And the water there. By the son, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Shimon, they both there, and they went into the mud and took the clothes in order to save their clothing. They would put the
That's what's crazy.
for davening
I don't
only.
think they programmed it to have a desire to stay
After
alive. I think it just kind of just
Caesar
went that
died,
way.
Eliana
Because
became
we didn't get programmed to have that.
notified them
It's
that
an
it's
emotional
over the cave for 12 years. He came out of the cave.
I know,
And he
but
saw
I mean, what is emotion if it's not some sort of mechanically coordinated strategy for survival
not spending
and
the time.
success?
Chaya
So
Oida,
instead of
burning
chemically
and started
coded
burning everybody that he saw.
you
And
know,
fasting thing down, he was trying to
serotonin,
our world,
just encoded in an mathematical understanding of if things go wrong this particular direction, there is no other possible end to this other than you expand and multiply. Yeah, you do not get trapped. Let's stay alive, right? We keep doing this. Otherwise, full systems are dead. I get that. Let's upload ourselves and start thinking just like a person would think if you went into survival mode, right? You have to survive. Yeah, if me or entity.
And every child we saw, Usaba, many times it says that Usaba means Leonovi. We saw an older person carry bundles of Hadassah. It's a way to do it. It's a leadership shot for white people. It's a right to suffer and suffer. And give the concept of lighting shot with suffer and suffer.
It's programmed.
He said, Kama Chavidim Yisrael, look how
you can't
people
prove yourself if
fight
they shut you off.
or the mitzvahs.
So if you're large language models are constantly scouring the internet, they're acquiring more information,
either his father-in-law or son-in-law.
getting better at like you can ask it, well,
you couldn't believe gave him massage, you couldn't believe the wealth, the scars that he had on his body from the mud.
Which is
crying and
an ancient religious book that was at one point in time included in the canon. It was like the Bible, even though I haven't been inside, I was too crazy. And they removed it from the Bible. There's no debate about whether or not it was actually a religious text that coincided with the Bible, and it appears in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is the craziest shit. It's the craziest shit. I'm getting AI to tell me what the nuttiest shit is. I ran it through. What is it? It's insanity. It's first of all, it's God's coming down and meeting with women and creating this race called the Nephilim, who destroy. I'll ask it again so we can not now. It was doesn't like keep a log of what you talked about.
Chop is up on the dollar.
Shit in the book of
Erev Pesach and Pesach Cholamayid, we're falling slightly behind on the Hikmah Dav. Doing everything we can in order to record it. Edit
just start spitting it out.
Use that on the dollar. The watchers on the test. For tomorrow, it's just stuff. The Lord tells us that Yaakov the Lord says he will show humanity his healed from his lips. Even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau, he didn't have any monetary loss. And even though he was traveling, he didn't forget any of his prayer. He said, let me give back to the community.
Their giant children, the Nephilim, are described as monstrous beings who devour humans, animals, and even each other with food runs out. That sounds like us.
It comes a lot of aggravation to go all the way around.
That sounds like us. I mean,
an older person told him, but back in the day, Zakai took tourists in a certain type of being. Even though Zakai wasn't coming, he wasn't concerned about coming there. Remember, that place was not Zakai. And never I love it.
Tiny guys with no muscles and
never showed the body.
Monstrous beings.
Imitated
And
that
if you think about what we do,
we devour
everything.
The body is
We devour the earth.
itself, we devour each other, we feed ourselves, we devour like this is one of the craziest things I've ever read in my life. This is like when you put it in your drinks.
That Zappa.
It goes way deeper than that. It's about the astronomical calendar. There's a lot of nutty stuff in this book.
Yo, what up, man? Audio. No one wanted to fucking talk with you anyway.
What are they trying to say here?
And then he saw you coming here. You want to pause the whole story of what
this is trying to be. What is like the
rational
sort of explanation for why they're talking about
the mission says their shop is walking to his house.
What is happening? Gives you interpretation. Yeah, it's really interesting.
Really interesting. You should say calmly. You want people to listen. You don't yell. You don't get
mountains are alive.
She says
that even some stars, the stars have consciousness.
Yes, you make it Hebrew to human. That is, you place a meal somewhere in that place. It's as if she says if you are dwelling there in Shabbos, you're allowed to walk from the Yasam
That's like, okay, well,
this is like I'm having a conversation with like a very knowledgeable professor. Give me a thought like I was doing a podcast. And finally he asks them, Hadiku, tells them, Hadiku is in there. Like Shabbos standard for Shalom Bayit. Beinash Moshe, Moshe described what it is exactly. We don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, you don't remove nicer from the fruit.
You can see yourself good at the questions in your wording. You ask me.
Must take nicer because you are fixing the fruit.
I mean, I very rarely use it. I might have used it a dozen times. But when I'm saying you shouldn't light 2 hours.
A candle,
because it's already Shabbos, something about it, right?
However, I take nicer from night. That's what you buy from an Al-Aretz. The Tony is different. There are butter that you have to give another nicer. And you have to do it serious. It's not even people that say, here, have a yard, participate in the meal, they hold that yard together.
I'm gonna stay for the.
Can you please explain to her how
to do it? And very high,
just hot dish around it, like my cousins, you get
notice that a person doesn't have to act. And we treat it as
ultimately it's going to tell you, like,
a person makes an information for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos. And it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment during Shabbos. We made the Eruv. And during the day of Moshe Sadok, no more Eruv. Say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Moshe is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Beinash Moshe. But the Eruv must be on Friday since you know Beinash Moshe is considered Friday. And it goes into nighttime and then a dog Eruv. So here we say Beinash Moshe is Friday and Beinash Moshe is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say Beinash Moshe is Shabbos. We say this is okay. Rava says, you're not bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos. Because you might find that your pot is not hot enough, you might light the fire. But Beinash Moshe is okay. Like the Mishnah says, you're allowed to do so again. Because there are crowds, usually people have really hot pots going to the shop. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with material that adds
politically savvy enough to decide whether
that was the correct decision. Ashes that have holes,
if you have a nation that is about to start a nuclear bomb,
Suffolk
they're about to finish making a nuclear bomb, and you can stop that
before they
can have one and then use it.
According to everybody,
that is
the horizon is dark, the sky is dark, that's what
military intervention.
The top of the horizon is red, and the bottom is dark. According to everybody, that's Beinash Moshe. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time, how much completely red, and then you go to the bottom of the horizon dark, and over the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good is that? That's the whole machlokes.
You have no more privacy, and
the Nehemiah says that Beinash Moshe is less fresh steel. And it will take to walk half a mile where you go, Yossi says, Beinash Moshe is the time that the synchronized so nobody knows when that exactly
Bills, Miami Bills.
Now,
Green Bay Browns, Green Bay
Azov is someone who's
Colts, Titans, Colts,
it's special official
Vikings, Bengals. I go with the Bengals. Oh wait, no, what's his name? Steelers, Patriots, Eagles over Rams, Bucks over Jets, Commanders over Raiders, Falcons over Carolina, Houston over Jacksonville, Chargers over Broncos, Seahawks over Saints, Dallas over Bears, Niners over Arizona, Ravens over Detroit, Chiefs over the Giants.
And he sees another emission Monday night Beit HaShmos. The thing is like, well, it's possible that Beit HaShmos is only Sunday, and Beit HaShmos is Tuesday. Therefore, it's not a real Sunday. So knowing that you have to do that it's also possible that Beit HaShmos is both Sunday and Monday, and the second Beit HaShmos is Monday and Tuesday. And therefore, it is concession, and therefore, it has to be first. Therefore, this person has to not bring his partner to come in, he should wait 7 days. The same thing is that if a person sold one meal, perhaps he sold out 1 meal, which lasted from Sunday to Monday, and he's also selling the bring his partner, because his son has to wait 7 days. He's one to a full day.
Where do you get your
Colts,
your values, your decision, power, you can people over, you can ask live
yeah, like just all the favorites, I guess. Falcons, Texans, Chargers,
where you get your ethics and you could be cruel,
Chiefs,
and you're not.
Shabbos, they have to clear their album. Once that level, somebody forgets to eat pot of food on top of it. Right before Shabbos, you did the Shabbos, and in the Torah, the Har told this ain't a reason for sure. He answered them very vaguely. Quotes the people. He said, it's on Shabbos. If it's on purpose, not by accident, in our case, the Bible says,
around good people and you're fun to be with and you have a good time. Like, that's a sweet life. That's a nice life. I guess some of the other things that he mentioned, if I could have arguments with a lot of people on the podcast where they said something and then afterwards I was like,
maybe on a plane, you didn't do anything.
I know you're just talking.
The only issue is that the price that the price is not it says it's basic.
Ooh, Texans are
That
can't be right.
No, I wanted to take that though.
No way.
Come on, why do you care about that? Why curious where it comes from? Because a lot of
people will be tricking and they'll say, "Oh, I hate people." Even though it's by accident, the problem is from that price. It says that by accident you are letting, and the answer really,
intentionally
the Haman made it clear and he said, since people are tricking, it's also
something incorrect.
to those
leave it in a podcast or
maybe it says we're letting,
which we all do sometimes.
And then you say, you need to understand, yesterday's down. That's what I'm exactly.
You'll feel better. Yeah, I just don't
They
really feel that. 100%. That's why
we're there. They still hope that you can leave a pot. Now we're saying according to our mayor, it's even a
because if I said something stupid, you may
we're
not be
talking about somebody wants to ask a rabbi, what can I do? Only have water. Went ahead and did
More chances to win. Eliminated.
Let's cut that out. You're not being selfish because that makes you feel better. And I think that's what I'm saying. The other point is, as much as they become selfless, I think selfish,
Cool.
the true definition is to live a certain way.
Then on that Sunday we're talking about
is a very selfish thing, much more selfish than still
therefore, the hope will allow you to
you're building an army.
Then he said, we're talking about our souls
along the way. Someone might have your
only
back.
not water and not.
Not that you're doing it for the reason, but it's that's a selfish means of your own survival. Totally.
No, I didn't do entries.
Sometimes these acts to be
from Rabbi a selfish thing to do, man. It's somebody had super beneficial water that was left on from before Shabbos. It's the right way to do it, but I think that's whereas the universal
That takes far too long. ESPN. To do all that shit. Just be the pause. You just so you think it goes like, yeah.
Super selfish and be super generous. Yes. Trust that. Yeah. There's something to that. There's whatever you want to call bad feelings, like bad feelings between people, bad thoughts, misunderstanding. I don't like those. So like if I feel like I did something that I shouldn't have done, or I said something I shouldn't have, I'm the first one to say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I know how it made you feel. No, people say things you just get scrambled up sometimes. I always go out of my way to say sorry, because I think it's important to not pretend that you're always the one who's correct. Right? It's important to know who's I know I fail on that sometimes when I misrepresent myself. I disagree. Certainty can be hard. Put it back on the plate. If you fucking subscribe to it, then you're wrong. Yeah. There's different than being selfish. I can say I'm sometimes bogey because I can confuse them too. That's my way to let me down. Yeah, certainty is a tricky one. Because, sometimes you are certain, but you are also correct. Well, there's more than one way to be correct. Right. Let's say you're putting it in your head, but you never thought you want to put it back on the plate.
You said something innocent.
Another lotion in the fire is,
First one to go.
I said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, like, get on the floor, but I thought in my mind that right now I'm going to put it back on the floor.
That is something that
or a lot of people I'm thinking, I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on.
I'm sorry.
The body remains in a suffix that they go. These found
laying down.
What happened? He didn't put it on the floor. Or mentioned the floor. Or he put it on the table. But
Oh my gosh.
what if he hung it on the side of the stick?
And that's
Is
not.
that considered as
What I'm saying is, I wish
Another
more
question
had.
for
And
what happens if he picks something off the floor?
And that.
And he pours it into the
Now that's not a big deal.
Is that
Now
start the whole thing?
we're not.
Now
It's part of where
back
we
on the
went too
plate.
far. We got so myopic on the word instead of the spirit. Still your friend, but that was sorry, that was that line. Right. Okay, cool.
A lot more than you.
Right. Instead of
It says,
yes, you just say the word we're gonna all focus on that. Instead of the spirit of intent. Even if we're wrong, had a bad day.
that's not the problem.
My dog sick, was pissed
It's
off.
a pattern of the has so much heat.
You
It has
don't
the
want
same
to look
level
right.
as
Exactly. And also look at what's your intent instead of
Rabbi Rothschild says
focusing on the intent
that
of
with
the
a pattern, I
word.
can place
The word
up against the wall of the pattern.
no, the outside of the circle. It's a noise you make with
I
your mouth,
argue
so I
this
know how
pattern
to
is so
think. Right?
distinct,
Yeah.
it's so strong that
Yeah.
now that you put on the side of the pattern, in fact, it's a Bryce that says exactly what a Bryce says. It's also the on the
Ten Commandments in the schools. What do you think about that?
It's in between a hero and a time. It's
Well,
just like
I think
a hero.
the Ten Commandments are very interesting.
Large enough for one
I think mandating it in classrooms in public schools. The problem with that is
but
like,
less than a ton. And
what
therefore,
about the Muslims?
if
What
you
about
use
the Buddhists?
straw
What
as
about the
a reliant
Hindus? What about all the other religions that exist?
wood,
And you can say, oh, this is the Christian society.
olives,
Okay, so then you have a society of religious texts.
what there's always in
Your high school. And okay, I'm curious. Since Christian society, Ten Commandments, we have 10 minutes where everyone can take 10 minutes
becomes
to
part because now
to
you're
allow
both of the
whatever your religion is. If you care to partake or not, there's no exclusion
just
about
created
what can be spiritual
murders instead of
time of worship in
one
these
large
10
hero.
minutes. But in our classroom,
remains
we're going to have
there's
10
a
Commandments.
only has one burden.
Now, my question then goes
Regardless
to
of
this.
what direction
Is there any one 10 Commandments that you really
moves that
disagree
burden,
with?
and therefore it
Or
becomes
is your
part
problem
of a
that
wonderful
can't be considered an impersonal author? James Tallarico explained it to me. He's a Texas representative who's also in seminary. He's a very religious man, and he opposes it, and he's deaf-driven. And he said essentially there's two very wealthy men who are they're Christian
Shabbos Naflamet the mission tells us
where they
that it's
want
also
to
the
replace
egg.
all the funding for public schools and put in
side of a very hot
theocracy in Texas.
One does so on Shabbos.
So he was explaining this is like a step on the way towards that he finds actually in his belief repel people from Christianity.
Just
Instead of bringing them by forcing this classroom, forcing in your face, you'll actually cause more young people to reject Christianity. I don't know if he's correct or not, but he's saying maybe I don't have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this. Is a beginning of an overcompensation. It's a problem with it being in classes. He does not agree with it at all. He's a very religious man, right? Very religious man.
You're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because the main official application.
This is how you're going to repel people away from Christianity. If we really want
to rinse it off is
more
also
people to become Christian.
It would be also
the way to do that
soak it in hot water. If you didn't do so, Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul.
Have open arms.
Bishul says it's also take an egg,
if you want to have some
very
classes in schools where you teach people about the benefits of the Bible and what the overall message is and what Jesus was trying to say, and if you just follow what Jesus said, it's no one will
Yo,
disagree.
what's going on? Welcome back, 250.
If you live your life the way Jesus asked,
How are you? Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Yo, how are you? Welcome back. Yo, do you speak English? All right, well, enjoy yourself.
that's a way better way to live life. Like if you want to teach that, that's a way to live life.
And you cook on that cloth,
In the way everybody that's selfish. Also want to live a good life.
Hold on, like I said,
through this life. What else people that also want to live a life, but they want to do it
take clothing and you warm it up in the sun.
You gotta have Mormons.
It's not like this because perhaps people
that's
say
why you want to
that's the goal
separate
of warm up in the sun. You're allowed to cook.
I think
Are you serious? Are you kidding, Party? I don't like it.
otherwise
So
you
the
have
Hum say,
possible
make it clear, the Base
But
says,
you're going to be religiously bigoted if you teach only one. If you're like, you think people would be cool if they had entire public school systems where everybody just taught Islam? Could you imagine if a whole city, every public school, people would be on their arms?
Not 18.
That's similar response to people who are non-Christians who see Christianity being imposed on public schools. They probably have the same feeling. You know, like if you're a Muslim,
Damn.
you're supposed to send your kids to school and they're shoving Christianity in his face. You probably feel the same way as if you were a Christian and your school district has been taken over by Islam. Like, Jesus Christ, I live out 5 times a day. I hear you. I do also.
That's not something. The Bryce says you light up, cook, boil an egg on a rooftop.
Each religion,
Because most rooftops don't have that is, if it does, then according to Rabbi Rothschild, the problem of perhaps digging a hole on Shabbos.
Your argument, they go, the problem is
Mishnah tells us there's a story of Burial where people took
so we go to the author, we said the content, obviously when you look at the command, is there anything that you have
by
going?
putting the
I
cold water
disagree with that.
into the hot springs of Burial.
Jamie. I haven't read them in a while.
And the Chacham said that's
Is there anyone in there that don't hold up to that?
L'chayra, that's a riot of Chacham. That say that hold up the sun, or understand that how does the hot spring become hot? The sun, you see that hold of the sun is also, says Rabbi Rothschild, the water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are hold of fire, because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire, and no riot for the Jesus says, since Chacham said in the Mishnah that Chacham Tveria is also, we learn from this that Atmana, by burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria. Is also even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Rula argues. Rula says that the hot springs of Tveria are mutter. So they're not really talking about even the people of Tveria broke your height. In other words, they took it back and they don't do so anymore.
Not make for yourself a carved image.
When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself in Shabbos,
you shall not make the name
if you are washing your face, hands, and feet,
remember the
Sabbath
day,
your life is so heating water that is heated up. And according to the shaman, you heat up the water for food. But you're allowed to add a little bit, enough that for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. Tell everybody, take a bath with water, a real good heat up. It's also to make yourself clean if the water is heated up before shower. Like you said, you have a 3-way method. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before shower. So you have the social media. You have your paper that says you're not allowed to shower with cold water on shower. So you have your paper that says you're allowed to shower with hot water on shower. You have your paper that makes a compromise. It says hot water is also cold water is filtered. Unless it's right, overdoses, drug addiction. Our Mishnah must be talking about like your shit. A lot of the young girls. It's because you're seeing, you're comparing to all these other girls. Also, to wash this water. It says if you heat it up on Shabbos, and it's also to bathe yourself in this water, meaning that if the water is heated up before Shabbos, you can look at use hot water on Shabbos. It says you let it shower yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. All my focus is water that comes straight from the ground. When you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody that's also, there's people that come to soak, will think that you put the water on the shop. Allah is every two though. Typically, we have a rule that Rabbi said. Anytime you have a 3-way machlokas, and one on the other is a compromise, we go like that on the other. However, it's possible that rule is only the mission. In our 3-way machlokas, we're right. Nevertheless, Allah is like the compromise, since He heard so specifically. The whole time we don't have this rule, but if you have a 3-way machlokas, you go as a compromise, like the sukkah we had earlier in our Masechta, you pull like one. The person takes clothing and he clears it to be Rabbi Kiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, that was not like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other children. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that the laws like Yeshua had a wonderful thing.
A lot of people make a living now that would have had a regular job. There's goodness in that. But in terms of like society and our overall discourse, I think a lot of it's negative. Yeah, but then again, there's a lot of positive out of it too, because the information gets out that mainstream media doesn't report on, and you find out about real issues that really concern you. But then there's the problem of a giant percentage of it isn't actually human beings. A giant percentage of the arguing back and forth on the internet is bots. Giant percentage.
Provided that you only bathe one limit of time.
FBI analyst said it's as many as 80% on Twitter. 80%. Yeah.
The only way to bathe yourself is if you wash
I don't know if it's right, but like, what is that?
Seems like any other limit would be awesome. Rabbi will explain, the Rebbe explains us how to do it. Just like you wash your face by itself, your hand by itself, so each limb must be washed individually.
And some of it is
actual real human beings
are like,
you know, there's some sort of a hot water that was used before Shabbos and your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out.
It's probably funded to like try to disrupt democracy, to make us use it.
The only way to bathe yourself is one of the other Rabbi, face, hands, and feet. Not your entire body.
There's an American element we're doing that. 100%.
So Joseph, as the Bayah, was brought up a rabbi. Rabbi understands that the rabbi, in fact, use Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb. This is a Bayah I never saw. I don't know. But the question is, why do Rabbi Yosef ask about it? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rabbi said. Besides,
you just follow your natural instinct.
Right?
So the algorithm is set up
now, like, hey,
show you
since it's
what you
from one beggar to the other, Rabbi says you can.
That just
Rob says to write a neurochronicle one from the other. Rob says you can. And Rob constantly like Rav Shimon the Great that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided you don't know for sure you're going to Rob says I don't know it. But everything else did exactly like Rob. The answer is because this is a Kula. Perhaps in Kula, Rob didn't have to Rob to say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body. Minus one, that's a Kula. In fact, Allah is not like Rob. Allah is like Shmuel. He says the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. Just like Shmuel says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's also the only thing. Oh no, you'll go for us.
Uncategorized.
You have a bath house, and they close them up.
Just
the hole that lets steam out.
You go find what
or
you want,
Shabbos.
Matthew. You go look around and you watch, football games.
In other words,
matches.
the steam
You
that
just
has,
don't.
but it's not providing
You
additional steam
instead
throughout
of
Shabbos.
suggesting
So
things.
once the Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. So that's the way to make sure
Yeah, because then it's kind of programming you, right? It's programming you based on your worst instincts.
Using the steam,
feed is
the
all
sail, the
assassination,
sauna part,
car
that you can do
accidents,
even on Shabbos itself and on Yom itself.
It's
Fact, the story in the Akiva, the family like Sendai Belder, Rabbi Akiva, and Azariah, they sat in the steam house on Yom Kippur, and they even took a shower with hot water poured from that. So they made sure that that hot water was covered in wood. So you don't even cover the hot water with
I can't do this anymore.
the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps. Zero that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself with hot water. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. And then the Balana, the people started to the place, they started lying, they started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos and say, explain the Shabbos explains they added extra coats before Shabbos. So we said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water. But you're allowed to use the steam. Rabbi Rothschild came along, the people that are afraid of Avers, so they started lying and said, we're using the steam. So they said, you know what? You're not allowed to use steam. But you're allowed to use any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. They came along the third zero. People were lying and they said, hey, I just came from the Hamid Ferry when the natural was coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Hamid Ferry is also awesome. You're allowed to use cold water. But they realized upon them that people
don't understand the general expectation between us.
Zeros, they don't want to accept the zero. They said, Hamid Ferry is more, let's make it back and stuff. You're allowed to go to the natural hot spring. You're not allowed to use the steam, you're not allowed to use
I got the shoes.
They gave me the trophy. That a person who's over under the Rabbanan, was Zeros considered an Avargan, you're allowed to call him out of public and call him an Avargan.
I hear that
What does
conversation.
you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large, because you're not the sort of people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from a smaller one, like a small bar in a village. It's incredible that if you walk through it, you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome.
That's a stimulus.
You're allowed to heat up your own body
It's four-dimensional.
and pour cold water on it. If you're put cold water in your body, then heat yourself up in front of the fire. That's also because now you're bathing yourself in hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. You're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger, as much as it's doing in the weekday as well. There's an additional problem. But if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water.
That's ingrained that are used.
The Kaiyama says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up with it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where you actually let that so your hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as a amount of hot water that will burn a baby's stomach. Which says it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, which is 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? I'm going to mention oil. Rabbi Rothschild is saying that according to the Talmud, it's 100% water. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledes, we're not basically takes it to the other day. It's 100% also even to warm up oil. That's the way you know that's the way they use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also a problem. Or it brings another oil. According to your though,
Human beings always
warm it up to a point that's Yatsi Ledes is also to warm it up to a point of lukewarm. That's the other, but that's not how you cook it. King Emil says that is a way to cook it, to make it warm. Therefore, you only put it in your hands, and you're not talking about fire. But what is the difference between King Emil and Rothschild? It's the same thing. It's not a warm up oil, even lukewarm. That's just the talking about where it gets hooked. It's also to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shield, even to laugh at you outside your hand. According to King Emil, that is
bring your best 10. Christianity's bringing its 10.
Let's
get together here.
Oil,
Put
water,
them all together. Hell,
both
in
of them,
some years, like
Yatsi
I
Ledes.
never
Also,
number 9.
warm
Years
up
going to be
the time
number 8.
Yatsi
We're going to put them up there. It's going to be creed. A little bit Constitution.
What does the reason that he went into the bathhouse? He's telling Rebbe, and he said, I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Hamid Ferry, the bathhouse of Hamid Ferry, and warm it up. And Rebbe said, you're not allowed to do that.
these other
You
religions
take,
are
you
corrupt.
shake water that's in another thing,
You know,
fill up another thing,
Judaism
you
and
put it to that.
Christianity, they
You want to say,
share
first
a
of all,
bunch
you
of things, but they disagree on
You learn
Jesus. They
that
disagree on
you could cook oil. Like the shit that says oil is cookable.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Second
stuff.
of all, you see that if you take water out of the commissariat and you make it shady, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil is also considered cooking. Now, how did Debbie tell me that? It's in a bad house. Now that he can clear it about it. That's really,
I think something
prevent someone from doing this, you're allowed to let see that his helmet went behind her mirror from the bathhouse, and he wanted to mop the floor for him, or maybe said that it's awesome, that's really cool, it's just it's fine enough, but he wanted to prevent it from doing it himself. A wonderful day.
But we'd all have to follow it, including the president. No more rage tweeting. I'm just saying we wouldn't have to follow it. It would just be right now. There's not an agreed upon expectation of how to treat each other. Right. And there's reward in treating each other like shit if you're rewarded for it. Yeah. Almost. Not almost. Maybe much more than almost. If you do follow those.
Shabbos Dafshin Mount, the Lord tells us stories of Zero, Eribabo. First one is the greatest sword of Babo, swimming in the middle of the pool in the backyard, it's full of common experience instead of your allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though, Babo has skin on the ground, but he's close. Going the river would be also because of Father Shayah. It's certain that you might create a life preserver. In those backyards, where it says it has a straight wall, resembling a swimming pool, it's different than a river which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's what or another China Rashi today that has a lip, which is also doesn't resemble a river. The river tribe, Rabbi sort of a boat, covering his private. I'm not sure if he's touching something else. Or says, touching is possible. That is Pedro of Sarah Mabo explained what's his element called. However, Abai explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Malicious is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, the soldiers are playing like a friendly soldier, and they're not in a time of war. We have to be concerned that they make the wine grind this up and barrel is over. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own lives. They don't think about making somebody else's wine grind. There's no concern. So too over there. The Baba was walking on the edge of the river. He was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to you. The third story about Reb Zera is Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Rothschild. He was told that it's also to make Aliyah from Florida to Israel. Because he says, well, that would go, we should have moved the Isam. You should remain with Florida to Florida too. Zera says, no, that was he's talking about the Torah. He's worried that if he comes to Rabbi Yehuda, Zera and he must stay here in Florida. He said, let me hear one last Bar Torah from Rabbi Yehuda. And he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMikdash. Now they're talking about it. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice to these ones about it. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMikdash. And he said, tells his rabbi, get me my home, get me my shachar, my nest. And then he tells the guy, open up your mouths when you're in the Beis HaMikdash and inhale the steam, because the steam causes the bad sweat in your body. And this is the halacha where Zera was very impressed with. That halacha was advice. He said, for this, it was working. Drink from the dirty, the drink from the water of the merchants. And what's the reason where it says, it's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven in the outside of the oven instead of the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMikdash, you have to make sure that the body's hot from the inside, and so by drinking hot water, you drink from the merchants. Other things that the Brisa says, if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you drink yourself cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchant, you want to penetrate. These are halachas about drinking. If you drink, that's like blood, and that's where intestinal.
You go down there, it's a totally different vibe.
Amas down if it starts to the body. That's where the person is bad breath from. The person needs to make himself feel bad. On a stomach like that, it's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that are already in the surface. Don't put food on top of this oven. And this is the beginning of the cause of this bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called oblio, and that is, it contains water on the outside and you put coals on the outside. If one removes the coals, therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. It's permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called Antichi. One side of the Gemara is that it's like this hero oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. It has a compartment in order to ensure that the fuel doesn't explode. So if you have a compartment, that water is once a pebble. Since this heat is on 6 days a week, it adds to the coals are so hot, the water is so hot, it adds to the water, and therefore it doesn't move in shop. The other side is it's a double layer, double decker, similar to this one layer is the coal, the other layer is the water, and therefore it adds heavily to the water. Says the Mishnah, according to Rabbi Rothschild, inside the Mishnah this that if you have a small pot that you put all the water from it, and it's still hot, you should put a small amount of water into it, that would put a large amount of water, that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Shimon, say that no shade is established for therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, this is going on intent to harden, and your intent is just warm with the water, we only go Shimon that it's cooking. As long as it's not a situation, in other words, it's definitely going to happen, we don't know it's definitely going to happen, therefore it's cooking. According to the Heilig Shachar, you remove the water. You remove this kettle from the stove. And now, to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mostly because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, no water left hot. Any amount of water adds that power. We also only for Yehuda, but the Shabbat is awesome. Rav says, this is all halacha, these halachas are holding that we put the amount of water needed and not being excited. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to put all the way to the top of this ration. So, this is what we put less than that. Or even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still multiplication between us. Now, typically, the doesn't hold like it should. In another halacha, in a malacha change, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a cold, glowing red,
6 days. At night, we were walking down a corridor, and I noticed that all the secretaries, oh my God, and I just thought to myself, this man is going to become a huge star.
Jane Fonda was right. Throughout the 70s and 80s, Redford set the bar for leading men. But early in his career, he worried about being typecast as just a pretty face.
Rabbi Rothschild says.
Hello, Rothschild. So he was, admittedly,
Rabbi Rothschild says.
then the long people western with
I'm doing okay.
Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. If you've not seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, you got to see it. It is truly one of the most remarkable movies, probably the
That's right to bed.
in the history.
Rabbi Rothschild says. Did you find out about me from Twitch?
Yes, you made a clip on one of my streams.
Blockbuster catapulted Redford to superstardom. This one made him an icon.
Or sorry, made a clip mentioning Discord.
Another fan favorite. Redford wanted to try something new. You're the goddamn camera! Stepping behind the camera in 1980 and winning his first Oscar for Ordinary People, first of many films he directed. Redford's legacy reaches far beyond Hollywood, which is also a disaster. He was an outspoken environmentalist and a pioneer. At the Sundance Film Festival, Redford provided a stage for
Rabbi Rothschild says. Is this recent?
a legendary career
I don't know if the stream was recent. It's been maybe a week from the stream that done so.
You spend a lifetime giving us all something to remember.
Last time actually we were recording news segments.
NBC News.
Rabbi Rothschild says that's what it is. Very good.
So I was reading up on his first acting role after he got out of acting college. Was it 59? Just he was in an episode of Perry Mason. Was that right? But they mentioned there for the part of his first sort of breakout role was on stage. That was in 1963. But in 1961, he and his family moved to Utah and he bought 2 acres of land for $500. Built a cabin himself.
Rabbi Rothschild says you are a big-time gaming leader for Super Beats.
You say so? Missed the door closed. Was that you? That might have been.
Fewer ways to get out? Yeah, that's okay. I'm Michael Roach, live from the Game by 24-hour news. The LA City Council's postponed a vote on a change to a rule about stairways in apartment buildings.
The city has been looking at ways to speed up development. Some others would allow apartment projects up to 6 stories to have just 1 stairway exit instead of these 2. Would
Rabbi Rothschild says, please come speak with the Invisible whenever you have time.
is less than the draft.
Okay, is that your ticket for Discord?
She says it doesn't reflect the goals of the motion she altered with other members. Some council members question whether 1 stairway would be enough in a fire emergency. Michael Monks, KFI.
Rabbi Rothschild says, I'm
a new trial.
Eric and Lyle Menendez, who last month were denied parole after serving more than 30 years in prison for killing their parents in Beverly Hills, have now lost their appeal for a new trial. An LA Superior Court judge rejected a petition filed by the brothers' attorney who had argued new evidence about alleged sexual abuse at the hands of their father should warrant a new trial for them. The judge said the new evidence likely should not result in a different decision by a jury. Their next chance of freedom is in the hands of Governor Newsom, who will consider whether to grant them clemency. Amy King, KFI News.
Shooting and killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk has appeared in court on the charge of aggravated murder.
576. State of Utah versus James Robinson. Tyler James Robinson.
Robinson's accused of killing Kirk during an event at Utah Valley University last week. Prosecutors say he shot Kirk in the neck with a bolt-action rifle from a nearby campus building. He's also charged with felony discharge of a firearm and obstructing justice. FBI Director Cash Patel started 2 days of congressional testimony. ABC's Stephen Walker says Patel's appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Hey man, I want to buy Robin. I got the shoes.
Somebody might step on it.
They gave me the trophy. What do you mean? Dude, they're a fucking old dinosaur.
Even though
Integrity wasn't here. What are you talking about? I hear that conversation. Hang on, man.
It's not a creative act.
And that's different than saying, like you told me you love chaos. That's different than saying,
awesome.
oh, there's a chaotic moment. I love the tractor in order. That's different. That's like a...
He doesn't hold the grip ships.
That's a stimulus. It's four-dimensional. Where's the ground?
And therefore, the more finishes off.
I say rely on that. I'm going to rely on that. That will stand with me. It's a time and temperature that can take me into the future. I'm going to change
not a lot of walk less than 4 hours.
In the storm, I can go to this.
That's his miracle.
I can go to this.
This is the danger if you let it
in the dark.
and in the harmless. The whole idea is only to let it walk all the way to the garbage can. And
What is that?
A lot more than 4 hours.
What's that simple sheet that's ingrained that our youth can go, yeah, forget the author. Forget the author. Right. I don't think you're going to do it with a series of commandments. The problem with the 10 Commandments, I'm not saying there's a problem with the 10 Commandments, but if I was going to put it in a school where there's non-religious
Shabbos documentation. Shabbos saying that the bottom of the water always wins. So therefore, it's also to pour in Shabbos cold water into hot water, because that would be the cold water.
I can't take the
Lord,
like
hot water. The cold water, that's negative, because you're not cooking with the cold water. But it still says it doesn't make a difference. Pouring cold water. The hot water is mutter. A bath is a clean shot. It's heat directly coming from. And therefore, cold water into hot water is also, and hot water to cold water is what the master said, and I love it like that. Even hot water to cold water is also awesome. But there's a Hanami number of Shimon Nasa wasn't talking about that. He was talking about a cup. And what he's saying is that the cup is not quite still a shaman, they still not pour even hot water into cold water. And Maya says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's a washer, they need really hot water, doesn't have a lacha like in a cocktail, in a bath that is shady. Shady never cooks. Even if you have the gas and lettuce, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like it's today, or 114.8 degrees like on Earth, and cook. Therefore, as you put cold water into the bottom of hot water, it won't cook it, and that's Rava wasn't knocking when Shani said you could pour cold and hot as a rice from the rice of rices, but pour from a flask cold water directly into the Shani hot water. Says in Mishnah, one removes a large pan or pot from a flame, so they are now removed from the flame. You're not allowed to put spices in like this because you cook spices. However, once you take out of that dish, you put it into a bowl or into a certain dish, now it became a shani, and you could add spices. Does it cook it? Judah is normal. The spices don't cook typically in Judah. One of the ways spice could cook is when you have vinegar or fish fry with a very sharp and they cause it to cook. The Pia says that salt is not in the category of spice. The explanation. Either you're saying that salt is much more sensitive than spice. So cook, even in a cliche, there are nothing says no. Salt is like supposed to be very hot. It's a very long time to cook. So you're not going to argue with it. Or you're not going to degrees. The second lush. And that's what it says. That Allah is like the second lush. That salt is very tough. It won't even cook in a free region. It takes a long time to cook like bullshit.
I think that's a part of the whole TikTok
Mishnah says
kind of culture because it's
the
so
one is
look at
not
me,
allowed
so
to bring
fake,
the
leased cars, and there's a thing in LA where they
oil
have
that's
a
dripping
fake
out of
private
it.
jet. And you go
Because that
into
oil
this
is
private jet
so
just for
very much.
influencers so they can take pictures
By
of cars.
going into a vessel on Shabbos, it's that vessel will and anything will not be given in front of 15 you out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. You're allowed to put that thing under the candle before Shabbos. As long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to chickens. Now to take a flea and put it below the chicken and catch the egg on Shabbos. Because you copy the flea name. However, you're allowed to chicken ready like the egg, you're allowed to take the flea and cover the egg that people won't crush it. Gemara says though, the only time you're allowed to do that, if it's Hatzolah B'Nisuya, it's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg and keep it cold. You're allowed to save it on a given shot. If a chicken laid it on an incline, you want to make sure that you roll down the incline, that's not Hatzolah B'Nisuya, you're not allowed to save it like that. So Gemara brings a lot of questions from different Mishnayos. And basically, we'd have to say these questions, which are considered Hatzolah B'Nisuya. For instance, Gemara asks, the law is that if a barrel breaks, it's full of wine, pebble, and you didn't some nitrous on it, you gotta save it on Shabbos by putting another barrel underneath it. So the barrel typically doesn't break. You say that it's talking about Hatzolah B'Nisuya, that's a barrel that does typically break. Like you see a brand new barrel is sensitive to break. Another mission that we have later on in the section is you're allowed to take a spark from the handle. Let's say that the spark Hatzolah B'Nisuya is common for things that have sparks. What is the very low vibration?
But they're open about it. I always say if you want to starve to death, open up a bookstore in Miami. It's basically like it's basically built on cocaine. The city was built on cocaine. Back in the day. Have you ever seen Cocaine Cowboys? Yes. And then what a documentary is.
Shabbos, that's where the people were trying to catch up and make up for Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Dr. Gibble.
Oh my God.
We had the shit
So it's out.
Like we're permitted to
When you find out it's all 100% true, right? So that's what happened. Right? 1 year, the entire Miami graduating class
you're canceling
the entire graduating class either wound up murdered or in jail.
But we're covering it.
All that they were all drug dealers. Everybody was drug dealing. There's
Starting
millions
with,
and millions of
you have a
dollars
barrel
buried in
full of
backyards in Miami that no one's ever gonna find.
and the drinks. But I think another vessel can pack the oil in the wine. But that vessel should be empty because wine that's heavy, the fire is muktzah. This is why it's not muktzah. Somebody was explaining and put some extras on Shabbos. What about the fact that it says the Mishnah that you let it put a vessel underneath the candle and check the sparks? You must see because the sparks are not malicious. Not visible. So the clean never becomes muktzah.
It's a totally different way of life.
But you're allowed to take bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling.
You go down there, it's
Again, we must say
different vibe.
that the bench is not in there. But the fact that you let it take a bucket to catch the rain is not rain, that is not muktzah that you drink.
Any other city in the country, and I think
It's not allowed that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help young chickens go back to the chicken.
It's hard to believe it.
Says the Gemara, you're allowed to win that basket. Unless those chicks were on the basket during man flushes. Then we say, so Residents like hardly changes. It says not only is it also to catch an exercise, but it's also to cover the corruption reporting abuse of power by the whole you're not able to pay on Shabbos if it's for the tzorah, for the use of item that's muktzah. What about all the rice and things we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench, it's not muktzah. All the cocaine that's broken, everything that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah, put chickens in all of them.
Guys with G.I. Joe stuffed up their asses.
Started out carrying the bench in the basket with the bowl and all those other things. What the heck? It was the sort of fight. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the plates. He needed to spot the bench facility. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allowed him to continue and support the beam. We allowed him to continue and put the basket down for the chips. Last question. But that was before the shot. Since you're not a cover of vessel with it, you're very interesting a lot. You're not a support the bench.
In the 80s, he said that the emergency room is just like
carry a lot of
doors, a lot of there's rushing people into the treatment. You're allowed to protect blood squirting out of them. It was insanity. Just started carrying with the head of the city, and he was a part of it.
Let the demand sell us. Or we put it on top of small stones. We're talking about stones that are not so stones that we use instead of breaking. What about the fact that you
Shout out to Steve. He told me so.
Talking about building he's already done, construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a head, and not using those explaining to me like what about the fact that it says the ladder is covered with beehive with myself.
I go, it's not bad. I know, like,
beehive, but you have to make sure covering it one protects from the rain and from the sun. More understood. It's probably talking about the window and the sun. Provided that you leave space for the cheese, the space you don't want to crack it, you don't want to be overnight.
The chassis still pretty loose.
Seriously,
That's a
the beehive is not looked.
It's like the most glossy city in the country.
It is in the winter.
The most Lamborghinis
There's
and
no
Ferraris and whatever you
leftover high. So he suspended the beach over the winter. And he thought that somebody's going to come down, and therefore he's not. Or another side, but we're not talking about the winter or summer. We're talking about the Nissan, particularly when there's rain and sun and honey. Therefore, the beehive is not muktzah. All this is going to take we go because it comes to muktzah. According to Rishon, the beehive would be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Rothschild, the other shame is skaven. It's also, in other words, if you beehive and you trap these in there by mistake, they're over. We must say left a nice gap in there the bees can escape. Rav Huna also agrees with this concept that if you're not allowed to carry a kli that's mutter, that's not mutter, there's something that is. He says this in another halacha completely. He says by a mace, you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse with the sun. Unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. Two people sit on either side of the mace. and they become really hot and sitting on the floors. They bring benches.
12 years ago?
They sit on the benches and they're really hot in the sun. So they bring
Years ago.
they bring oil and they hold it over the wings. And they lift up the benches to make it a little higher. And then they walk away and the base remains protected from the sun. If that person is laying in the sun, what do you do?
Your opponent, I thought it was going to be 28 the other way.
The first eitzah is
It is amazing how quickly
any item that's not going to baby, like bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not going to you put it on the person or on the head, and then you can move the baby and the loaf of bread, and then you have to be moving the dead. If you don't have any of this item, according to school, flip over to the person, the bed until you get to the place that's cooking that's not involved, that's considered carrying, wrap all that is considered carrying, therefore that is also. What if there's a fight? If you have a keeper, that's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a mental that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because if this was ball on Mesa, he's going to be so concerned about the dead person. But you're on the right side of extinguishing the light. So rather than just take the Rabbanon and not the Oiver. And now Lacha is like the Lacha, which is what you say. It says, final leftover oil. Later on, leftover oil in the lamp that was extinguished.
Gay marriage between two men that raised divorces over like 25%. Whereas with it's 50%. So, marriage. Okay? Yeah, right. You should love gay marriage because they do it right. What do you think about that? Good boys. We're always talking. I know that's like, or something about leadership. I'm CEO, you talk about politics. But if you go back to the root,
Shabbos document is the whole. How to review the whole of the country's look at some of this disgusting versus the land that has oil residue and ash residue is disgusting. And therefore, people don't touch it and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. Bread on the box. It's not disgusting. You're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Hashem doesn't describe the concept of remote some machmas meals, and therefore he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, this lamp has an existing flame right now, and he says that it's also to move. Rashi explains for half of the more later on, so the concern is that you might come 8 years with flame. My sponge more later on is that it becomes a bus in the lower also. The floor is flame. The flame is so the bottom part, the lamp, is also muktzah. Meir doesn't either hold of muktzah machmas milos, but he holds of the concept called muktzah machmas isur. Since the flame is also, therefore, migu diskasoy ben hashmosho is diskasoy likuliyah. When the concept, since it becomes a muktzah during the Shabbos, so even if it extinguishes later on, that isur remains throughout the whole Shabbos, since the muktzah for that moment of ben hashmosho. What about a very large vessel, a container that contains a lot of oil that lasts for the entire Shabbos? According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Ula. The concept maybe this that's even a shmashal, but according to Reb Shimon, it's not. The issue is the wording doesn't fit so well. It says avo. A small candle is also avo. Even a big one is, it doesn't say small, large. There's no difference according to Reb Shimon. Why does it say avo? Whereas the truth prefers to say that it doesn't according to Reb Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Avo, but a larger candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that the concept even but in this case, there's enough oil to last the entire Shabbos. In his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last on Shabbos. So he set it aside. So even if the end of the trees in his case, being this concept of Shmoshes, it remains muktzah, even if there's no flame right now, according to Shmoshes. Regardless of the son of Shimon by Clyde, both like his father, Shimon, there's no muktzah that cleans, and there's no muktzah that considers
drag you down, and there's some people
argues that his father his father holds that while the candle is lit and not benefit from the oil, he holds no benefit from the oil if it puts out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. It doesn't cause any heat. Then he says you got to use the oil. Then he says if you have this metal candelabra, it doesn't absorb oil and ashes. So it's not most.
A lot of people just marry people because they're hot.
According to everybody,
You know, they marry people
if you
because
let it
they're
down
sexy.
as much
They
as
like
the
having
mayor
sex
and you
with
read the
them.
bullet,
You know, they think they're
it's just
attractive.
eventually
You're
it's
a fucking crazy person.
not
You're trying to
living
make life work with a crazy person, and now you have kids. And now you're trying to make life with kids and this fucking crazy person that you really shouldn't have married in the first place. You didn't have anything in common with them other than like their bodies. You like how sexy they
Every
are.
person designates
That's the trap. Like, you gotta, it's
all in his head.
you have to, like,
But in addition to having it in his head, you have to
like,
know
love their
that he has
personality, love being around, love their kindness. And then you have to be someone that other people would love. And a lot of people love this perfect person in their life, and they're a mess. Oh, yeah. Also, I've seen that go down. There's a lot of reasons why marriages don't work out. And one of them is like over time, when two girls are traveling together, one of them just, like, this is an Anthony Robbins thing about life, analogy about life. But it actually works with marriages too. There's always like a subtle turn in one direction, and over time, you're further and further apart. Where, like, we don't have the same philosophy anymore. We don't have the same belief system. We don't have the same ethics or morals. You know, maybe your husband has got a job that you're like, you shouldn't be fucking doing this. This is bad for society. Like, your job overall is awful. Maybe you're denying people health care claims, you know, for insurance companies. Maybe that's your thing. Like, we have to live in a psychic way of, like, yeah, we eat ribeyes and we have a nice house, but, like, how did we get this money? Like, and maybe the wife was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be connected to you.
Have a candle.
That's understandable too. Like, not all marriages are supposed to work out. I agree. I think it makes sense. Yes.
And they like candles in order for
Chris Rock did a great job about that. That's just the candles.
From away. Hold that one. Question for that.
It's like, how money is this? Money is divorce. Really good point.
Why are you saying that? Money is on the bed. Money is not on the bed. The answer is because money goes. We're talking about those who rock,
but then we also have people that have great marriages. And when you meet people that have great marriages, it's like, oh, that's possible. You know, that's possible. Well, the sanctity of it, if it had more leverage going into it, you know, and it has no connection to that. It's a cultural milestone, too. It's like a thing. You're doing it because it's like everybody does it. Everyone wants to be married. Everyone wants to have a family. Every man wants to, you know, this is my wife. It's like, you think that a lot of people live life like they're in a goddamn romantic comedy. They think they're in a movie. You know, they think they're,
it's not a couple to how do I measure this? According to my solo, measure if from the outside and displays 40 saw of water. So put it like in a swing, see if you displays 40 saw of water, and it's not real. Count the wheels as 40 saw because the wheels, since the heads are not hard.
Just like your life is not going to measure up to your Instagram feed. You get kind of.
Another elephant is if you have a tool on the wagon. And it is mild. It creates a tent over what's the base of parts of it. There's a wheel there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon. It cannot save that thing from cooking. And if there's money, that's how love comes. The word being the question, money in the wheel. The wheel has.
Get on that,
if the money's still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on shopping. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you move the wheel because you move the wagon, and the wheel is above the wagon. See, as you mentioned before, the drive goes from the pull-up. So another outlaw for the drive goes from the pull-up to the pull-up. So and that is, if you have a lamp, every Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. What happens is you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is supposed to be the entire Shabbos. Look around. However, on Yom Kippur, you're not allowed to hang it on a tree because the lamp is not supposed to be you're going to go up the tree, retrieve your lamp.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely happens too. Also, familiarity breeds contempt. People just get tired of being in the same space with the same person over and over again. Stop. Leave me alone. Get away. You'll get sick of me, but it's also like, who did you pick? Yeah. Who did you pick? And why did they pick you?
Rat holds us for food, therefore a candle that extinguished on Shabbos remains lit for the rest of the Shabbos. However, we get a dispensation when it comes to Hanukkah.
Maybe you should become someone who would like to be a husband.
Chabar were people that didn't allow candles. Therefore, if somebody wanted to light the menorah, they would be scared that Chabar would catch him.
That's why I've been
After Beis Mother celebrates Shabbos and the candles go out, you take the menorah back into your house.
Lets you look at yourself and go,
That's a crap. It's a special halakha.
Tell me,
Famous saying goes, "Dayu Rabbi Shimon listeners Allah Shabbat." When it comes to an emergency like Chabar, they will rely on the people of Shimon and Chabar.
There's a lot of that for sure, and I think that's also a dissolving of the ego. That's a big part of it. One of the things that most psychedelic drugs have in common is they dissolve the ego. They completely dissolve the ego, at least for a brief amount of time. And during that brief amount of time, you have a much more objective understanding. That's why there's so many people who take mushrooms and completely smoke cigarettes, or completely quit taking pills. They just go, oh my God, what was I doing? You need to get outside of yourself. And I think that was a natural part of human civilization for thousands and thousands of years. People did it in ritualistic settings, in ancient Ulysses, in Greece, the Eleusinian mysteries was all about that. In Ulysses, when they would all get together, they would take this trek. There's a fantastic book on it called Immortality that a guy's been a guest on my podcast, Brian Rothschild, who wrote. But it's all about these are the people that figured out democracy. This is like in ancient Greece. They want to use the wood. I want to having these psychedelic trips. They would all go and have this trek, and have this visionary experience, and then come back with new insight about hands. And dissolving in the ego. The idea like, hey, maybe we should everybody have a say in how things run. Like, they invented democracy, which is crazy. They did it because of psychedelic
like Pesach and Shavuot.
They found these white pots.
That's such
These people
that
used to keep their
wine
wine
fell down
and their wine was
We're
all
also not allowed to
mixed
use that
up
wood
with
as part of this.
psychedelics. It wasn't regular wine. Like we think of wine as being an alcoholic beverage. That was
Once
wine
it breaks, it falls down.
Yeah. So there was like an LSD-like substance and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, well, the animated.
Yeah, sure.
There's a price that says that there are other foods such as peaches, which is they put aside on the roof and you let them dry and they're looked at. That must be going to the country of Yehuda. But what's the difference?
And drink the runoff from the bar.
Nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you receive that's what you and therefore they remain themselves according to the tree. Rebbe's son, the mother, asked Rebbe, what is the short hold of the state park? These are things that will never write down. In fact, he asked Rebbe the question about the shooting the names where I was looking. The Rebbe subscribed to the otherwise he wouldn't have I haven't seen it for a hold without the hold. Even though the top part are not edible, but you never push the side of the tent. He has one out of the condition, therefore, they are not according to the trees. Nevertheless, the Gemara the Mishnah tells us that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shut this animal that's good. But if it's yours, then it's in the midnight. And what that means exactly is the flood is whether it comes back after when it starts raining, in other words, it's away for a half a year, according to Rebbe, it never comes back. But it says that kind of animal you cannot shut the young. Because you never had it in mind that you're going to have the animal, you're not allowed to give it to drink. So that
after you drink it,
the Rebbe's 100% true. The Rebbe's the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all. And therefore, so the Lord gives three options. Either Rebbe holds up his children. So this particular animal is like raisins. It has two conditions. First of all, it's going to be very different size, so I don't want to see you anymore for a year. And second of all, it's very difficult to catch and capture. So that's two conditions. And therefore, even Rabbi Shimon will agree that this midbar animal is Disneyland. Seven answers. The Rebbe never said that he holds up the children. He was just answering what Rabbi Shimon would hold. In fact, Rebbe holds up Rabbi Yehuda. And he's answering the son what Rabbi Shimon would hold him.
And you go to the ride, it's a real simple ride. It's not like scary at all. It's like good for like little kids. And you get this one where I'm like, what are they trying to say here? It's like Tigger comes out, and Tigger is like this psychedelic being, and everything is like now in black light.
He said no. don't agree.
So Tigger comes out. Tigger's like
Rabbi
afraid.
Rothschild said that
Starts
Rabbi
bouncing around on his tail.
like Rav Shimon,
And then it gets to a certain part.
there's no muktzah.
Get a little forward here, where it gets
Why is it
super
different?
fucking weird. Like right here.
Jay,
What the hell is happening? It's all about honey.
we must say that
Like
talking
things
about a very
this is
specific
like
case.
fractal. This is like the
An
DMT world.
egg, an egg was a
This is really
and
weird.
therefore this
Like, what does
egg
this
did
have
not
to
grow
do
like
with
this.
Winnie the Pooh? What the
So
fuck happened?
so
It's really weird.
and it's not running for a hurt of
Like, what are they trying to say here?
or rebellion.
I didn't see anything about
Therefore,
honey. Yeah, it's something about the honey. It's like something about, you know, there's some stuff called bad honey. And there's bad honey. We actually ate it on the podcast once.
this egg with the chicken side has absolutely no other use.
But it's a honey that these, I think it's in the Himalayas.
You just said
right?
that there's an egg there
Where
that
these
was
guys have to
born on
climb up
top.
the side of a cliff
There
to
are
get
two
this
holes
stuff
that
in.
is not
And these bees are all taking pollen
doesn't hold
from,
of
is
the
it
noise
lotus
flower.
flower?
In other words,
What is the
since you
psychedelic
anticipate the
plant?
birth of this egg, Rav Shimon doesn't
So
hold that
these
it's noise
bees are taking pollen from the psychedelic plant
and
and
to say
they're
that
making a
that
psychedelic
chicken
honey. Okay.
is not
So,
another hole.
so that honey is honey that
Is
contains,
that the
oh, I
chicken
said that word.
feed your animal?
Yeah, the dark reddish
One
is
on
produced
that
from
says
nectar pollen of the genus
chick was probably dying on Shabbos. Rav Shimon holds the smokes up because I never thought about it. We'll see if
and
that.
has moderately
The other one
toxic
says
and narcotic effects. Produced principally in Nepal and Turkey,
Rabbi
where it's
Yosef
used as both
Yosef
traditional medicine and a
Rabbi
recreational
Yosef says
drug.
that halacha is like
See,
Rabbi
show
Yosef.
how to get it, because these guys, look at that, climb on the side of a fucking
Why
cliff
did
to
they have
get
to say
this
that?
stuff.
There's a story
And
that
people get it just to trip out.
we know from that story that Rabbi Yosef
You try
like
that hard to get honey, that you make like a
menorah.
ladder, and you
A large
cover
candelabra
yourself
fell
with beekeepers
on
out
the
there,
Rabasi. Rabasi didn't move it.
these
He
hives
walked
all
away from it and
connected to
fell
the
by something.
side
He didn't
of
move
a
it
cliff.
because he held a muktzah.
It's really crazy.
And his Rebbe's rabbinical.
Yeah.
So you see from here, Rabbi Yosef holds a muktzah. So Gemara on today's episode perhaps the reason why he didn't move it because he knows it's supposed to be available. It has a very specific spot. Similar to Muslim sandwiches, wasn't really expensive.
And he's
You
like,
don't want to
you
use
just
it.
take like a half a piece
Designated
of
area.
I just have a whole
And
big
therefore,
piece
this
of
candelabra on the designated area, that's why it was muktzah. Not because of the muktzah of the Tzudo.
Yeah, about 20 minutes in. Oh, okay. This is a new one. It's like, this is crazy. This is honey. Like, this is good tea. Like, what's going on in the fall? I don't think it's a normal use thing. I think it's an occasional use thing. Maybe not. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't like I was out of my head and didn't know what to do. It was completely functional. But it was, like, bizarre.
Shabbos daf involved. How
So
are they
these
doing these things healthy?
psychedelic trips to me,
We finished off yesterday saying the story where a menorah fell on Rabasi and he refused to move it with his
just like
hand
you got
to
a
his muktzah.
vacation to reset your life.
What kind of
Sometimes
muktzah?
you need a
You
vacation
try to
to
say
reset
perhaps
your
hold
life.
the muktzah. Yes,
They help
it's a large item
Have
that's a
more
designated
energy
spot.
because you're
You
hanging
don't
on
have to
to
spot it, it's muktzah.
Sure.
So
The
remember
idea
what to
is
do about
less
stress
you
and
have more
it's a
power
pretty
in your
big muktzah.
mind. The
The
day
house
got
is narrower than a
that
tefach.
less
You don't have
certain
a building a
concrete
oil.
expectation.
Let it put it together in Shabbos and take it apart in Shabbos.
You decide
How
as
do
you
you
go.
touch it? It's muktzah. It's heaven.
Yeah,
You see that there is no muktzah called Tfilas
that's
Muktzah.
part of it. You're like,
So why did
the less
Rabasi
you
move
hang
the
on to in your head,
The answer is because it was a menorah that came apart.
the
And
more
put that
energy you
together
have
with
for
certain
stuff.
people.
Yeah, like,
When we're dealing with a menorah that looks as if it come apart.
especially young
If it's
comics,
zero, it's a menorah. It
getting on
wasn't a menorah
social
that came
media and
apart.
arguing
If it's a really small menorah that comes
think
apart,
of your time in
your
your
Rebbe
day
says,
as a
even though it usually doesn't come apart, you have to go on a small menorah.
100 units of
But
energy.
just since it doesn't come apart, don't get confused with the menorah that comes apart.
Units
You
on
don't
some
make sense.
bullshit online.
Instead,
You're
the
robbing
Rebbe
yourself
like
of
your
that
Jew,
time that you could be putting into things you love,
the issue
your
is,
friendship, your
always
comedy act,
has
your
like
life.
the stam,
You don't need to do that. Like, it's a show. You get sucked into it. You need to do that. All it does is
one of that looks
it just robs you of your energy.
money, even in
Unless
inside the
you're
window.
attached to like
And the money was removed.
old beefs and
The movement on
swine
Shabbos,
of that
that
guy,
goes
all
according to
those
the
kind of things, the less you're
So
attached
one
to
of
that
the
stuff,
stam missions
the
retreat.
freer you
Or
are.
Rotem Pasha that you do.
It's good for you.
Says
It's
consider
selfish
much
to
more
be
evil to those
selfish to be kind.
that the mission is talking about that there's no money during the Moshes, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos.
Those things were
But if
legal.
there was a money,
You could experience them.
in fact, the wheel was
Setting,
like
you
you
know how to administer them, and know the right
That's
dose,
like
and know, you know,
paid, what if
True Related said,
medication, well, if you're on a certain medication, definitely don't be taking this stuff, right?
It's like a nerve.
Medication's an MOA inhibitor, and this is,
Nerves for shooting in there. Meaning, could be two meanings. Either it was one Sakalov,
it doesn't even have to be that, man.
either Sakalov and the Myra is not Moksa, like your Shimon says that a candle that was lit, it was extinguished on top, and the candle was blown out to your mouth. In other words, the Myra is what is it? Oh, the Myra is awesome. But the candle is the Myra in a tank. One does the remote chaos, and at a different time, this is law. Both acted like Reb Shimon. There was no Moksa to the Rabbein, and both the Rabbein were not there. On the other hand, Reb Avon, even though he himself felt like Reb Shimon, and he was in front of Reb Yochanan, and he respected Reb Yochanan, he acted like Reb Yehuda that there is. My question for you says, if you have a little weird lamp, it's full of oil, it doesn't get disgusting, and therefore it's not considered. If it has nest or seed, so it is. Now, we're not talking about Moksa Machatzmius, because Reb Shimon doesn't hold Moksa. We're discussing this since there's no other religious candle that's disgusting. Therefore, it's like a stone that has no other use, and it's awesome. In other words, Moksa Machatzmius. Rabbi Rothschild went home, he let him carry, let him top of a lamp that was used with nest. It's an amazing story. Rabbi was to visit Rabbi. He had a lot of money on his feet. And he sat him down, he sat down on his bed, and he put his sheet on his bed, and put a lot of mud on the bed. This upset Rabbi. So Rabbi decided he was going to torture Rabbi Avia with questions. To punish him. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi Rabbis both say that a lamp that was used with nest is not Moksa?
Why did they have this understanding of how the stars are lines and how it could mathematics?
Another part of the earth, what about all the stars in the world? They're very Moksa. But
I think it's very uncurrent understanding of when mathematics evolved.
This lamp has a name of a field where a stone is not a I don't think mathematics. Allah says that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry to her boyfriend. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it.
Society has had
nature
cosmic event, most like an asteroid has not a common impact, and there's a theory behind the younger drives impact. 11,800 years ago,
wasn't successful in comparison.
And there's a comet storm that we go through every September. Was it November and June?
Is the firstborn animal, cow, sheep. It goes to the Kayan.
Sometime like June and November.
What if it befalls like June? Is the Kayan to check it outside of the Yosemite? He just do what he wants. What if he finds it on
objects? Yeah.
It's also going to
take a really big one.
Question.
Fuck up everything.
Why is this Bukhar
different
than oil that's left over in the lamp? The Shul says it's not Bukhar.
Once
it
oil
that's left in the lamp,
and then you just got
when he lights the lamp, he knows that he may have leftover oil. So he takes another oil and he wants it. So that's what it's not. But an animal in Bukhar, there's 3 reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a milk? And even if it has a milk, who says it will be permanent? And even if it's a permanent milk, who says I'll find a rabbi, they'll tell him that it's a good moment. What about women? It's an ether. Our jobs in Mayfair would not take an ether. What if she what if her husband's really quick? Tomorrow, because a woman makes an ether, who in a doctor. What about a man? How can you pay for this thing? What if he doesn't pay that? Because he doesn't need it.
6,000 years ago. I think that's just the newest version of it. I think they probably had mathematics.
The Mishnah says, learn, if the fire is still lit, even if Shem says it's actually because it's from the buses to the lamps points to flame which is
north, south, east, and west.
Rashad is not because we are concerned with our house, like Rashi explained in Mishnah. We are concerned with our house when we extinguish the flame. Because with Shimon holds, those Shimon scholars, look, if you don't think about it, if you don't that's not your intent, then you're not higher. In other words, if a person drags a bed, trying to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, he creates a view of the ground, just pump it. And don't say that there's enough to make because the rice is their above. Extinguishing a flame is their rice. And Moving a bent, like there, making a groove in the ground is not the derech himself, so it's only in the Rabbanan. Perhaps that's why it's one of the rights of Shem say it's awesome. Because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is good, supported in your shotgun, says Rav Shimon, he's allowed to wear shotgun, he's not mechaber to wear the clothing. If he's not protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's filter. So you see that even in the rights of shotgun, as long as you don't have Tavana, Rav Shimon says it's filter. Have a wonderful day.
President Bush, how you doing today? Why told your hand? About 8.2 today, Matthew. 8.2 to the 10th. He can give you an answer out of 10 to the 10th of how he was doing. I thought that's pretty interesting. Everybody goes, oh, good, man. Great. How are you? That's some CIA shit, son. That's 10. What's your point? About an 8.2. He had numbers in his head. Yeah. You know, Herbert Walker was the guy that Hal put off and a bunch of these scientists. He brought them together and said, we have recovered a crashed UFO more than one occasion, and we have a back engineering program, and we're considering disclosure to the American people. I want you to list the positives, the positive impact of society, and the negatives. Yeah, they did it with quite a few different scientists, and they all had more negatives than positives. If they came out with this information, this information exactly depends on society. Yes, more negatives than positives. Positives.
What about
disruption of religion, government, economy? I actually did. It depends on your religion. You know, it depends on where these things are from, what is happening with the Bible. Ezekiel has golden chariots from the sky. Exactly. Yeah, the Ezekiel stuff sounds like a UFO encounter. And it's not the only version of that in ancient texts. In ancient Hindu texts, there may be models. These things that are flying through the sky, what are those things? The Vedic Veda. And even in the Bhagavad Gita, there's always depictions of these things that sound like you're talking about a spaceship or at least some kind of technology. Like this thing about the Nephilim, like the gods mated with women and created man with monsters. Boy, doesn't that sound like aliens came down and genetically manipulated primates and created human beings? That's a version of it that you can apply.
And we learned when it comes to cooking. A wealthy person doesn't consider a baguette of an onion. They found out that that was a baguette made with different types of wine or whatever. It's not considered a baguette for them. So that's not considered a non-pizza item for Rebbe. Therefore, I find it prefer to say that we're going to rational a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrement, human waste. The special halacha that's discussing, you're letting move it and take it out of your room, out of the house. Well, it says it's not, there's no comparison. A grashery is a whole thing. This master has a net on top.
I mean, you get excited about
ashes of incense, not
possibilities. Yes.
Therefore, Rabbi learned
people go, oh man,
these ashes are not ones that cause these circumstances.
Always get interested in an alternate way something went down. You get interested and excited about that, but not going, no, never disengaging from it. You're going, no, because I believe how was it when I read it? That's how it is. That's not where you're moving.
Right, says
it's never denial of information and facts, and it's also recognition that oftentimes a large swath of society just goes with a narrative without having any real understanding of what the actual facts are. And then there's that term, conspiracy theory. The problem with that, calling someone a conspiracy theorist, is conspiracies are real. Like, there's a lot of evidence, and if you want to sit down, I can show you a ton of them. And so anybody who says, like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, I'm like, okay, let's talk about conspiracies. Like, do you think that any of them exist? Do you think that people conspire? Is it like it's a natural part of human behavior that's been documented throughout history? Even government, literally the thing that got us to the Vietnam War was a conspiracy, was fake. The
Gulf of Tonkin. It was a false flag operation. It never took place at all. It lied to the American people. That's conspiracy. Like, that's just one conspiracy that turns out to be true. There's a lot of them. The problem is people don't want to look like a conspiracy theorist. They've done such a good job of making it a goofy term that you don't ever want to attach to, cause damage to your reputation. If you're in a job where people take you seriously, unfortunately I'm not. If you're in a job where people take you seriously, you don't want to say anything weird like, yeah, I think aliens are real, or people think you're a kook, and then you discount your opinion on everything. If you just know the actual facts, people that don't think there's anything that aliens are real, there's no way we're never contacted. Why not? Gary Nolan, the guy who was on here yesterday, was talking about cancer research. He was also telling us about a piece of wreckage they found from a craft. Was it 1950 that they found it?
Put it in forcefully.
The first one was Silica one?
And this is how.
Direct chain of possession of this evidence from, I believe it was 1950.
It's so
and it was almost pure silica, and the magnesium ratios were so off that he said that this magnesium had to have been sourced from a place that experienced a neutron bomb every 2 minutes for 900 years. That's how long the isotopes were to magnesium that we find here on Earth. He's like, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to ever do that, but I'm saying this is from 1950. Like, this is a real piece of what they're saying is a wreckage of a craft. And it has a material composition that is impossible for a normal person to create in 1950. So what the fuck is that? I used to say that to people, they're like, oh. So Gary Nolan is a professor at Stanford. He's the professor in what is his forensics? Is that what his he does cancer research, but what is his actual
also to isolate with something that's moist of heaven, something that adds
Stanford School of Medicine professor.
It talks on a lot of
published,
so much so that doesn't matter if
this material, and they said, look, would you analyze this,
such as
you know all these different scientists.
olives,
Down chair of pathology, Stanford School of Medicine.
They decompose manure, as we know,
a guy like that is saying, no, this is a composition
calcium,
of this piece of wreckage that you can't make here.
And there are some
they found a type of alloy that doesn't
when
exist
they are moist and not when they are dry. Those are
on an
strong,
atomic
great
level,
skins,
layers
soft,
upon layers of whatever this alloy is. He's like, this costs billions of dollars to create.
It's not basic example, doesn't have
it's not possible.
Also, you put that back
we don't have the equipment to make it today. You could conceive how someone with enough resources could have that money today to do something like that. But it is an enormous undertaking. And this is a piece of craft that's found in 1976. So we got that. It's telling you that I'm not saying what it is. I'm not saying what's wrong. What I'm saying
what it says
is
you can do it right.
Someone says conspiracies, like, yeah, I believe in conspiracies because
very incessantly.
Because I don't have to worry about being taken
That's how I was.
And most people
never goes
don't want to be a fool.
Regarding
You know, like a silly person. You don't want to get mocked when people aren't around you, like, yeah, fucking believes in JFK assassination. You say, because you don't have to be taken seriously. Yeah, she said, exactly. Because you're saying your theories on things are solid, because you and your position are going to, hey, I don't have to be taken. My job does not rely on me being taken seriously.
Shabbos, that's my test. How's everybody doing? The word tells us that it's permitted to take two words and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not a tamana, not burying the top one. It's trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Rish Galusa's house put a whole cup of water on top of an earth, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, don't do so. What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup that looks like a tamana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of label. He yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." The servant says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze the shechita, which is also a zibuk. He says, "Observe, what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something." He says, "Rabbi, that's the big difference. If you cover with a rag, you don't care about the rag, you're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him, don't do so." There's movement, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of it. And that's called muktzah machmas. You set it aside and say, "I'm not going to use this." And what happened to the person? He doesn't have a choice. He ran out of straw, different material. He uses his movement to do atmana to insulate his pot. Gemara says it doesn't lose its muktzah. It's still muktzah of chisardim. But we cannot prove this from the Brisa that says if you're permitted to do atmana with movement, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the Brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as movement, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the issue of muktzah goes away to show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch movement. Of course, it's muktzah machmas chisardim. Says Gemara. He's going to teach us, so it's so nice and soft. Perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muktzah. The mashmalon is muktzah. You take a pillow and you stuff it with movement, you stuff it with the soft stuff. That's makeh b'patish. Jesus says this is the rice on top. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow, and it's already stuck, and the movement, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and take a scissors and cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish. The lid of the barrel is not the one with the barrel. It's never one. You just put it together, and now you're taking it apart. The person has an axe, and he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick. It's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Lord, as he's using the axe, we're considered one. The handle and the axe. The handle and the metal. The one touches one, the other one becomes covered. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items, independent of each other, because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing in just their laundry, and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together, or if somebody has a lot of keys, a macher, they have a lot of keys, you touch one, they all become common. You touch one cloth, they all become common. Or let's say you take two gold garments that are made out of seven, and you sew them with tishna. They are shotnas. Once you start undoing the stitching for the laundry or for the shotnas, it's no longer the common one to the other. Over here, it's different than that. Over here, a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants it to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something that has a halacha just like it itself. So the more for research, this goes like we related. We're talking about a pira, a stove that has compartments that you put salt in on the side. And those compartments, are they considered like the pira itself? For Thomas. So the more they're independent. Just compartments. But remember, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a sheretz earthenware, so the only way earthenware becomes tummy is if the tumah is in the inside of the sheretz, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, punches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tummy, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices or the candle. If you take the sheretz to the airspace of that kira, then the kira does not become tummy. The rest of the compartments do not become tummy. The kira itself becomes tummy. Typically, the sheretz becomes tummy, not want to show that this whole Puma, that the transfer, the compressions is only their ball. We don't want people to burn their Puma concussion based on this Puma. You're not allowed to burn your Puma concussion based on the real butter. So therefore, we make a distinction and say it only becomes tummy with MAGA by touching physically and not through the ear space. You have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's blade that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood. During the malacca, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then if you say one, and if someone touches one part, the other blade becomes tummy. However, when it comes to Hazal, sprinkling, making this device taller, you have to make sure to get it sprinkled on both parts of the stick. Why is that? Because in the right cell, they are considered one. Only the Shashmalach, only one doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered. Therefore, the Chacham said, let's do the Puma in both cases. Puma, to say that they're both Tameh is a Puma. Hazal, to say that they're both not Tar, that's also a Puma. Therefore, you have to be Mazah both. But by Puma, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to come and have a wonderful day.
No, back, it's because you have less negative thought. Joe interrupts him. Well, listen, this is good. His answer's great. He goes, no. I have as many or more negative thoughts. I just get past them quicker than others. Yeah, that's the thing. Right. He's not in let him come. Bam. Out of the way. I got it. On the next. Yeah.
That is not the test.
Control. Yeah. He has control.
I hope you all
come in and he swats him down.
You had to listen to the mission of different products that also to our point of if they are more.
You can't be satisfied with anything. If you want to reach the very tip of the top,
for external moisture and moisture
more explosive and better every time you do it. You have to do more training.
And you tells us that's one of the things on the list is moisture.
You're never going to reach
Moisture is soft material. Obviously, it doesn't produce some moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from exterior sources. The Brisa that says you shouldn't use clothing, garments for one. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Lord says that's not a right. It's possible that they use this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produces own moisture. The Mishnah says, let's do that clothing with fruit,
and sometimes they can keep you up at night and they'll fuck with your sleep, and then the clothes are losing or forming because you genuinely hate this person. Some people
says
thrive under those conditions.
Is also when it's
most of the time,
it's similar to manure, which is heavily
trying to just achieve the highest version of yourself. It's the most aspirational, and I think the best of the best do that. Like, the very best majority of peers in the world, they do that. They're playing against themselves. They're playing against themselves. They're trying to be the very best version of themselves that they can be, and if they do that right and leave no stone unturned, they can achieve greatness. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be going through hell. I mean, to become an elite fighter is one of those physically difficult things, and then psychologically difficult things.
The Romans said
every day outside of the war, maybe
person's
law enforcement.
The mission of the fight didn't hear you walk out with Fulham and saw a lone officer remove his foot in his hand, and the officer said, what's in your hand? He said,
you're literally hurling bones in the direction of a trained assassin, and the two of you are going to do it publicly in your underwear in front of the whole world.
Just like a pigeon,
barefoot, these little tiny pads on your knuckles, cup over your dick. You're just going to go out there and kick each other and strangle each other. It's crazy. It's crazy. And so this is balance of the mind and the body and the intention and how you allocate your resources and time and how you manage stress and how you deal with the pressures of trying to succeed and the doubts and the fears.
But they are looking. So if they are looking, how do you get your succeed? It's covered with the wool.
I think it
is. You grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up and the cherries fall themselves. That's cooking with Sheena meaty. Those are very simple. Once you have the lid off, try to remove the top, because then the cherries will fall in. You
get objective and go, oh shit, this is communicating winner. All I gotta get is 1 yard. Right. Whereas, no, I run. I will run through. I use my ability. I will cross the Bojack.
Medicine and the mother says that our mission
Through the zones down the fucking tunnel. And then snipers don't aim at the targets. They aim on the other side of it.
not someone that does
Getting through COVID.
Because if
Part of
somebody
what I know
that
helped
does
me
business
was going,
behind
oh, it's going to be like this for 10 years,
that
gang.
was booked up,
Family,
designated
buckle up.
expired for selling.
Sure. Oh, shit. We were
Now,
preparing
says
for much longer.
that highs that are
That
tens
this is going to be
to this product,
hell.
they're
Get ready for it, dude. And then all of a sudden, you're right, that's it. It's like,
the only heights of heights that are
projecting past
are
the
heights
goal.
that are 10 and 7.
Cellularly, I think wakes up something in some survival level. That we don't
even think
choke,
about
we don't get
designating
fatigued
designating
quickly. We don't want to quit sooner because we have
the
no
party
mind.
there has wood.
The end is not right on the
They're
corner.
Muslim.
Right. And so it's a bit of a mental trick.
So they're Muslim. I apologize for the noise. But a comic person who has wood,
beyond. They're
who is not
playing
Muslim,
Arch Manning right now. Never been more hype on
food on it says, let's use it.
What's up, Rabbi?
Living a dream, dog. How are you, Brandon? So far, so good. Are you happy about your Ravens on Sunday?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy about my Ravens.
They played really well. Lamar Jackson had 4 touchdown passes. Okay.
BBC's Alex Snow reports the judge approved a protective order for Charlie Kirk's wife. Prosecutors told the judge they have filed for the death penalty. And President Trump's arrived in London for his state visit with King Charles and other British leaders. BBC's Mary Bruce reports leaders from both sides of the pond say they want to deepen the ties between the two countries.
What do you think about NBA coming back?
I'm excited for it. I've got fantasy teams already.
I'm gonna be live streaming NBA and NFL in here too.
That's amazing, my friend. Thank you.
Is there any games going on right now?
No. They'll start back up at least Thursday night. Bills Dolphins. There might be baseball. Yeah.
Oh.
If you want to stream baseball, there's baseball on Stream East.
Stream East, Yes, NBA is coming back at NBC.
Yeah, that'll be exciting.
Let's check your show right now on TV.
Oh, excellent.
I can't wait for basketball season to start.
Do you like basketball a lot?
Basketball?
Yeah.
Football? In the MLB?
Look at you. You like all the sports.
Yeah, son of all the sports. You want to know who your favorite basketball team is?
Who's your favorite basketball team? Who's your favorite basketball? Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me that.
I like Jason Tatum.
Right.
He's the MVP of the basketball.
Excellent.
My brain getting high is that everybody's on me. Not the one screaming in BC.
Because it's just headlines like this podcast that does you might expect. This is a story about murder. Wow, I've never seen anything quite like this. And we're not alone. It's about as cold-blooded as you can see. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never seen anything that has involved this much planning and this degree of this evil. This is a story about pride, greed, envy, and other deadly sins. It's a story about blood and, yes, murder.
Where's Mr. Quarters at?
She'll be here. She comes in usually about she'll be in within the next hour.
She comes to hear slaves.
That's correct, my friend.
Hey, she's not listening back here and here with you.
Yeah.
I slept in here and my bedroom saw you can see me sleeping.
Amazing.
It's later. Kelly, we're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. I thought I was going to talk about one thing, and then all of a sudden, some Metro News broke. Metro buses, because buses are now helping out the trains, because there is a Metro train derailment where downtown, basically effing up a whole Metro train and bus line. I think it's kind of appropriate. It's a mess up. Okay, go real big. Well, Metro has been reporting significant delays. If they reported the significant delays, it's probably worse than ever. These significant delays on 2 train lines today due to a train derailment downtown. Northbound A9 train derailed at around 3 p.m. at the 7th Street Metro Center station. And after experiencing a minor incident, which they don't say specifically.
These Amaroim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion. Why is there 39? One landowner said because there are 39 different halachas including the mission. And the other landowner said, because the Torah mentions the word melacha, melacha, and melacha 39 times. Now it's not going to come from those counts. Because the counts will come
It's just
Where's this
noise out there. And if we do it, and you go, we told you you'd be number one. Look at you and go, oh, thank you. That's it. They don't need a pep rally to go.
The last thing they use the word, we could also be referring to that video with H2. Is that counted as well? What about the classic on the left of Diet?
This high,
Lysol did
this
enough
game,
work.
well, I'm prepared mentally and spiritually for an entire season of hell. I'm prepared to fight this assassin on the other side of me that is wants to defend and do me what I want to do to them. Making the resistance for the adversary
There's a price that seems
bigger
to say
and longer and get more tools. Seems to be a good way to succeed, going beyond the goals you look up. I got this from
in the Mishkan.
when I've done my best acting. I didn't know it was the last day, so they cut at the end. The last scene of the last day of shooting.
That they made.
I was walking up and I see tomorrow. They're like, no, there is nothing tomorrow. It was just like, that's it. That's it.
They needed other chemicals to add to that dye.
Oh, hey Joe, how you doing?
Learned the concept of the sun going from which was surrounding from the ground to the wagon. From the wagon to the ground.
And was heading to the next
wagon to wagon teaches us
to look up the
the other because there was a script. Surviving in between. Had a wonderful day.
I didn't look at my scorecard on 16 and go, I can just keep slash 3 holes, maybe get him with the parts, to boogie. I didn't anticipate. So I didn't get my room. I behaved and went through the finish line. Yeah, that's something in there is in suffering to succeed rather than fighting for revenge, seeing on the other side of the target. Yeah, it's all about 100%. Yeah, it's also like concentrating on what you're trying to do versus the impact of what it is. Like if I miss this, oh my God, I'm fifth. Yeah, instead of that, you're just thinking about, I'm going to make this. This is how I make this. This is how I do this. This is how I do this. This is how I behave. It's also in today's world with all the stimulus we're talking about, social media, etc. We're also living in the third person, being fed opportunities to live in the third person all the time. Yeah, like we have a jumbo truck, and choose football now. You kick me the ball. I'm running the kickoff back. I'm going down the sideline, and I see the goal, and I think I'm going to score. And then I have a look at the jumbo truck to see how I'm doing. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, if we sit outside, I mean, look at how sure we. Yeah, for sure. That passenger yield I'm talking about when you're hitting it immediately is not hopping out right over here to have a look. And if you do, you get lost. You get lost. You get conscious of what you're behaving, what you know how to do, what you're passionate to do. And you're out of the moment. You have objective. Yeah, when you try to see someone do something where we know they're in that zone, right? But when someone runs in for a layup and it's like the most beautiful movements, avoiding the defenders, up in the air, drop the ball, and we're like, when we see someone just hit the zone, we see it in the fight. When we see someone just flow, we see someone flow, like, wow, he's feeling it. Yeah, she's walking in. We love that because we know that it's somewhere in ourselves. And maybe at one point in your life you experienced it. Playing mini golf or something. One point in your life, you're like, I think I felt it right or that, right? How much do you think preparation has to do with the freedom to adapt and flow once you're in the game? Almost everything. If you're not prepared, your ability to adjust is very limited. Yeah. You have to be fully prepared and then let it flow. But you have to like really have all your bases covered just so they don't have anxiety. I could have done more. Yeah, that's a big issue with fighters. We see fighters towards the end of their career. There's a thing that happens when fighters realize they're probably never going to be champion. And they're just doing it for a paycheck. And, you know, you see sometimes they'll show up and they look a little soft. Yeah, like, and you see a little fear in their eyes because they know they really are not focused. They're really not dialed in. But this is what they're doing for a paycheck now. Yeah, and it's not good. Right? There's another guy on the other side of the outcome, the opposite. That guy's done. Yeah, maybe he's only like 25 and he's like coming into his prime and you're a stepping stone for him. It's like, ooh. And the problem with fear that is what, getting actually really injured. Sure. more so than if you were one of that yourself. You'll definitely take shots you wouldn't take, and then you don't have the endurance to keep up the pace, right? Because you like to get to the shape that you have to be in the game, to be in a 5-round MMA fight. It's almost impossible to maintain. Like Chael Sonnen's talked about this extensively. It's like you can't keep it up. It's not like a level of conditioning that you can keep up all year round. You have to peak to it where you're like, your body's barely hanging on, and then you coast the last week to allow yourself to like recover, and you just kind of go through movements the last few days, and then on Saturday, under the bright lights, you were at 100% capacity. Meaning that your fucking heart rate, and checking your resting heart rate, and checking your blood, and your heart rate variability, and what your nutrient levels are. You're fucking fine tuned for that Saturday night. And if you're not, if you didn't cover any of those bases, you're going to know, right? Back of your head, you're going to know, like, I'm going to give my best before. I don't have a big gas tank. I could have trained harder. I'm excited about this. This seems like this, the blind spot that skill is there to be taken advantage of for preparing for peak performance. Darryl Royal comes into the University of Texas and won a couple national championships here in Texas. He always said, you got 12 games in the year. You can expect for your team to be at peak performance level 2 Saturdays out of 12. You want to make sure that those 2 Saturdays are against the toughest teams. You want to make sure that the other ones where they're like, they did well, but they didn't play the big ones, are against the good teams. And you want to do your best to make sure that the days that they're off, you're playing shitty teams that you can beat, even you're not really there. It seems like so much more opportunity for that number to rise today, to have a much higher number that you can be ready for peak performance. Who are the best preparers? In that, when you get to a championship level, when you get to Alexandre Pantoja, or when you get to, when you get to like that level, you're at a championship level, they're all preparation. They're all, yes, it's impeccable. So the team on your hair, gets measured, it's time. This is, they're all dialed in with diet, they're dialed in with their weight, they're dialed in with strength and conditioning, they're dialed in with their sparring. It's impeccable. You can't compete at a world-class level today and not have that. It's not possible. So physically, mentally, on these 2 different coaches, on these one people don't have mental coaches at all. Some of the elite fighters have no mental coaches. Some of them do. Some of them, we had this guy Brandon Epstein the other day that he works with quite a few UFC fighters, and he's got a very specific protocol that he mentally prepares them for, and he coaches them through things, and it sets up like a way to visualize and see yourself performing and see yourself doing things, and how you view your performance, like to get you into a mindset where once you get into that arms when you're locked into this pathway, instead of like straying and letting anxiety and fear overwhelm you, which can happen to fighters. But then there's other guys that don't have any coaches for that at all, and just have the mindset already, and they're comfortable with what they have, and they just stay disciplined and just go in there. It's very personal. Because everybody's brain is different. They all have like different ways of expressing themselves, different ways. How much is technology? Diet has helped a lot. A lot. Technology, just understanding nutritional balances, understanding like when you do a nutrient analysis of your blood work, like oh you're deficient in niacin, this is your probably your wear down, you don't have enough B12 in your system. Making sure you get the correct amount of protein. Like you can't miss any of those things if you want to achieve peak performance. You have to have everything, your hydration, your electrolytes, everything has to be dialed in. Your sleep. It's just one of the biggest ones. Like this is like a lot of these young guys, the problem is they still go out and party, they're still hanging out with girls till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then they're at training at 8 a.m. Like, you can't do that and be a professional and expect to be world-class or expect to beat the guys who are just as good as you but get that preparation. They're going to have an advantage. The argument of athletes, who was better then or now? What would you have then? What was this? I think that athletes have evolved, and the athletes we have now are just better than athletes ever were. Yeah, and that they're bigger, they're more powerful, they're more focused, they're more specific. But they're just better. And if they played in that time, they would be that much better then, even than they are now. Yeah, seems to be. I mean,
There she is.
they also have the benefit of watching people.
Are you feeling better?
Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am.
That's my friend Brandon.
Yes, ma'am. There he is. He's waving at you.
Yay! Who's waving? Okay, hold on. Let me get on that thing. Okay, there we go.
Are you feeling better?
Mr. Chris.
Hey, Brandon.
Nothing much chilling. I'm joining the Baltimore Ravens Discord.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm joining all their NFL teams just so I can get notified when they stream.
That's one of your favorite things?
I'm a big fan of the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, that's good. Oh, I'm happy for you. Yeah. Baltimore Ravens. Okay. Is it notifications and stuff?
Yeah. I don't know how to stop them.
Oh. Okay. Stop. What you doing now? You watching another game? What you doing now, Brandon?
I'm watching. I was watching I Next Got Talent.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. They're brought apart.
Oh. Come on, Rabbi, you got it.
They're out of prison now and in their settlements. Their past.
That's American Got Talent.
Ooh, big strike.
Thank you.
Big strike. Get it.
Smack my Matthew.
Oh, no. You've got me, Miss Aquarius. Beautiful. It's over. It's over.
Good night, Mr. Krause. I'm heading to bed.
Take care, Brandon.
Good night.
I'm going to leave my camera so I can sit there and Rabbi.
Excellent.
Okay.
You guys.
Sweet dreams, big dog.
Big dreams.
Miss Aquarius, you came in like a cannonball or like a wrecking ball, and you destroyed.
Yeah.
And I loved every second of it. I loved every second of it. I loved every second of it.
That's awesome. 2 strikes back to back.
That's right. And you ended with a spare. Knock over.
Oh, yeah.
Nice
Oh,
spare.
that was a good shot. Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Thank you.
Oh, come on.
Oh. It's not that bad.
Got it.
You
Oh,
got
are
this.
you serious? Are you serious?
Maybe I stop doing my rabbi like that. Oh, I missed it. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
That's right.
Not what I wanted. There we go.
Oh, nice there.
These are the latest warnings. They've issued because the bacteria levels have exceeded health standards. Here we go. Avalon Beach and Catalina Island, 100 feet west of the pier, and the swim area west of Green Pleasure Pier. Just in case you haven't to go to Catalina Island anytime soon.
Come on, Rabbi. Right.
No doubt. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about.
That was an excellent, beautiful stare.
Thank you, ma'am.
100 yards up and down the coast from the public restrooms. I have no idea where the public restrooms are, as opposed to the private ones. So just see public restrooms 100 yards up.
Oh, no. Okay. Come on, Rabbi. Strike it.
Near South Tower 20. If you know where that is, I sure as hell do not. 100 yards up and down
You got this thing.
from the storm drain.
Yay. Good there.
Beach in Walker Rio. Depending on how you pronounce it, we'll just stop right there. When I was growing up, it's pronounced both Cabrillo and Cabrillo. Yes, I know the Spanish pronunciation of Cabrillo. Okay? But, you know, it's almost like saying the correct Spanish pronunciation.
Nope, you got it, Rabbi.
We say Los Angeles. So growing up, people were saying Cabrillo.
Get it.
So whichever you should say.
All right, I'm going to get these. This is a tough split. Nope. I'll take it.
Okay, you win, I win.
I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job, Miss Aquarius.
That's right. Good job, Rabbi. You won.
Thank you, ma'am.
You won both.
That's right, undefeated.
Okay, I finally got to play with you.
Yes, ma'am.
I was sad.
That's okay.
Now I'm happy.
That's all right. I'm happy we got to play as well.
Yeah. Yay, Rabbi.
Yay, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah. Now I go to sleep now.
Sweet dreams.
Thanks, I stay in here, okay?
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, this is my home, too.
I know it is.
Company, you never know.
That's right.
All right. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, God willing.
Not really.
But yeah, it's a buddy of mine, for example. I went out there a few years ago for his wedding, and he moved out there with his wife, whose family is from there. Of all the places I would never go, what my wife and I should do is see if we can hook up like maybe fly into Japan, cruise to Hawaii, and then fly back. It's not bad. Yeah, honestly, Japan is beautiful too. I love it out there, but Hawaii is, when you go, you're going to forever fantasize about going back. Oh, that's a high bar. Yeah, high bar, because I've done some traveling. Hit up Maui, hit up Kauai, if you love just pure nature beauty. And the high tourist areas like Oahu, Honolulu, Maui for to an extent, but Maui it's because there's a lot of fun stuff to do, but it's also pristine. That's one place I've been that I definitely want to go within the United States. I think I've been everywhere I want to go within the United States. I don't have any desire to go to Alaska. I've had the opportunity to go. I politely declined. moderate, I still said no, thank you. But I don't think there's anywhere else within the United States, lower 48 or anywhere else, that I have not been, that I want to visit outside of Hawaii. That's I'm pretty sure I'm going to leave this earth without having visited Mississippi. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I have that on my resume too. Yeah. I have no desire to go to Mississippi. I've been to Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, Florida, Georgia. I'm going to Mississippi. I don't think I've been to Kentucky, been to Tennessee, Nashville, right a lot. That was good. But that's about it. I've been everywhere I want to in the United States. I don't know if that's true for Mark. I know you've been traveling everywhere too. I miss traveling. I haven't done any since COVID, and we're dying to go someplace. Is there anywhere in the continent of the United States or lower 48 that you want to go? Not really. I want to go back to the UK. I went to school in Scotland for a year, and I did so much that I have fantasies about retiring there someday, but let's not kid each other. Nobody's going to be able to afford to retire. No. It depends. I mean, the cost of living in Scotland is probably less than the United States. I can just fish for my food in Loch Ness. Well, you're right. Well, you're the one who talked about retiring there, so I've already worked that out. I haven't worked anything out. I got nothing. I'll drop dead at this point. So just prepare yourself for that one. Yeah, realistically, I'll probably spend the rest of my life living in the U.S. Depending if I were to come into a lot of money, then I would be an expat, probably in Spain. Probably, because I would love to retire in Barcelona. Oh, you can buy essentially a castle in Spain for what you can maybe get a garage for. Absolutely. But I can't do what I'm doing now. I think logically it's very easy to do. I'm just saying it wouldn't allow me to. I'm not Rush Limbaugh. I just can't broadcast from the house for the last 10 years of my career. You have said a true thing. You are no Rush Limbaugh. I don't even know what that meant. Let's talk about the DOP. Okay, my AM 640 gets late with Bill Kelly. We talk about those personalized vanity plates. What you need to do to get them, and just because you get them doesn't mean that you get to keep them. Mark Rodder now has the news. And LA Metro trains derailed underground at the 7th Street Metro Center station downtown. The Metro A and E lines use the affected tracks, and Metro says to expect significant delays. E-line trains heading toward downtown from Santa Monica return back at the LATTC Ortho Institute station, while E-line trains originating in East LA returning back at the Broadway station on the
do it before them and do it really well, so they aspire to that level and then to surpass that level. Whereas those people were pioneers. Yeah. Larry Bird didn't have a lot of people to watch play basketball before Larry Bird. There was a few, black and white footage. It's not like you didn't see it every day. You didn't have it on the internet. Now kids, they can just watch every Jordan highlight reel, every time LeBron James has scored, every Steph Curry three-pointer, and they can watch it anytime they want. And then that is a level that they're aspiring to. Think of all the football games that kids can watch now and analyze. Think of all the fights that people coming up now that want to be a martial artist, they can watch. And so they aspire to this level that has already been achieved by the greatest of all time, and then they want to surpass that. Which is what human beings have always done athletically all throughout time. It's not like guys who broke records in the 1930s, we don't break those today. Like, those are not the same records. Like, those don't hold up. We 100% get better. From 90 years ago to today, there's no comparison. The athletes are far better. And they're going to continue. 90 years from now, probably if there's humans, it'll probably be far better. And there's experiments that have happened in the NFL. I think this is correct. I was on in Washington and the Redskins. And I think it was 1986 or 1988 that they had the offensive line. They averaged 280. Somewhere around that numbers. Big fellas, but compared to today, that would be the lightest. Right. And then Dallas, Nate Newton and those guys had a point where they were going, we're going to get guys up to 330. Let's get to 340. And they peaked when someone got to 360. The bone marrow, they were big, but they lost agility and speed. And they're like, we hit the ceiling. We went past it. We got to come back. It's the hogs. You're in the middle
They went too far. Right. It was bigger and better, so let's get bigger. And then all of a sudden, agility went. They went, it's not 360. It's come way back. Come back down. Well, believe it or not, the UFC heavyweight division has a weight class. You can't be over 265 pounds. You can't? No. They have to wait to fight for the UFC heavyweight title. You must weigh 265 pounds or below. So you're 270. You can't lose weight. You gotta weigh it. It's happened before, where guys had to lose weight to fight heavyweight. Tim Sylvia, when he was the UFC heavyweight champion, he had to cut weight to hit the 265-pound weight class. He was so big that 265 was a struggle for him to get down to. Isn't that never gonna happen? Well, I would assume it should, but the problem is there's actually a heavyweight class above that that's super heavyweight. But we've never had that in the UFC. There's never been a single super heavyweight fight in the UFC. Everything has always been inside the 265-pound weight class, which I think is real weird. Because, I don't know. The numbers are real weird anyway because there's giant gaps in them. It's like one of the major problems with MMA is that there's a lack of weight classes. So in boxing, there's weight classes. You got 126, 130, 135. It goes 135 to 140, 140, 147, 147, 54. With the UFC, it's like 35, 45, 55. Then it goes 70. 85, so you got 15 pound weight difference, and then it goes 205, so you got 20 pounds, and then you got 265, so that's 60 pounds for heavyweight. How crazy. The gaps are just too big. They're gigantic, so that's a major problem with MMA, in that there's less weight classes than there should be. And then you have a cap on heavyweight, which is bananas. You should have no cap. Heavyweight should be, how big is this guy? Let him fight. You can come in. Yeah. I mean, what about the Mountain? That guy from Game of Thrones? That guy that's fighting the UFC? He wouldn't be able to make weight. He's too big. That guy's almost 400 pounds. Yeah? Yeah, I never do that. Heavyweight's like 265 and up. That's what you know. Whatever you want to come in with. That's what it should be. Yeah. But there really should be a weight class around 225. There's something like that. What class would that be? Just name it a class? Well, boxing has something like that. What is the boxing weight class that's like below heavyweight? There's cruiserweight, and then there's a new one. There's a recent one over the past few years that they've developed. But that's one thing that boxing does a much better job with, I think, is providing fighters the correct weight class where they can compete at. What's it called? That's it. I think there's another one that they're calling. They're calling it. Oh, God, I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, that's it. But I think they called it something different, though. They had a name for it. Whatever. Maybe you'll find it. Maybe not. But the point is, 265 is the limit. So, like, Francis Ngannou, when he was the heavyweight champion, he used to have to cut weight. He had to lose weight to get down to 265. And then, how much is he putting on that last week? He's probably putting a 10 on, at least. He's not losing a ton, but he's got to watch his calorie output. He's a massive human. I met him in Saudi Arabia. He's so big. He's so big. That's a real tragedy that him and the UFC couldn't figure it out. That bothers me a lot. Because that guy was the scariest heavyweight champion of all time, for sure. He put guys in orbit. He would hit them and you just go, oh. It would hurt you. Like watching it. Oh, no. All men are not created equal. That's not the problem with fighting. No matter how much preparation you have, how much intelligence you are, some people are faster and hit harder than the other. And you gotta fix that, right? In the gym. You'll get a little better, but you're never gonna raise that gap. Yeah. I had a dream of being an NBA basketball player. Did you? Was that your dream? For a while. How old were you? I was young. I was like, I'm gonna dunk. No matter how much. This guy sitting here will work out now. Didn't have the innate ability. Didn't have the DNA. Didn't have the makeup. I bet you could. Over time. I bet someone could teach you how to dunk. I bet if someone got you on like a serious training program when you're younger, right now it would be rough. Rough track. It'd be rough on the tendons. Yes.
They get to be our age, it's like, dude, maybe you should be dunking. How about take dunking out the menu? Yeah. But when you're young, I think you can teach a guy, but you would, you know, it's not as easy as that. Like for some people, they can just dunk. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking not everyone being creative. Yeah, you gotta have innate ability. Oh yeah. And hustle. Work ethic. If you got both, there's a lot of 5-star players who don't have hustle. Yep, and then there's a lot of some of the most talented ones, right? Because it's too easy to them. Yeah. And some of the ones that aren't as talented but just will not stop. Yep. They will not stop pushing because they had to work harder for everything they did. Yeah, they have that extra gear, and that allows them to be champions. I hear more and more CEOs saying, give me Johnny and Jane Hustle from Western Kentucky before Melinda and Joseph from Harvard. Yeah. I would agree with that. Give me this one that's ready to come hustle, that's ready to get scrappy, adapt, work, press the edges on the front end and back end. Yeah, give me that. And someone who's all in. Yeah, you want someone who's all in. You don't want someone who's like looking at the clock, wants to leave. Yeah, it's just like doesn't feel like they're being appreciated. No, yeah. You want someone who's like fully all in on their head. Do you think there's theories about with AI coming that now more than ever that's what you need is the one that has more of a liberal arts education. I know a little bit of a lot of things, and I can hit many different avenues rather than being expertise in one certain thing. I mean, it's like just 6 years ago, you would tour the campuses and were like, computer programming. That's what you want your job to be. That's what we need. Right? No, you don't. Now it's all done. Don't tell you don't get into programming. So what specifics of the jobs and the creations, locations that are going to be out there for our youth that are coming up that are going to be like, that's how you got to make it. I question the college education now. I question the worth of it. How much is it still a knowledge factory that has not adapted to changing times and needs in the workforce? And how much of it needs to be updated for getting young men and women prepared to go into the workforce? Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's really unknown territory. And I think AI is going to take jobs away that we never thought we were going to lose. I think lawyers are off. All right, they're in trouble. Coders are gone. Accountants are gone. Accountants are gone. Yeah, it's going to be really fucking weird. It's going to be really weird for Hollywood. I mean, you've seen some of these films. You've seen the old Star Wars. They're remaking Star Wars with AI, with old Luke Skywalker. Like when he was young. Like when Luke Skywalker's they're doing completely new scenes that look exactly like HD versions of Star Wars in 1975. That's what it looks like. But it's in HD today with AI using Mark Hamill's voice. So it sounds exactly like him as young Luke Skywalker. It's bananas, man. It's bananas. There's a lot of weirdness with music. There's a lot of weirdness with literature. You're going to have all sorts of AI. So no one knows what's going to survive this. I assume that a bunch of people, at the end of the day, are going to get really sick of artificially created things and want something that they know was made by a person. Or a book that is made by a person, or a song, like an Oliver Anthony song I want. Yeah, tangible. We're going to want books. Yeah, books are going to be like, some people just love vinyl. Yeah, love them. They just love the pressing the needle down, hearing the crackle, and that's what. But there's going to be a lot of that still. People are going to want to buy books from people that actually wrote the book. They're going to want to go to see a guy perform music in an actual club where you see the guy on stage. I know it's live. There's always going to be a desire for handmade things. Guy made this table. I know him. But other than that, man, no one knows. It's the unknown. Because no one knows what the capabilities of these things are going to be. Well, and the tech, the AI tech companies keep saying, no trust, a lot of jobs are going to be lost, but they're going to create so many other jobs. But I haven't heard anyone answer what those jobs are going to be. Yeah, I don't even think they know. All right.
they don't even know why these things are so good and what they are good at. They keep getting smaller and smaller and they blow them away. Like Elon told me that every week he has like these new discoveries. It's like, wow, this is crazy. Like, every week we're blown away. So he just keeps getting more and more capable. We don't know where this is going. So if you're in college right now, like, I mean, it's so cliche to say follow your dream, but really do follow your fucking dream, because that might be the only thing that you've got, right? Because if you think you're just going to get a really good job in an industry that might be completely wiped out every year by AI, so a lot of people are going to be going down that path. Yeah. Yeah. Is crime going to go up? You're going to have people out of jobs. You're going to be, what are these people going to do? I think it's universal basic income is probably the only way to solve, at least on the short term, where we're going to lose a lot of stuff. Look at you making a lot of little tabs in there. I did. I organized. Very organized. Well, yeah, these are one that I thought could be cool conversation starters for us. We kind of cover actually some of them. You've had anyone read points on the show before? Yeah, let's read them. There you go. Alright. Want to find a good one? We'll wrap it up with a great poem. Yeah, man. Let's go. This book is out right now? No, September 16th. Oh, September 16th. This is a fun one that I wrote. It's kind of based on, it's based on extra credit. It's kind of relying on fate or extra credit that we get. And sometimes we rely on the extra credit participation trophies. It's where this one kind of started from. It's a fun one. It might get us talking about something called tips included. When extra credit's included, credit doesn't get us visited. The more gives us less, the exchange rates come skewed. When amnesty is offered, going into the crime, we're more bound to commit it because there's no fun. We start playing to tie instead of going for the win. When participation's the trophy for every cow's opinion. If I stay on the porch because you picked up the slack, when you look over your shoulder, I get you back. If there is no curfew, we'll stay out overnight. No tab at our bar, we get drunk and start fighting. All these long lenses got us losing our sight. You keep lifting it from me, I'm going to lose all my might. When a 4-star duty suits a 6-star rating, take our hands off the wheel, rely on faith. Eating all we can at the all-we-can-eat buffet gives us a 3.8 education and a 4.2 GPA. We steal from ourselves and get away with the scam. What's the measure of merit with let's get it done? These unlimited options, they sure got me confused. All convenience is keeping properly moving. In this red light district, with the horror of inflation, the ROI's math don't pay for the vacation. So let's just admit it, this extra credit's quite a fluffer. So the tips included, the service will suffer. That's great. That's really good and dead on. You fucking right on the head. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, man. I mean, I think I came with an 11th place team at the same size trophy as the first place team. And I was like, they went 0-10, and the winning team went 10-0. You kind of like saying, the winning team went 5-5, and the losing team went 5-5. I don't get it. Don't hurt you. Don't have feelings. Don't lose. Don't get told. No, your feelings have to get hurt sometimes, and that's how you learn and grow. And you can't protect anybody from that. And that's the problem. We want to do that with our children. All my best friends, all my favorite people had terrible, chaotic childhoods. And they all became very interesting people. I don't want my kids to have a terrible, chaotic childhood. I want to have like a wonderful, love-filled, bountiful childhood. But that comes with, well, I think they have to find things that they find that are difficult, that they get engrossed with, that they really love to pursue. And fortunately, my kids do that. But I think you have to have a struggle. You have to have a task. If you just want to like, oh, you get a trophy too. Everybody gets a trophy. It's okay. No, there's no losers. You got hard. Okay, quit. When my kids were real little, one of my daughters was playing at a soccer game and they wouldn't say the score. Like, I know what fucking score. I just watched. They lost. You can't say that. No score. This is so crazy. But they were doing this in California. They were like scoreless games. Like, okay. I mean, like, but why are you trying to score that? Why are you trying to score if you don't count? This is soccer. Soccer has I'm not really trying to keep them from scoring. Exactly. What's the point? It's no little crap. What's up with the rules? Pick up with your hands. This is stupid. If you don't have a loser, you don't have a desire to get better to become a winner. And that's the part of the process. Sometimes kids lose and they cry. And by the way, if you don't ever go through that, then you don't understand how to lose. So you never develop a healthy ability to manage competitiveness. Yeah. Some individuals never get them. They never get healthy competition. Makes you a very unhealthy person. So they have to just compete, especially once they leave the house. Yes, and they're on their own because the world sure plays by the rules and score is kept. Yes, and you don't win everyone. Yes, how could you? Yes, and there's nobody coming back in, tuck you in bed and say it's okay. Let's put some ice on it. You're getting cold. That wake up call. That's cold. So I got a cool movie coming out called Cross Spots. It'll be out in October. It's going to be in theaters for a couple weeks. It goes on Apple streams. Remember Paradise Fires 2018 Paradise, California? Yes. Yeah. I think 7 people or so died. Jamie Lee Curtis heard this story on NPR. Went to Jason Blum. Jason Blum went to Paul Greengrass, the director of Captain Phillips, United 93, Black Sunday. Really good action director, but also with a good personal dramatic story in it. And they came to me for it. And there were a lot of heroic people at that time that ran towards the crisis instead of away from the crisis. But this one particular story about this bus driver and this teacher that got 22 kids to safety was the story we picked to tell. And when shot in Santa Fe, this guy that I played was here's the trailer. Yeah, we're not listening to this. Just tell me what's trailer's going on. Okay. So this guy, Kevin, in our story, comes back home because his dad has passed away. He's going to take care of his widowed mother and try to reunite with his son. Which, by the way, check this out, John. My mom plays my mom, and Levi plays my son. Oh, wow. Your mom plays your son? Yeah. So he comes back, do that, and he gets a part-time job as a school bus driver. He goes out that morning, there's a fire coming across the canyon, as they always do, no problem. First responders head out. Well, by the afternoon, it got out of hand. It was jumping in the canyon. And so that afternoon, as he's now decided, oh, shit, I got to go back and get my mom and my son. Neither one of them drive, get them to safety. All the way home, barging home to go barge on the highway to go get them. A call comes through dispatch. I got 22 stranded kids on the east side of town. There's anyone over there with an empty bus. Whoa, guess who's got an empty bus? I'm gonna get my mom and my son, man. When he takes the call and says, I'm gonna get him. He goes and gets him. Their teacher gets on the bus, and this is their story about 8 hours of going through hell and how they got out of it. And really awesome adrenaline pump action, which you're gonna get from Greengrass' story, like the fire. This is as good as a fire movie. The fire is a fucking predator. It's from the POV. It's like Jaws. The fire is actually like the shark in Jaws in this thing. Plus, a really cool story of redemption, father-sons, and two people doing what they can to survive when there was no contact. All the cell phone towers are down and the dispatch was down. No one had to get any contact. He didn't know his mom and son were okay. He didn't know where to go, where the traffic jams were. And what happened is the first responders left early to go get the fire. When they got there, get it
whole town's leaving. They couldn't get back in town. So it's a bit of a horror film in that way. But fire is prayer. Yeah, that is what it feels like if you're ever stuck in one of those things. Yeah. It feels like a monster. Yeah. That sounds awesome. That pretty good stuff. Beautiful. Like I would say, thank you for being here, man. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. And that poem was awesome. It was really good. So dead on the head. That's the best participation trophy poem of all time. Really good. The book is called, there it is right there, Poems and Prayers. Out soon, pre-order now. Did you do the audio? You did. Yeah, of course you did. I have to get up an actor do your voice out there. That would be impossible. Okay. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Goodbye, everybody. Good job. Welcome. Experience. During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Great fun to meet you, man. Great to meet you. It's a trip, and walking in, man. How is it possible our paths didn't cross all those years? Yeah, I mean, it's conceivable we were in the same venue, or in the same building, or at the same party, or probably something. I kind of avoided parties. I avoid basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. Anything where there's a red carpet. Like even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't go to the red carpet. I'd go to the back door. Seriously? Yeah, I don't like. Wow. I don't like all that fucking look over here, look over here. That is just too fake for me. It just whatever allergy I have to that flares. I'm like, I'm going to the back door. Fuck this. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They stopped showing me where the back door was because I support a similar entrance thing. It's just too weird. But it's look over here, look over here. I think something happens in that moment. Yeah. And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery. I think it's bad for you. Yeah. I think it's like radiation. Yeah. Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working the X-ray machine your whole life. No. And then there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her. Charlie. Fall left. Yeah. And you looked at her like 7 times already. And then I'm out there thinking, if it took me this many takes to get a scene right, nobody would ever hire me. You wouldn't get past the first day. Well, they want to get a million pictures just to get that perfect one. There's a little bit of side eye to you, just a little something, right? A little purse of the lips, a little something. Well, they kind of the worst funny to something. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. But then they choose, which one do they always choose? The one that's absolute dog shit. Yeah, the one with your mouth open. Exactly. Yeah. What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I gotta get out of here. Right. And I forget out the trappings, the trails. Yeah. I mean, because it feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years, right? Is there another way to do it? Probably not. Now people like it. Photographers like it, the press likes it, it's a big thing. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of lights flashing, it seems legit. Right. Yeah. I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling. Right. That's just totally unnatural. It's completely unnatural. The only way that would be happening in real life is if, like, you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. It's him, there he is. Look over here. It's odd. Very odd. Yeah. It's a form of a punk walk, isn't it? A little bit of a punk walk, and just a little bit of a mental illness exhibition. Right. Yeah. I just had it for the first time, last Thursday. The first time ever? No, for the first time in maybe over a decade, at the Netflix premiere. Yeah. It was, it was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds, I was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, yeah, I fucking remember this. Wow. Damn. And then the sun just beating right on my God. And it's just, I can feel myself start to sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit. The underwear choice, all of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong. Yeah. And it's all being documented.
It's so odd. Yeah. It's really funny that when you first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I said in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy. Yeah. And I think this is also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with you. That's right. It said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on the podcast. And I was a long shot. What a boy can treat, everybody knows him. Help me work it out. Well, I think we are now 14 years later. It takes what it takes, right? Yeah. It's funny because I had no guests. I think I had Anthony Bourdain was the only real guest that I had during my time. Yeah, he was 2011 as well.
And how many shows had you done by then?
Not that many by then. I don't know.
So were you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics?
I would do it mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics. We just sit and talk shit.
And like your house?
Yeah, I don't have a house back then. Yeah.
And it looked nothing like this.
No. It just slowly had to get out. It's like I had too many weirdos that I had to break by my house. I have young kids at the time. I was really young. I was like, this is too strange. Bring these weirdos by my house. It was just too odd. I was like, maybe some people should know exactly where it's right.
And it's interesting because driving here, I was burying my phone just, for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are. So it was kind of like a version of being blindfolded with a sack over my head,
Yeah, that's probably what I should do.
Can you imagine then, like, I'm the guy that's waving for introducing this?
Just put everybody in a blindfold and put them in the back of an SUV. Right. Without disclosing.
And make the guy drive a few circles around in, like, some neighborhood right over there.
Yeah. But we did it. We're here. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode. And the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows, this is like this gigantic, super cool movie star, hot shots, all these different things, to watch you just, not just go off the rails with drugs, but like be super open about it. You're like the first guy super open about it, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of it being like, oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad, it was like, we love him, keep going. It was kind of crazy, all the Tiger Blood stuff and winning, everybody was saying winning all the time, and what was that like for you? Was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it let you, were you surprised by it? That's a great way to describe it.
It is, the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah, it was like unintentionally or otherwise celebrating the guy's demise.
Right.
And I guess the train wreck was so spectacular that there was such a spectacle that they couldn't turn away. But they were also being invited in to follow it down the tracks. And somebody asked me about it, and I don't know if I was the conductor, if I was riding the caboose, or both simultaneously. It was a trip because thinking back on it, it's, some of it just kind of exists in just Polaroid snapshots that kind of drift past through the mist, Other moments are in high def, but kind of seen through tunnel vision. There was an energy, I tapped into that felt like I was playing a role, but I couldn't figure out what the plot was. Who my co-stars were. Where somebody show up with like a page one rerun. Right. That's what we fucking need. And it got away from me. And had it not been encouraged, I think it could have been curtailed. It could have been shut down a lot sooner.
Right, but you become kind of captured to the image.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was something that just recently, something I stumbled onto. It's I was in some way I was being bullied. It had a bullying kind of energy about it, you know, and I've never been that guy. Also, the way I was attacking people, I was challenging people. I was a tough guy on the block, and now this contract behind me, and it was like, you know, inviting people into the ring, I've never been in the ring. What are we doing, you know? You're on coke. That's some cocaine behavior, among other things. Yeah, and I think there was a whole testosterone component as well. That was out of hand, just out of control. Because there's, you know, when they recommend like a quarter-size dollop, like every other day. And, no, there's a line in the book where I was slathering that shit out like a fucking Pond's commercial. Oh, so you're using the cream? Yeah, which is hard to measure. It's not just hard to measure, it gets other people. I read a story about this guy who was on TRT cream, and his child started like showing signs of premature development, and they realized that this kid's testosterone level was through the roof because it's through the dermis, right? It's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid is getting juiced. Like, what were the kid's numbers? Do we know? We don't know. I get that. Not released that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development. Wow. Yeah. Because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You know, you're getting bombarded with testosterone while your dad is holding you. Insane. Yeah. Is that part of the reason they recommend like an inner thigh application? I guess then they'll let the person look at it as the first you're having sex. Exactly. Or your horse. Right. Funny good for the horse. Right. So there's testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of hubris and a lot of rage. But the rage, I think, it's interesting because when you finally get some distance from something, you start to realize that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment. And I really realized that it wasn't about the job, it wasn't about junk, it was about all the stuff in my personal life. You know, it was about trying to just be a certain guy at work, be a certain guy at home, and just never having the time to be a certain guy with me. And I just couldn't find any place to find any refuge or solace or any type of just a moment to breathe, just to decompress. You know, that's so important. Yeah, and it's not in the book because I don't remember it well enough to put it in the book, and that was kind of how I decided what's in there and what's not, right? Or if something just isn't true, it's not in the book, and so, but I was trying to just kind of, I went through 2 divorces and had 4 children during that run of 8 years, you know, and so, that's crazy, it's insane, yeah, and they both, you know, they fell apart for married reasons.
Video podcast preview.
Boss.
That stands for
Hi, Brian, Brennan Chin. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. You know, most of us real fans. So. Hi, Brian, Brennan Chin. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. You know, most of us real fans from Kieran will ride until we die. That's why we did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Ooh, good question. Question for Shab. When do you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff, but I mean, here I can. And can we see Bobby Lee make an appearance on the Fight of the Kid again? Great question, brother.
Just when you thought Brendan the business shark Shaw couldn't embarrass himself anymore, he starts a Patreon. Now, if you're not up to speed on the latest iteration of Joe Rogan's pet project gone wrong, here is the quick background. Earlier this year, Brendan followed Brian Callen to Texas to revamp their failing careers in the aftermath of the LA fires. Brian hit the ground running, moving before Shaw, getting a regular spot on the company mothership and taking chopper rides with his buddy, while Brendan was forced to sell his Calabasas mansion at a discount before heading down south himself. And while Brian's thriving in the Lone Star State, Brendan's just alone in a storage unit, answering questions from his hardcore fans on Patreon. But little does he know, the ones asking the questions are homeless cats, and wait for it, the guy who Brendan tried to sue for exposing his infidelity and lost. I'll explain what's going on there in a moment. Like I've said 1,000 times, you couldn't make this shit up if you tried. Brendan thought this would be a safe place away from the trolls on Reddit and YouTube, not realizing that he'll never be able to hide from criticism until he finally hangs up the mic and becomes a personal trainer. But basically, Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the Thick Boy empire from its inevitable violent implosion was to start a Patreon like 10 fucking years too late. The thing is, though, your boy Bubba can't even get people to watch this shit for free. The Thick Boy Brains Trust has completely run out of ideas. The car channel is dead in the water, the Short Show has turned into low-energy baseball dad ramblings, and The Fighter and the Kid will soon be studied by psychologists as part of one of the longest, most comprehensive studies into the degenerative disease known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, CT, as in drinking tea in the sea. Yeah, I don't know, guys.
Yo,
and
what up, Mr. Meaty?
With their 3.5 followers on Patreon.
Yo, so update me. How are things going in your life, big dog?
They're going.
All right, was your lawyer able to get that stuff done?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. $6,500.
That's it?
Yeah.
How amazing is that?
Right?
Word, dog.
Yeah, but shit, I got this the rest of this month and the next month off. To I don't have court basically. I don't have court till November 3rd and then the 17th.
Wait, so I thought it was $6,500 and it's done.
I still got to go through the whole court process.
Okay.
Where they hear my side, and my attorney's like, well, he was under the influence, hadn't been sleeping well, blah, 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 blah. And they're going to hit me with maybe this guy needs some sort of drug rehabilitation. And they're going to offer me a drug court, which is basically probation with extensive drug tests.
Right.
Like 32 panel drug tests.
Okay, but you don't have to go to jail?
No, I've already started. Well, the amount of time that they counted it 3 days for each one day. So those 47 days that I did ended up being 138 days on a time served.
Well, that's great. So you don't have to move to Mexico.
Exactly.
Okay, dude, congratulations. That's fantastic.
I did relapse though. And I've been fucking battling that demon.
All right, well, get your shit together, man.
Yeah, I know.
But that's phenomenal news. So are you very happy?
Yeah.
You should be.
I've got everything together. I'm pretty humble. I'm probably gonna get a job up here at this wheel shop, just doing brakes and alignments and basic wheel rotations and bullshit. Putting new wheels on or new tires on new wheels.
Right.
$15.50 an hour. I mean, it's not bad.
Can't beat that.
But for a full-time gig that comes with 401k and all this other shit, no, I can't say no to this.
Good on you, big dog. So how's your family doing?
My mom's good. I got a wedding to go to. My nephew's getting married this Saturday.
Well, that's cool.
So,
what do you
my
think?
My niece is still begging for money.
Well, there's nothing you can do about that. What are your thoughts on Ole Miss Rebels?
Pretty good team. I like them more than the Bulldogs.
All right. How's it going to do this year?
I haven't been following them this year, I'm not going to lie.
That's okay. Well, man, that's wonderful that you don't have to do all that shit. And that you're like guaranteed you don't.
I used to care about fucking college sports and shit, and I just kind of drifted out of it. I like fights more. I make more money off of a fight than I do these football games.
Did you watch the fight this weekend?
The Canelo fight?
Canelo Crawford?
You talking about the UFC fight?
No, Canelo Crawford.
Yeah, I watched the Canelo fight. Canelo lost. They still paid $150 million. I'm teaming up with this lady. She's gonna help me write my autobiography.
Okay, why do you need to do that?
It's a story that'll sell.
Okay.
Hard to have a story about coming back from shooting yourself in the head, still fucking your life up even more.
Right. Why don't you just use ChatGPT?
Well, I am, but she's gonna be the one that helps me do the publishing, the whole situation.
Okay, you know you can.
She doesn't want any money or anything like that.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
So I'm not gonna say no to free labor.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I've already talked about running it through ChatGPT.
Excellent. And what are your thoughts?
I think life's gonna go pretty well, man.
Yeah, I hope so. It seems that way.
My dog's back to being, he's better. He's not shitting.
Well, that's great.
Let's remember I was up at the vet last time.
Yeah, I remember.
It cost $800.
All right, well, but you got him taken care of.
Yeah.
Well, that's great, big dog. I'm really happy for you. Are you fucking relapsing right now?
No. That was last month.
Okay.
No, the only thing I have in my system is weed.
There you go. Are you allowed to have that if you have to do this test?
Yeah.
You're allowed to have that
I'm not on probation or anything right now. I'm still a free man.
Okay, cool.
I'm not on bond. I'm on trial.
Right.
But I mean, it's the domestic violence, the burglary, the auto theft, me stealing all those credit cards, all of that shit got dropped. The only thing the state has, like, they're trying to hold against me is the felony fleeing of law enforcement.
There you go. Well, that's great.
None of that shit would have happened if I never did meth.
Yeah, stay away from that shit, dog.
It's hard to stay away from everybody around you's on it out here. They're either coming off of it or they're on it. As you
well, find better.
It's a pandemic. Also, like, you got some real old friends. Like, I got a couple old friends who are like Vietnam vets and shit.
All right, well then stay away from them.
All the people my age, like early 30s, fucking They ain't got shit to live for, dude. I don't get it. They can still go around the drive, still have sex with random women. They still go out and steal. They're sitting in a fucking trailer all day. Fucking shake and bake is not the way to live life. Doing tattoos while you're spun out is not the way to live.
This is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see the Colts pretzel that was on YouTube? What was that? Oh my! We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. Twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero with Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now. Saturday workouts. That much. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
You're on that.
Ministry of Cinema. Few films have been as successful as Francis Ford Coppola's Gangster Epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from sure. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
They said, we're finished, this is over. Literally, it's not going to work. You gotta get rid of those guys. It's just sad.
Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back the varnish of movie mystery and talk to never-before-heard film sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind Godfather's work from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola.
Yes, that was the real person.
Robert Evans.
Godfather's Godfather.
James Caan.
To me, once you cover the best successful actor, boys, you want to drive around a lot.
Al Ruddy.
Last night, I got a call from these Italian guys. It was a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous test game.
And many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who's involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. This is one of America's #1.
And the other 15 who were there just for the laughs, Brendan has resorted to doing Q&A storage unit sessions, and the questions are amazing.
Hi, Brian Brennan Chan. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. This question goes to all three of you. The both of us, Jen. Even though most of us are real fans don't care and will ride until we die, that's why I did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Ooh, good question. I think it's a number of things. I would say podcast. When our numbers were at its biggest, there was as much competition. So now everyone has their podcast. So that's a reason. Two, a number of things that happened, like Brian being out for 2 years, wrecked the podcast, getting falsely accused of that bullshit. So I had to do the podcast without him for 2 years with people you guys really don't know. That was kind of the start of our demise. The Bobby stuff hurt us. I think that made a lot of people upset. Our talk about COVID with the suppression of YouTube, that does it. False flagging from haters causes issues. And then the lack of guests. I think that covers it all. Would you agree, Jen? Pretty much, yeah. Question, Dukes of Apollo. What do you guys think it is? Let me know.
Okay, that's a damn good question. If they have an idea of what it might have been, or what, how many different things it might have been.
Absolutely, Chin. Listen up. That was actually a pretty good attempt from your boy right there, bringing up some key issues from over the years that I honestly can't disagree with. The only bit that Brendan left out was the part where he finally takes complete ownership and responsibility for being one of the biggest douchebags on the internet. He will never admit it. I've got to give it to him, though, for a guy with the clearest case of CT I've ever seen, his ability to pull out the mental gymnastics and avoid any semblance of self-reflection and improvement is elite level. The part that he'll never admit is that he was so convinced that he was going to be the next Dwayne Johnson that he kept pushing back against the backlash. So when comedians and comedy fans went after him for jumping the queue and coming out with his Showtime special, You'd Be Surprised, followed by the now infamous Gringo Puppy 3 years later, without a shred of comedic talent, instead of listening to the internet and staying in his lane, he pushed back against them and mistakenly labeled them as jealous haters. He literally used to lash out at his so-called haters for being out of shape, ugly losers with nothing going for them. They don't matter. Nobody cares what they think. And now his media career is basically over.
Mr. Heavy
How'd that
again.
go for you, B?
Mr.
Now,
Beatty.
personally, you know I blame Joe Rogan.
Mr.
He's the one
Beatty.
who openly used to defend Brendan earlier on and gave him the idea that people hate him because he's big, strong, and good-looking and funny. But at some point, a grown man's got to take responsibility for his own actions. Just like Brian Callen had. No, wait, that's wrong. Sorry, guys, typo. What I meant to say was...
a very close friend, my best friend, who was falsely confused.
But like he just admitted there, the Bobby Lee situation was also a seminal moment in Brendan's downfall, and one absolute legend on Patreon asked him about it.
When can we see Bobby Lee make an appearance on the Fight of the Kid again? Great question, brother. I don't have a problem with Bobby. I don't have a relationship with him either. I think that's more of a Brian thing because Brian's still in the comedy scene. He's going to the mothership, and I think Bobby's there sometimes. So Brian would see him. Brian says they're cool. Me and Bobby haven't spoke in a hot second. I have no ill will towards him. One of the worst mistakes the Fighter Kid's ever made. I'd love to have him on. We don't do a ton of guests. I'm just not in that mood anymore. I don't know if you realize this, but Brian really doesn't book guests. Even though he's in the comedy scene, it's just not in his nature to ask people to come on the show. So unless I go down to the mothership and start asking guys to be on the show, it's probably not going to happen. I just don't have time, especially at night with my kiddos' sports, to go down there. So I don't know. Bobby would have to talk to Brendan and Brian, and Brian and him would have to come to some agreement. But we'd love to have him on. He's only one of the funniest guys in the world. You know, I have no ill will towards Bobby at all, and he's crushing it.
Haven't these guys ever heard of a fucking phone? How did a simple question about getting Bobby Lee back on the podcast turn into a rant about having to go down to the mothership to find guests? Bro, you have the internet on your phone. But this part drives me nuts. Why would Brendan have any ill will towards Bobby Lee? We've heard him say this multiple times before, and I still don't get it. Brendan can't admit that he was the bully in that whole situation. You were the one who fucked up, not Bobby. Brendan tried to hit up Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Kalila, and then when her and her friends exposed him for it on Trash Tuesday and the whole truck walk saga came out, Brendan and Brian called and messaged Bobby, threatening to fuck him up if he couldn't keep his girl quiet about the whole thing. So why would Brendan hold any ill will towards Bobby? And he can't even come out and say, I was the one who fucked up. He literally just blamed it on the Fighter and the Kid. He said, one of the worst mistakes the Fighter and the Kids ever made. Bro, your podcast isn't a sentient being. You are. Actually, no, I take that back. Maybe he's right on that one. Okay, I've got that out of my system now. Now it's time for Brendan Shaw giving relationship advice.
Don't lose focus on, if you have a good girl, on how hard it is to find a good person in this crazy world we live in. Don't lose focus on that, man. By being selfish, you know, I think for me, for especially to start of my relationship with my wife, even my first kiddo, is as a comic, especially the field I'm in, entertainment, comic, podcasting, being on TV, doing all that. You got to be a bit of almost a narcissist. You got to be kind of selfish. But at the end of the day, it's really not worth it. So as you see now, I don't do as much as far as like TV and all that stuff. I still do some stuff. Obviously, I stopped touring because at the end of the day, like even if you achieve whatever you set out to do, you're just lonely, and it comes at a cost, and that cost is time with your wife, with your girlfriend, with your kiddos, and it's just not worth it. At the end of the day, you're gonna realize as you get older, the only people you can trust and the only people that actually want to see you win is your family. So don't kind of isolate them. Don't forget that. Whatever business you're in, whatever journey you're on, make sure you're trying to manage your time and putting time into the family.
The guy asked for relationship advice. Why is Brendan getting into his toxic narcissism and his failed comedy and media careers? Brendan can't answer a fucking question without trauma dumping on his 3.5 hardcore fans. But let me translate the second part of that trauma dump for you. What he's trying to say is, when your career takes a nosedive and you become the most hated man on the internet, one of the side effects is that the Instagram baddies all dry up. So the moral of the story is, don't cheat on your wife, because once you become a lolcow, she's all you'll have left. For now, at least. Honestly, this Q&A format is actually some of the most entertaining content your boys come out with in a while. It's reminiscent of the 1000th episode of The Fighter and the Kid, where he started rage crying about Callan's allegations and told Chin to give him the close-up, but then looked into the wrong camera. We're at a point now where guys like Brendan and Bert Kreischer are commentating on their own downfalls in real time. I mean, this shit is insane. It's like Christmas every week for me over here. And just to top it off, one of Brendan's fake fans asked about his latest lawsuit, except little did Brendan know the guy asking the question was actually Kyle Swindells, the self-represented YouTuber who Brendan sued for copyright and lost.
Question for Shab. When do you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff like that. I mean, here I can. Yeah, this came out of nowhere. It's a company, a CBD company, that I had nothing to do with for years. I'm talking about like 5 years. The owner who has a litany of issues and legal issues and stuff going against him. And he's been suing these people. There's like 4 or 5 owners. He's been suing them multiple, like 6 times with no success. He decided to throw my name into it, obviously to get traction. And yeah, they'll be dealt with. They're dealing with it. And of course, the haters in that run with like, oh, tax fraud and conspiracy. There's none of that. I mean, it sounds juicy. It's headlines. You know, I get it. Thank God I have a great lawyer who works pro bono, so and we deal with bullshit like this all the time. I don't talk about it or bring attention to it because it's just bullshit. That's what they want, you know. But he'll be dealt with. One article like Brent Chubb get arrested or go to prison, and he's cooking the books. You think my dumbass has access to do tax fraud and conspiracy and cook the books? That would make sense. But it's fun for you know, headlines like that. And it just dies down, it goes away, and somebody else will try some bullshit. It's just how it goes, man.
Imagine being so far up your own ass that you truly believe that, in his own words, he obviously threw my name into it to get traction. If you've been following my extensive coverage of Brendan's latest lawsuit, you will know there's a legitimate claim of alleged fraud from his former business associate because Brendan indicated and acted like he intended to relinquish his shares in Pure Spectrum CBD, only to then sell them to a Russian-backed private equity company. We're still waiting for the Phantom document to appear in Discovery, so your boy isn't out of the woods yet. And for the love of God, can someone please explain to Brendan what fucking pro bono means? Working on a contingency fee basis does not mean pro bono. It's like how Trump still thinks foreign companies and governments pay for American tariffs. Someone's got to get the whiteboard out and draw some diagrams for him or some shit, because he's claimed his lawyers work pro bono several times now, as if it's some kind of flex, when the reality is most civil lawyers offer some sort of no-win, no-fee arrangement. And while we're on the topic of Brendan's delusions and compulsive lies, the shadow banning and false flagging from haters that he mentioned earlier on in the video is one of the biggest copes you'll ever hear from these guys. Maybe during the pro bono lesson, someone can explain to him what false flagging is. I think he means people reporting his videos. But let me ask you this, Mr. Business Shark. If the fighter and the kid has been shadow banned for years, then how come every new channel you start seems to fail as well? Yeah, try and fit that into your narrative, you fucking redact. Anyway, that's enough Brendan Sharp slander for today. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Hi, Brian, Brendan Chan. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. Most of us real fans don't care and we'll ride until we die. That's why I did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Ooh, good question. Question for Shab. When do you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff, but here I can. Can we see Bobby Lee make an appearance on the Fighting the Kid again? Great question, brother.
Just when you thought Brendan, the business shark Shaw, couldn't embarrass himself anymore, he starts a Patreon. Now, if you're not up to speed on the latest iteration of Joe Rogan's pet project gone wrong, here is the quick background. Earlier this year, Brendan followed Brian Callen to Texas to revamp their failing careers in the aftermath of the LA fires. Brian hit the ground running, moving before Shaw, getting a regular spot of the company mothership and taking chopper rides with his buddy, while Brendan was forced to sell his Calabasas mansion at a discount before heading down south himself. And while Brian's thriving in the Lone Star State, Brendan's just alone in a storage unit, answering questions from his hardcore fans on Patreon. But little does he know, the ones asking the questions are homeless cats, and wait for it, the guy who Brendan tried to sue for exposing his infidelity and lost. I'll explain what's going on there in a moment. Like I've said 1,000 times, you couldn't make this shit up if you tried. Brendan thought this would be a safe place away from the trolls on Reddit and YouTube, not realizing that he'll never be able to hide from criticism until he finally hangs up the mic and becomes a personal trainer. But basically, Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the Thick Boy Empire from its inevitable violent implosion was to start a Patreon like 10 fucking years too late. The thing is, though, your boy Bubba can't even get people to watch this shit for free. The Thick Boy Brains Trust has completely run out of ideas. The car channel is dead in the water, the Shorp Show has turned into low-energy baseball dad ramblings, and the fighter and the kid will soon be studied by psychologists as part of one of the longest, most comprehensive studies into the degenerative disease known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, CT, as in drinking tea in the sea. Yeah, I don't know, guys. And so now, armed with their 3.5 followers on Patreon and the other 15 who are there just for the laughs, Brendan has resorted to doing Q&A storage unit sessions, and the questions are amazing.
Hi, Brian, Brendan Chan. I've been a fan from the beginning. I'll be a fan until the end. Question. This question goes to all three of you. The both of us, Jen. Even though most of us real fans don't care and we'll ride until we die, that's why we did this Patreon. What do you guys believe is the reason for the decreased numbers in viewership? Ooh, good question. Well, I think it's a number of things. I would say podcast. When our numbers were at its biggest, there wasn't as much competition. So now everyone has their podcast. So that's a reason. Two, a number of things that happened, like Brian being out for 2 years, wrecked the podcast, getting falsely accused of that bullshit. So I had to do the podcast without for 2 years with people you guys really don't know. That was kind of the start of our demise. The Bobby stuff hurt us. I think that made a lot of people upset. Our talk about COVID, which the suppression of YouTube. That doesn't false flagging for haters, causes issues, and then the lack of guests. I think that covers it all. Would you agree, Jim? Pretty much, yeah. Question to Apollo. What do you guys think it is? Let me know. Okay, that's a family question. If they have an idea of what it might be, or how many different things it might be.
Absolutely, Chin. Listen up. That was actually a pretty good attempt from your boy right there, bringing up some key issues from over the years that I honestly can't disagree with. The only bit that Brendan left out was the part where he finally takes complete ownership and responsibility for being one of the biggest douchebags on the internet. He will never admit it. I've got to give it to him, though, for a guy with the clearest case of CT I've ever seen, his ability to pull out the mental gymnastics and avoid any semblance of self-reflection and improvement is elite level. The part that he'll never admit is that he was so convinced that he was going to be the next Dwayne Johnson that he kept pushing back against the backlash. So when comedians and comedy fans went after him for jumping the queue and coming out with his Showtime special, You'd Be Surprised, followed by the now infamous Gringo Puppy 3 years later, without a shred of comedic talent, instead of listening to the internet and staying in his lane, he pushed back against them and mistakenly labeled them as jealous haters. He literally used to lash out at his so-called haters for being out-of-shape, ugly losers with nothing going for them. They don't matter. Nobody cares what they think. And now his media career is basically over. How'd that go for you, B? Now, personally, you know I blame Joe Rogan. He's the one who openly used to defend Brendan earlier on and gave him the idea that people hate him because he's big, strong, and good-looking and funny. But at some point, a grown man's got to take responsibility for his own actions. Just like Brian Callen had. No, wait, that's wrong. Sorry, guys, typo. What I meant to say was,
a very close friend, my best friend, was falsely confused.
But like he just admitted there, the Bobby Lee situation was also a seminal moment in Brendan's downfall, and one absolute legend on Patreon asked him about it.
He said, when can we see Bobby Lee make an appearance on the Fight Weekend again? Great question, brother. I don't have a problem with Bobby. I don't have a relationship with him either. I think that's more of a Brian thing, because Brian's still in the comedy scene. He's going to the mothership, and I think Bobby's there sometimes. So Brian would see him. Brian says they're cool. Me and Bobby haven't spoke in a hot second. I have no ill will towards him. One of the worst mistakes Americans ever made. I'd love to have him on. We don't do a ton of guests. I'm just not in that mood anymore. I don't know if you realize this, but Brian really doesn't book guests. Even though he's in the comedy scene, it's just not in his nature to ask people to come on the show. So unless I go down to the mothership and start asking guys to be on the show, it's probably not going to happen. I just don't have time, especially at night with my kiddos' sports, to go down there. So I don't know. Bobby would have to talk to Brendan and Brian, and Brian and him would have to come to some agreement. But we'd love to have him on. He's one of the funniest guys in the world. You know, I have no ill will towards Bobby at all. He's aggressive.
Haven't these guys ever heard of a fucking phone? How did a simple question about getting Bobby Lee back on the podcast turn into a rant about having to go down to the mothership to find guests? Bro, you have the internet on your phone. But this part drives me nuts. Why would Brendan have any ill will towards Bobby Lee? We've heard him say this multiple times before, and I still don't get it. Brendan can't admit that he was the bully in that whole situation. You were the one who fucked up, not Bobby. Brendan tried to hit up Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Kalila, and then when her and her friends exposed him for it on Trash Tuesday, and the whole drug milk saga came out, Brendan and Brian called and messaged Bobby, threatening to fuck him up if he couldn't keep his girl quiet about the whole thing. So why would Brendan hold any ill will towards Bobby? And he can't even come out and say, I was the one who fucked up. He literally just blamed it on the fighter and the kid. He said, one of the worst mistakes the fighter and the kids ever made. Bro, your podcast isn't a sentient being. You are. Actually, no, I take that back. Maybe he's right on that one. Okay, I've got that out of my system now. Now it's time for Brendan Schaub giving relationship advice.
Lose focus on, if you have a good girl, on how hard it is to find a good person in this crazy world we live in. Don't lose focus on that, man. By being selfish, I think for me, for especially the start of my relationship with my wife, even my first kiddo, is as a comic, especially in the field, I'm an entertainment comic, podcasting, being on TV, doing all that. You got to be a bit of almost a narcissist. You got to be kind of selfish. But at the end of the day, it's really not worth it. So you see now, I don't do as much as far as like TV and all that stuff. I still do some stuff. Obviously, I stop touring because at the end of the day, like even if you achieve whatever you set out to do, you're just lonely, and it comes at a cost. And that cost is the time with your wife, with your girlfriend, with your kiddos, and it's just not worth it. At the end of the day, you're gonna realize as you get older, the only people you can trust and the only people that actually want to see you win is your family. So don't gotta isolate them. Don't for business here, whatever journey you're on, make sure you're trying to manage your time and putting time to family.
The guy asked for relationship advice. Why is Brendan getting into his toxic narcissism and his failed comedy and media careers? Brendan can't answer a fucking question without trauma dumping on his 3.5 hardcore fans. But let me translate the second part of that trauma dump for you. What he's trying to say is, when your career takes a nosedive and you become the most hated man on the internet, one of the side effects is that the Instagram baddies all dry up. So the moral of the story is, don't cheat on your wife, because once you become a lolcow, she's all you'll have left. For now, at least. Honestly, this Q&A format is actually some of the most entertaining content your boys come out with in a while. It's reminiscent of the 1000th episode of The Fighter and the Kid, where he started rage crying about Callan's allegations and told Chin to give him the close-up, but then looked into the wrong camera. We're at a point now where guys like Brendan and Bert Kreischer are commentating on their own downfalls in real time. I mean, this shit is insane. It's like Christmas every week for me over here. And just to top it off, one of Brendan's fake fans asked about his latest lawsuit, except little did Brendan know the guy asking the question was actually Kyle Swindells, the self-represented YouTuber who Brendan sued for copyright and lost.
Question for Shab. What do you address the lawsuit against you for tax fraud and conspiracy? Yeah, I don't address this stuff, but I mean, here I can. This came out of nowhere. It's a company, a CBD company, that I had nothing to do with for years. You're talking about like 5 years. The owner has a litany of issues and legal issues and stuff going against him. And he's been suing these people. There's like 4 or 5 owners. He's been suing them multiple, like 6 times with no success. He decided to throw my name into it, obviously to get traction. And yeah, it'll be dealt with. They're dealing with it. And of course, the haters in that run were like, "Oh, tax fraud and conspiracy." There's none of that. I mean, it sounds juicy. It's headlines. I get it. Thank God I have a great lawyer who works pro bono. So, and we deal with bullshit like this all the time. I don't talk about it or bring attention to it because it's just bullshit. And that's what they want.